What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated frog of your dreams that makes the ladies cream, Tony TGD. And I am joined by my man, Dazed Gaming. What's up, Dazed?
Not a whole lot, Tony. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fucking fantastic. Had a great day, great sleep. Had a fantastic dream about B. Arthur, so I'm all good. And you think I'm
Excellent.
joking? You think that I'm telling this because it's funny? No, I actually did legitimately have a dream where I met B. Arthur at a buffet.
Well, at least it wasn't sexual.
Oh, I didn't say it wasn't.
uh,
Ah, what's up, everybody? I see we got people in the chat, people all chomping at the bit, champing at the bit, whatever the fuck you call it. We got a big show, big show. We're going to talk about Moon Knight, the finale. We've been covering it. I know you guys ain't really interested in it, but I do. I am. So fuck it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go over the fan polls, the big what is better, Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis. It has been down to the wire, neck and neck. We're going to find out the results. Of course, we're going to talk about SNK being bought out by Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince owning 96% of it. What does that mean? I mean, we're going to talk about the list of upcoming Sony game projects. We got a list, so we're going to go ahead and talk about it. And in gaming news, we're going to talk about the Quarry. It's going to have a new mechanic for rewinding death. As you know, the Quarry is kind of the spiritual successor to Until Dawn. And we're going to talk about Babylon's Fall being a complete flop. Of course, we're going to talk about that weight loss update, even though that Gary's not here. And I'm sure Dazed has been watching his weight, watching what he's eating.
watching it go down my throat.
Anything else we need to talk? Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. How could I forget? We got to talk about the Intellivision Amico. Just a little quick update of sorts. Some interesting news, some confirmations, all that good stuff. But before we get to it, we got to find out how your week's been, Days Gaming. How has it been?
It's been a good week. I had a birthday this week.
You had a birthday. We didn't have a stream. What the hell's up with that?
I know. Well, I didn't really want to tell what date my birthday was because with all the freaking trolls out there. So we just had a birthday this week. We'll say that. But I was doing family stuff.
What are you now, like 32?
44. I know, man. I'm definitely in my mid 40s now. But my wife got me a couple.
His scythe.
Yeah. My wife got me a couple cool things though. She bought me like a vintage, a big inflatable Gumby, and
nice.
From like the 80s, and then she got me a fucking Power Glove for the NES.
I mean, it's so bad. So bad.
It's so bad. The only thing is, it was funny. Like, she's really good about. I try to get gifts, but she always figures out what I get her. I'm not as good. She's really good at doing gifts. Like, we were at an antique store, one of the ones that I've shown in my videos, and they had a Power Glove there, and I was like, oh man, I really wanted it. The only thing was, it does.
I used to hate giving my wife gifts.
Huh? Oh, I know, it's tough, dude. It's hard. But I don't
know how your wife is, but when I was married days, my wife would always be like, "This is what I want," right?
And yes, my wife does that too.
I'm the kind of person, I don't want to buy you what you tell me, right? Like, there's no surprise. If I'm just buying you what you tell me, then just buy it yourself, right? That's my
dude. I used to be like that, but now we've been married for almost 14. It'd be 14 years this year. I've just gotten to the point where it's like, okay, just tell me what you want, because it's like for Mother's Day, I was even gonna get her something. I said something like, I was gonna get you something. Make sure the kids. You said no, forget it. She's like, let's go to Home Depot and I'll pick some shit out. I'm like, okay, fine. So, but real quick, my Power Glove story. The only thing that sucks about it is it doesn't, and I knew it. That's why I didn't get it. Is it doesn't come with the actual thing that sits on the TV that reads the sensor. So I'm gonna have to buy one of those. But she just went ahead and got it for me anyways because it's a good price, knowing that eventually we'll complete it. So, Other than that, my week was good.
So we look forward to seeing you play with your Power Glove on stream eventually.
Yes.
My week has been pretty uneventful. Nothing's really happened. I've had no drama, had nobody coming at me this week, no cancellations. I've just been, chilling and killing. Sent out some emails to some people, doing some behind the scenes things for the show, Project Unicorn,
Nice.
things like that, but nothing too big. I don't know if you guys seen, I did put up, I want to say a first impressions. I don't want to call it a review because it wasn't a full review of Prinny Presents NIS Classics Volume 2, Makai Kingdom, Unlosing Ranger versus Dark Death Evil Man. I was really disappointed because the game keeps fucking crashing on me, Days.
That sucks. What are you playing it on?
The regular Switch. It's on Switch, but I got
the game's crashing on you on Switch?
Yeah.
Huh.
And I was like, maybe it was just because it was the first couple of times it crashed, it was in handheld mode. So I was like, maybe in handheld mode it's crashing. Let me play it in docked, right? So then I played it docked and it was fine. And then yesterday I was playing it, playing a little more, and it fucking crashed again. I was like, motherfucker.
That's unacceptable.
It is. And it's random. It's not like, I could pinpoint what's making it crash, because it'll crash sometimes when it's idling. It'll crash sometimes during a cutscene or when you transition to a level.
That's the kind of shit that just makes you not even want to play the game anymore. It's frustrating, especially if it's like in the middle of a level or something and you're doing stuff and it crashes.
Yeah, well, especially because the game I'm playing, Unlosing Ranger, is a roguelike.
Uh-huh.
So when it crashes, it counts it like if you reset the game. Like if it crashes in the middle of a level, it counts it like if you died.
That's crap.
And then, you lose progress, and it's the whole thing. Plus, shittier too, both games are supposed to have autosave feature, but the one game autosave is not. It's like not working.
Really?
So I don't know if it's shitty ports, if they fucked up, if there's going to be a day one patch. They didn't send me anything to notify me there was a day one patch or some issues. And I'm not sure I've seen anyone else talking about these issues that I'm talking about. So I don't know if it's just my Switch.
Hopefully not.
Everyone else has an OLED, and the OLEDs are fine working, and I don't fucking know.
Is that how they're going to try to scam you into having to get an OLED?
Possibly. That would suck to have to get an OLED for review purposes.
Yeah.
Then I got no computer, so it's hard to get footage because the damn Switch only records like 5 seconds worth of footage.
If you need anything, dude, I guess you'd already have done the code. I was like, I can get you some footage, but
yeah,
I have an Elgato.
I'm gonna take some screenshots. I bought a SD card. I'm waiting for it in the mail. Amazon fucked me over with that. It was supposed to be here yesterday. I paid for the 1 day rush fucking delivery, and then they contact me and say, "Hey, it's running late. It's gonna be the next day."
Oh.
Next day comes, still don't got the fucking thing.
Oh, that's rough, dude.
So I could have just put it fucking free delivery. It was supposed to come here on Monday anyway, and that would have been fine. But no. So.
Ugh, bastards.
I know. So other than that, it's been a pretty uneventful week.
I don't know about you, but the weather's was nice today, and it was kind of sucked being at work. But I know it's supposed to be even better tomorrow. We're gonna be out in the yard doing some work. Might do a little bit of give a little love to the hammock, put some mulch around it and stuff, and do some weeding.
New hammock video incoming?
Potentially, I got to figure out. I mean, I kind of got an idea for a topic that I might do, but it wouldn't be Amico related. So we'll see. We'll see how I feel. I might just be lazy and not do shit.
Yeah, I feel you on that. It is getting a little bit nicer. It got nice like 2 weeks ago, and it got cold, and it got kind of nice, and it got cold again.
That's brutal, dude. I get cold. I get sick every time it does that, and that's what happened to me. I got sick.
Yeah, I think like 2 weeks ago it was snowing, like in the middle of April.
It
Fucking
did here
snowing.
too, dude. Yeah, we got a little bit of snow too.
But it's supposed to be nicer. Tomorrow I'm gonna go see Doctor Strange. So no spoilers in the comments or in the chat. I gotta go see that tomorrow.
I think Blinded say he was going to see that tonight? Didn't he
I
say
think it
something
was
like
either
that?
tonight or last week or maybe yesterday. I don't fucking know.
Mm.
Maybe it is tonight.
Because I thought he said something like he wouldn't be able to stream. He wouldn't be able to stream last week, and then he said, "And next week I won't be able to because I'm going to see Doctor Strange 2." I
You
thought I
know.
remembered seeing that.
So hopefully he doesn't come in and spoil it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I got for the intro. You got anything else you want to go over real quick?
No, dude. I don't really have anything else. I mean, we're gonna do a different segment for the weight loss.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's it for the intro. Let's get to the chat. I mean, I see a lot of people here. We got Rabbit Dude, Mini Music, No Call No Show, Tommy Uyamiko, of course, Francis Candy, Stream Elements Bot. That's one of my favorite there. Retro Game Puppy, Ninja Kitty, whose wife suffered an unfortunate accident. She was carrying Ninja Kitty to the bedroom, twisted her ankle. Oh. And we got Mario Man's here. What's up, Tony? See, I'm retro. He says he's lurking.
Seeing retros lurking,
Yeah, big shout out to all the lurkers. I see a lot of people. We get a lot of views. We get a lot of people watching it, but not everybody comments. And that's fine. Just to watch, just to lurk. Francis Candy says again, yeah. Ninja Kitty's like 500 pounds, so he needs help moving from place to place.
There's Adam
What's up,
Wilson.
Adam Wilson?
He's in.
So what do you want to talk about first? Do we want to get into the fan poll without Gary to find out who won?
Yeah, then
we
we
save
could
that
just.
to the end.
I don't know. It's either we can see if Gary shows up, or if he doesn't, we're just gonna really shit on Genesis if Gary doesn't show up.
Yeah. No Gary, just full on Genesis hate stream. That'll get the clicks.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I guess we can talk about some gaming news.
Let's do it.
Some little interesting tidbits. So what's up? We're gonna be talking gaming news, the Quarry and Babylon's Fall. Two little news tidbits. We're gonna combine it into one segment because there just wasn't enough meat on either one of these bones to do a whole segment on either. But let me remind you to like the video, share it with your friends, and of course, subscribe to the channel because it makes Days Gaming feel real good. Every time you subscribe, Days Gaming gets a little bit slimmer.
I wish.
Yeah, that'd be nice if it worked that way, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would.
Then you get too many subs, it'd be like a curse. You get too many subs,
Yeah, you're like
waste away.
Yeah, I shriveled away skeleton. Yeah. That'd be like a monkey's paw wish.
All right, so this is courtesy of like that movie Thinner. What is it? Stephen King?
Yeah. Was that the one that had Steven Seagal in it?
I don't think so.
Or is that different? What am I thinking of? That's Glimmer Man. Never mind. I'm thinking something else.
Getting old, Days. Getting old. It's that 44-year-old brain. It's not.
Hey, what you say?
All right, so this is courtesy of what the hell? Games Radar. Fuck, I forgot what the hell. I'm getting old. It says the Quarry is getting a death rewind mechanic. I said, wouldn't it be ideal to undo those pesky QTE related deaths? So the Quarry, if you don't know, is the Until Dawn. You've probably seen me play Until Dawn on the channel recently. Other people have played it in the past. Don't watch those videos. Not as good as mine.
Of course not.
But it's a little. It's basically a movie. You're basically playing a movie. Lots of QTE events. Sometimes you're not expecting it. A lot of jump scares. And a lot of times you die. Characters die. People get injured. You end up screwing up. But I guess the Quarry is going to have a death rewind mechanic. So let's says, as revealed in an interview with Segment Next, Death Rewind is a specific mechanic that brings a character back from the dead. Developer Supermassive Games has added this new mechanic to the Quarry, which is set to release on June 10th. However, it is only unlocked after players have finished the story, or if players choose to buy the deluxe edition of the game that is included from the start. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that.
No, I don't like that either.
I like things being unlocked. I don't necessarily like paying
pay to win.
Yeah, because with the current climate, with everyone playing it on stream, this is going to be a stream game. But let's face it, right? This is a game that people are going to play on stream. So people are going to be unlocking this, paying the extra money so they can get it early, so they can get the nice little death rewinds and make the streams and all that. And they know it, like the developers, publisher, whoever's decision this was, they know what they're doing. They know that they're going to get that extra money. I don't like it. It says essentially players are granted 3 lives. Yeah, it does. 3 lives, and each rewind costs a life. You'll then be taken back to the moment where you made the critical decision and hopefully redeem yourself as you attempt your choice again.
So I was kind of confused by that. So like the death, like if you just die without the death rewind, you go back way further, and then the death rewind just takes you right back to where you died. Is that what the mechanic is?
No. Okay, so I'm assuming you're going to be in control of a large group of people. Like in Until Dawn, you had like 6 or 7 people.
Okay.
Then certain characters would die. Like say you screwed up and one of the characters died. You would be able to rewind it so you could save that character from dying.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah, but I guess you would only get 3. You get 3 tries at it.
3 times. Yeah.
So it's not great. Ninja Kitty reminds us Steven Seagal only gets fatter, never skinnier.
Yep.
So we're going to talk shit, Ninja Kitty. Steven Seagal was trained by a Chinese master that happened to be a cook at the restaurant he was washing dishes at. And when Steven Seagal was washing dishes, the Chinese master saw his form and said, "This man will be a karate genius." True story.
And this is true. I know this story. That is true. He worked.
I don't know if it's true, but that's what he said.
Well,
right?
It's what he claims. It is canon to the Steven Seagal story.
To the Steven Seagal universe.
Yeah.
All right. So that was just that little bit of news on the Quarry. Now, something more shocking. Have you heard of a game called Babylon's Fall? Days?
Not really. I mean, I did a little bit of research when we were going to talk about this, and I was really shocked at how badly it's doing. Yeah, that's.
If you don't know, Babylon's Fall is a online, open world type, massive multiplayer online RPG type game.
Right.
From Square Enix and Platinum Games. So 2 big names in gaming. According to the Video Game Chronicle, Babylon's Fall dropped to just 1 concurrent player on PC. 1 person playing.
That's insane, dude. That is. How long has this game been out? Did it say in the article? It seemed like has a. Even still, though, 1 person. I mean, ugh.
Trying to look. No, it doesn't say in the article when it's been out. I think it's been out for a couple of months. It says,
Jesus,
according to Steam
that's not.
Which, go ahead.
2 months. That's not 2 months. I was thinking you were going to say like a year or something. Then I would say that, but 2 months and the 1 person in the entire world playing the game. That is an epic fail.
On Steam. On Steam.
Still,
Because it is
that's a huge,
available on
massive platform.
I know it's on PlayStation.
That's garbage.
Okay, so it came out on March 3rd of this year.
Yeah, 2 months.
IGN gave it a 4 out of 10.
Oof. Has there been like bugs and stuff in it or glitches, or is it just like bad like gameplay?
I think it's just bland. It says, according to Steam charts, there was only one player playing at midnight on Wednesday, May 4th. The incredible stat comes just 2 months after the Square Enix title is released and follows weeks of dwindling player counts on PC, which is the only launch platform that can be reliably tracked. It's also available on PlayStation consoles. It says, according to the same data, the online brawler failed to attract more than 77 concurrent players at any point this week. So they couldn't even reach 77 players. The title has averaged 64 concurrent players over the past 30 days. In comparison, Marvel's Avengers, which was branded a failure, averaged 276.
Man, that almost gets into the territory when that's almost getting the territory when they offer your money back, because that's not right. That's not the gaming experience that you paid for.
Yeah. And the Avengers, I can tell you, is not a great game. I play it every once in a while. I'll pop it on. I like to torture myself. It's not a great game.
You played on PlayStation?
This one is only average. Yeah. I play everything on PlayStation. It says, according to the review aggregator Metacritic, the title is by far the worst reviewed game so far on PlayStation 5 and the worst game of the year. Wow.
That's a huge that's a massive low for them.
Yeah. Square Enix and Platinum Games insist that Babylon's Fall's development was not in danger. So if you bought the game, for someone who bought the game, there's a good chance that by the end of the year it could be done. Close the servers, shut everything down. The game is done. Ninja Kitty
That's
says,
awful, dude.
Game is ugly as shit. It was like a PS2, PS3 level of graphics.
How could they do that? Like with those kind of names producing a game like that, how does that happen in 2022? Like I don't get it. How does somebody fail that miserably at their job?
Well, Platinum Games is more known for single player games like Devil May Cry. So it's trying to do like a Devil May Cry combat experience, but multiplayer focused. So I guess it's not good. Like they dumbed it down, but also made it so you can't really do juggling and stuff on your own. It's supposed to be with more people, but without people playing.
See, that's kind of a shame too, because so it sounds like they were trying to do something kind of unique, right? Like something new, like different than other games.
Yeah.
Like combining and that's a shame, because games today are so afraid to try anything new. They just keep rehashing the same type of game. So then something like that happens, and it's just look and see what of a miserable failure it was. So that just hinders creativity, I think, going into the future.
Yeah, I mean, things like this, they'll point at and go, "This is why we only do the same 3 franchises every year, guys." Because when we try something, you guys don't buy it. But at the same time, if the game is crap, you really shouldn't be buying it, right? So it's catch-22.
Exactly.
The industry will blame it on the fact that they've ventured away from the familiar.
Yeah.
The gamers will blame it on the fact because the game's crap.
Yeah, people will play games if as long as it's done right. I mean, I love trying new experiences instead of buying like the same fucking Madden game again or another Call of Duty game. That's too bad.
So that's really all we had on that. just the fact that a game in 2022 from Square Enix and Platinum Games of all people can only have one person playing concurrently on Steam.
I would
Fucking
like to
ridiculous.
I would like to find out what the numbers were on PlayStation. I wonder if there's any way to find that out. Like, you got
Nah,
one person on Steam. Like,
Sony doesn't really release those kind of numbers.
yeah, they probably would be afraid it would look bad.
But I will tell you this: I saw a review of the game from Austin Eruption. Great channel, great channel. And he played the whole game, and he was saying that he was having trouble on PlayStation having anybody be in the lobby because
Oh,
there was
wow.
nobody playing really. Also, apparently the lobby doesn't allow you to wait around. Basically, like you go in, you're like, all right, 5 seconds later, it pops you into a game, even if nobody else has joined you.
Ooh,
So it's just a mess. It's a complete mess.
what a fall from grace, Square. We talked about that though. I think last week a little bit too.
Yeah,
maybe a couple.
they're censoring games, putting out crap.
What a shit show.
That's all I had. That's all we had to say about that. Really. I see
It's
a few more
interesting
people
though.
popped in. Lorenzo Sleestag, what's up, Lorenzo? Tommy says you should change your name to Based Gaming.
Well, from what comment, I wonder.
You're based.
James Gippy. I didn't see that name yet. I'm not sure who that is.
He's a new follower, new fan of the channel.
Oh, welcome.
He does a lot of streams where he shouts people out. Like that's all he does all day, just shouting people out on streams and helping
Nice.
people grow their channels. Lorenzo
Heck yeah.
brought him to my attention.
Ooh, nice.
Adam Wilson says, I missed the PS2, GameCube, Xbox era. Game devs made unique, interesting games all the time. It just wasn't AAA or indie only.
Yeah, you can do that. Like, too. Like, if you go back even further, like on the NES, there's so many different type of weird random games.
Well, I think it's because the industry was younger, right? Everyone was
Yeah.
like trying something. Nothing had been established, really, right? So you're just trying things. And now we've come to the point where a platformer will do real good. So do this kind of platformer and this kind of RPG and this kind of action
Yeah.
game. Don't stray too far, because if you stray too far, no one buys it.
It's all about this. It's all about this, like, corporate. You know.
You know what? If only there was a system that had a closed, like a console with a closed system, when they didn't have too much shovelware. It had to be a 7 out of 10 game to appear on the console.
If only.
Allowed all kind of unique, interesting mechanics in games, motion controls, screen on a controller. If only something like that existed.
Well,
Oh,
maybe one day we'll get lucky.
where's Gary? I don't know, Adam. I don't know. Gary says that he has to get up early, make breakfast for the old lady, for the mother of his children.
We're going out to eat breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything for the mother of my child, but I will be taking my mom out after we see Doctor Strange.
Oh, that's nice.
Going to the buffet, looking for B. Arthur. But that does remind me, I didn't even think. Technically, Sidekick Max is supposed to go with his mother tomorrow. She hasn't said anything.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Better get that figured out.
I just kind of ignore problems and they just eventually go away.
I do that too sometimes, but sometimes they fester and they don't go away and they only get worse.
And I just ignore harder. You're just not ignoring hard enough. Days just bottomless
belt.
mimosas for Adam Wilson. Hell yeah.
Art Bell is giving a shout out to Elon.
Art Bell says, no more gyros. $5 firm up the melons, boys. I don't have man titties. I actually, the other day, got out of the shower, flexed, and I actually made my pec pop for the first time. It actually fucking bounced up.
Nice.
So I'm getting there, gentlemen. I'm going to be all fucking buff.
Are you working out?
Just basic stuff. Not
Yeah,
like
that's what I
lifting
do.
weights, just like jumping jacks and push-ups and stuff.
I've got a weight machine that I bought about a year ago. It's got like, you can do all sorts of things like, chest press and lat pull down and curls and stuff. So I do that, but I don't try to get like ripped. I just try to get a little bit of tone. That's all I do.
Well, I'm constantly lifting at work.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm on my feet a lot at work too. I'm not lifting much though, but
Well, I'm walking around lifting steel bundles and doing other things.
yeah, that would do it for a workout.
Like Gary's playing Garfield. And with my low carb, high protein, get nice little muscles.
Nice. Get ripped. I don't want to get ripped. I used to work out a lot and I was a little bigger, but too much effort.
For the old lady, she'll love you.
I just like just enough. If I were single, then yeah, maybe, but what's the point? I just tried just to do enough to keep my tone.
Just enough so she doesn't leave you, but not enough.
Exactly. Not enough to make a huge difference.
Art Bell says, no moves, no interest. You lost the gay crowd, Tony.
Oh, darn.
The thing is, like when I used to get skinny when I was married, right? Whenever I was like, hey, I need to lose weight or I need to exercise more, the old lady would always get on my ass. Like, who are you leaving me for? What's the bitch's name?
Oh, no.
Who's the bitch you're trying to impress? I'm like, nobody. I think that I don't want to die of a heart attack.
That's a terrible relationship, dude.
Well, that's why it's over.
Yeah, exactly. That's rough.
I mean, not like I'm an angel though, so I understand.
I'm glad. How old were you when you got married?
22.
Yeah, that's too young, dude. Like it would have been for me. I would have been a shithead of a husband back then. Like my wife and I, we didn't get married till I was 30. So I had literally sowed all my wild oats. I had my fun, and it just was a perfect time. Got married, and I was ready to settle down. Found the right girl.
Yeah, I got tricked. Tony will confront Phil Adam. Quiet period is months now. No buy. Get making noise, Uncle Phil. Yeah, 22 is crazy young, Adam. Crazy young. 13 years of marriage.
The unlucky 13, you couldn't get by it.
Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible. But we don't need to go on about my problems or former problems because we got news and views and hot takes and all that shit in the song. You heard the song. You know how it is.
Hell yeah.
I think we'll let's see, what do we got? Let's delete that. So we're going to be talking about the list of upcoming Sony game projects. This is courtesy of some little like YouTube, or is it it's like a Twitter account or some shit that compiled all this. They posted it up on Reddit. You can take a look at it. But remember, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with a bunch of people. You excited about this, Dave?
The list of Sony game projects, sure. Even though I don't have a PlayStation, but I'm still curious what they come out with. I'm the Xbox guy.
You're an Xbox guy. Why? Why would you torture yourself that way? All right, so this is courtesy of Zubitech. I believe we uh, quoted or cited Zubitech when we talked about the numbers for the PlayStation, the new fucking premium shit. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Damn, we're fucking professional here. Professional. You're not going to get any better than us.
This is top shelf content.
Yeah, it's way too zoomed in. Fuck.
So those are all the games.
All right, so Sucker Punch is working on a narrative open world game, and it's got a second project. It's working on a multiplayer game.
What is a narrative open world game?
What
does that even mean?
Like a Red Dead Redemption.
Oh, narrative. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it.
If we go over to this is Team Asobi. Their current project is a 3D action game. So
interesting.
Look for that. Insomniac Games is working on Spider-Man 2, obviously. Wolverine, and their third project is unknown, but it's a multiplayer game of some sort.
Wolverine would be a cool game.
Well, they just showed off in the trailer just him sitting in a bar, popped his claws out. But
I love Wolverine.
If it's anything like Spider-Man, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I'm jealous. That's one thing I am jealous. Being an Xbox guy, is you guys get those cool Marvel games, or at least Spider-Man games.
Yeah. Naughty Dog is working on a standalone multiplayer game, a AAA narrative and storytelling game, and an unannounced title. So,
nice.
Seeing a lot of multiplayer stuff. I'm not sure if I like this.
You don't do multiplayer?
No, I'm not really a big fan of multiplayer. Especially because when multiplayer, they're not talking about fucking local. They're talking online.
Oh, it's online. Oh, yeah.
I don't like talking to people. I don't know if you know this or noticed it. I don't really like talking to people.
I don't talk to fucking people at all when I play online, like strangers. But I like doing it like when I'm playing with friends and stuff.
Yeah, as a child of the 80s, I don't talk to strangers. I was told.
Yeah.
Danger.
And me too.
Ninja Kitty's got the wrong opinion. He says Spider-Man was overrated, very repetitive after playing it for 5 hours. Well, everything is repetitive. Like, name a single game of an action game or a platformer that the beginning is completely different from the end, right? Mario is the same concept. You jump on turtles and you fucking move to the right. Spider-Man, you beat up some guys and you go beat up some other guys and you go beat up some other guys. Red Dead Redemption, you shoot some people, you go to a town, you shoot some other people, go to a different town, shoot some new people. It's all repetitive. Everything is.
He's just trying to get your Gus.
I cried. I played Spider-Man. I cried. Spoiler, Aunt May died. Tear went down. Just one. The voice acting and the cutscenes and everything were really done really well. But I played the original version before they upgraded it, quote unquote, and made him look a little bit more like Tom Holland.
Oh, they did that? Really?
Yeah. Pixel Obis is working on a new IP. That's all we got on that. Horse Mark is working on a new IP. Valkyrie Entertainment is working on God of War Ragnarok in a strategy title. I wonder if it's working on a God of War strategy title. That'd be interesting.
Internal
Nothing. Haven has got a AAA multiplayer IP.
Uh-oh, another multiplayer.
I think that's going to be the fucking theme for all these studios. Like we said, Sucker Punch, we already went over.
Because that's what everybody wants.
Digital has got Gran Turismo 7. They're working on the ongoing support. Have you played Gran Turismo? Are you in the driving games?
I don't. I used to be. I don't know why I haven't been. I've been meaning to get a good one for my Xbox. I just don't know if anybody in the chat has any good recommendations on a good one for the Xbox. I'd be interested. I do like driving games. I don't know. I haven't been playing any recently. I'm just so sad. I come home and I literally just play my Halo, and then I'm just content with that. my little bit of gaming time I get, I just keep running to Halo like a fiend.
Well, there was one driving game that I played it on the channel. I forget something Turbo. That was called. But it was pretty good. It's like an outrun type driving game.
Yeah,
Very arcadey.
I
Lots
think
of
probably
content, lots of unlockables.
like I used to play, like I remember playing F-Zero when I was younger, and like some of the racing Beetle adventure racing game on the Nintendo 64 I really loved.
Yeah, I don't like these newer racing games where it's like everything's got to be like simulation, real to life.
Yeah, I like arcadey.
Yeah, I just want
Like
to have fun. I don't drive in real life, so I don't know how to drive realistic. I just want a fucking arcadey driving experience.
yeah, exactly.
All right, so we got San Diego Studios working on MLB The Show 22 and a new IP third-person action game. I like the
Third
sound of the new
person.
IP stuff. So it sounds like Sony's really branching out, at least in the IP department.
Yeah,
Ben Studio, AAA new IP.
nice.
Fire Sprite Fabric, AAA narrative adventure, Horizon Call of the Mountain. I'm guessing that's in the Horizon Zero Dawn universe.
I don't know.
New AAA IP action shooter, a AAA IP multiplayer. Man, they're working on all kind of shit here. And a
Yeah,
story it's misspelled, but it should be story
Stroy.
driven mobile action game IP.
Yeah, they got big plans here.
Nixus is just doing code development. It's a support studio. Visual Arts does the art, animation, mocap support studio. New development team. Current project unannounced AAA game. And the last list here is Santa Monica Studios working on God of War Ragnarok and a new AAA IP. Guerrilla's unannounced multiplayer game. London Studios, new online AAA IP. is working on multiplayer live service. Don't like the sound of that. Blue Point, current project, original AAA IP. External development studio for XDev. Malaysia, what was it? It's working on art, animation, support studio, working with VASG, unannounced AAA project. And that looks like that's all that's in the works for Sony upcoming.
That's a handy list. Who'd you say did that? What was
Zuby Tech on Twitter.
What a nice guy to put that all in one place.
Yeah. And then they put it up on Reddit for us to find. Nice people.
Yeah.
But really, it sounds like they're focusing a lot on multiplayer online stuff, but they got some new IPs in the works. So I'll be interested to see what's coming up when they announce the announcements.
Hopefully they do well, because again, it goes back to trying to do these new IPs. Like people accept them, so we don't keep getting the same rehashed garbage over and over again.
Yeah, well, Ghost of Tsushima was a new IP, and that kind of worked out for them.
Did it?
Yeah,
Did you play that? Did
I
you?
haven't played it, but I hear
You haven't played
it. Trek to Yomi, I've heard good things about that. That just came out.
Nice.
I haven't heard nothing. Ghostwire Tokyo was like a big thing. Like when they showed the trailers, everyone was excited about it and came out, and I haven't really heard anything from anybody. Anything else to add to this? I know you're a big Xbox guy. You're not really a Sony man.
No, it'd be interesting to. I don't know if somebody does a similar thing for new Xbox titles coming out. Maybe we could do that one time, and I'd be interested to see what new stuff's coming out. But no, that's cool. It looks like there's some good stuff coming out, and it's always good options for people.
Ninja Kitty says Spider-Man. You do the 5 same scenarios over and over again. I mean, it is. You're Spider-Man. You fight fucking criminals and crooks.
I just always love the Spider-Man games, like the freedom, like the open world Spider-Man games, just flying around, shooting webs on buildings and swinging. I can just do that for hours. It feels so good.
Ninja Kitty says Horizon Zero Dawn was new and successful, but that was new and successful like 2 years ago? Don't count. He wants new and successful current year. But Spider-Man, what I want for a Spider-Man game is to drop the entire narrative, right? Get rid of the story. Just let me be Spider-Man, going around the city, let everything happen organically. You stop a criminal, maybe you find out he's working for the Kingpin, so then you got to track the Kingpin down, put the Kingpin in jail. He stays in jail for X amount of game days, before he breaks out. Then, you might be swinging around and fuck, there's the Rhino, and I got to stop the Rhino. And everything just organically happens. Like something leads to another thing, And it's not so much like there's a story where you have to stop Doc Ock. It's more like, hey, you ran into Doc Ock. And,
just pure open world coincidence.
Story.
Just all pure coincidence. Yeah. That would be cool.
And I mean, with the amount of villains, like put all of his villains. He's got like 100 villains. Put them all in the game. So you're always constantly running into people. You're going from small crime to bigger crime to fucking. Now they're teaming up. Now you got fucking the Rhino and Shocker teaming up, and you got to figure out how to fucking beat them. And maybe you run into like some of the other heroes, Black Cat or fucking Sandman or somebody. They help you out.
Would there be an ending in this dream?
No, it would just go on forever.
You just keep playing and playing.
Yeah, why not?
That would be cool. I mean, just anytime you want to pick up and just be Spider-Man for a little while. Yeah, there's not like you don't have to worry about certain parts or whatever. You just do whatever you want. I like that idea.
And like I said, if you put a little timer, so like you captured Doc Ock, right? So now he's not going to show up again for like 20 in-game hours, right?
Right.
So
that's a good plan, dude.
I know. I should be a game developer or something.
Yeah.
Call me up, Sony.
Float that idea out there.
If Spider-Man 2 comes out and that's the way the fucking game is, I'm suing somebody.
Yeah. They're listening right now like, oh, yes, we're going to write that down.
All right, that's all we got to say on that. Lots of upcoming projects, lots of things for me to look forward to because there's Sony games. Nothing for Days because he is an Xbot.
Womp womp.
Art Bell's in the chat going ham. Pretty soon, we're griping about Amico in chat. Tony will say, get those bums out of here. Nah, you guys could talk about Amico in chat. I don't police my chat. I'm okay with it. As long as you're not harassing anybody or harassing my co-host or people we have on the panel. I don't care what you guys talk about. I'm just glad you're here. Ninja Kitty says Forza is friggin' awesome for racing game.
I have heard that Forza would be a good one. That might actually be on the Game Pass. I wonder.
Yeah. Adam Wilson says all he wants is Metroid Prime 4 with the awesome sounds of Tommy Tallarico. He's going to be like a running joke in the industry, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I mean he's damaged goods at this point. I mean it's just the way he's handled himself. He could have survived like just a failed console launch, but the way he's handled himself is he's ruined his reputation.
Yeah, I could say when just come on the channel, Tommy. I know you're listening. Come on the channel, do a mea culpa, answer all my questions, humble yourself, and you'll be good.
Yeah, we know you watch now. We got confirmation.
Yeah. Dorkside says, I had to force myself through Spider-Man. It was fun in the beginning only. I loved Spider-Man from the beginning. But again, I am a huge Marvel mark. Just put a Spider-Man game in front of me or an X-Men or Hulk or some shit, and I'm just playing that shit all day long. Like I said, I play the Avengers game. It's crap. I know it's crap, and I'm like, damn, this game is crap. But I'll play it all day long. What's up, Carl? Carl's in the chat.
Howdy, Carl. Mika Nader.
Yeah, he didn't like your album. Tommy loved your album. He was jealous. That's probably what it was.
Yeah. We love your album, Tommy.
Art Bell says, does Tony even gyro, bro? Was it 95% eaten or we got 100% since Number one gyro news source. I eat it all. I do not waste food. It's the one thing that my family has taught me. I had one of those parents that, like, if you had food on your plate, you ain't leaving the table until you finish it.
My parents tried to do that shit to me too, but I would just sit there and wait for them to get distracted, shovel it in the trash.
I wouldn't. I would just eat it. And they only had to do that like 3 or 4 times with me. But I also had these kind of parents that, like, when you eat chicken, you know, you get the father that takes your bones. Like, no, look at this, like a fucking strand of meat on there.
I couldn't handle peas, English peas, dude. Like I couldn't eat them. I still to this day cannot eat peas. They make me puke.
Yeah, hold on for 1 second, Days. Take over.
Oh, well, this will be a great time to start talking about all my yard sale stuff. I'm just kidding. Let's check out some of the chat. Tommy Amico, you can't sleep because you hear Ferrari engine revving outside. Yeah, dude, he's coming for you. Rabbit Dude asked if you played Cuphead before Tony. I don't know if Tony has, but I have. That game is fun. I do like that game. It's got such a old school feel to it. But it's hard. It's freaking hard. I've not been able to beat it. I only got so far, and then I kind of stopped playing it. I don't know why. I got stuck on one part, and I was on it for like a week, and I just couldn't get by it. And I finally just kind of gave up. I should probably go back to it. Sing the Oompa Loompa song. Oompa Loompa doopity doo. I've got a riddle for you. What do you get when you shovel down sweets? I can't remember the rest of it, how the rest of that shit goes. DJC's album needs to be on vinyl. Yeah. The two best things, two of the best things that have come out of this whole thing was DJC's Cringe album and Tommy Uyumiko's awesome punk rock album. It's been those were two amazing things that came out of this whole debacle.
All right, what did I miss?
Great stuff, dude. Nothing. I've just been answering comments, just reading the comments.
I haven't played Cuphead, Rabbit Dude. I saw it. I want to play it, but I haven't played it. You know what I've been playing? Was it Curse of the Dead Gods? See, they got it free on PlayStation Plus. It's a roguelike. It's kind of like Hades, but like with more of an Aztec theme to it. Really good. Enjoying it. Loving it.
Yeah, Tommy Amico is doomed. That's how that ends.
It is. Ninja Kitty's right. Francois needs an album. We need more Francois. What happened to him?
He came to his senses probably finally.
Art Bell says Tony's gyro, he puts worms and flies instead of pork. Frog Persona, he lives the gimmick. Yeah. I dry up. I got to constantly get myself in the water. I'm sitting in a little like kiddie pool so my skin don't dry. No PS5s out in the wild. Everyone says that. I don't understand that. I mean, maybe because I'm such a good Sony pony, but they basically were like, here, you're a fucking customer here. Fucking just go to the Sony store ahead of everybody and pick out whatever you want. And after you're done, we'll open it up to the public. So I was like, cool, whatever.
Hell yeah.
That's how I got mine. And I stupidly bought the fucking digital only one, and then I bought a physical game. And I was like, why the fuck did I do that? Like,
yeah, I when I replaced my Xbox One X, I bought the Series S, not thinking. I was like, oh, I don't need the disc port or whatever. And then I remembered I have all these freaking games I can't play now because they're on disc. Because I'm an idiot and I like to buy physical.
Yeah, we do dumb things sometimes.
Yeah, oh well. My son has the Series X, so if I want to ever play, I can just commandeer that.
Tommy Amico says Cuphead is great. I'm almost done with it, but I'm waiting for my friend to come over because he wanted to beat it on 2-player at the same time, and it's fun. You got to jump on all the pink objects.
That's impressive that you're about to beat it, man, because that game is tough.
Yeah, that one journalist couldn't even get past the tutorial stage.
That's pathetic. I mean, I got a decent amount into it, but
Dean
yeah, I got
Takahashi
stuck on a part.
got stuck on the fucking tutorial. Which is funny because Dean was also saying how great the Amico was. So,
well, he probably needs simple games then.
Yeah, I got that Sony Latino discount. I just called them up, said Latino discount. You got to try it. If you're Hispanic, Latino, Chicano, whatever you want to label yourself, try it. Just ask for the Latino discount and see what they say. You never know. You never know what's going to happen until you try it, right?
Yeah, why not? I had to pay $100 more for mine.
That was the white man discount.
I know what the white man surcharge.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, like there was one time, right? We had gone to White Castle, and I think it was probably like a Thursday because I didn't have enough. I didn't have a lot of money. The check hadn't come in yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we went to White Castle, and I just ordered some burgers. And my buddy who was driving, he ordered some burgers. We pull up to the first window, and we pay the lady, and he goes, "Hey, I know that lady. She's in my class, right? Because we were in college at the time. She's like, she's in one of my classes." I'm like, "Cool. Tell her to give us some fucking drinks, right?" And he's like, "No, I can't do that." He's like, "I don't really know her that well." I was like, "But you know who she is, right? She knows who you are. She said hi to you when we got our food. She knows you. She's acknowledged your existence. Ask her for some free drinks." And he's arguing. He's like, no, I can't do that shit, right? So she comes back to give us our food. I'm like, "Hey." I said his name. I was like, "Old boy over here said that you should give us some free drinks." Right? And he's fucking panicked. He's like, "No, stop doing it." He's like fucking waving his arms at me and stuff. I'm like, he said, "Give us some free drinks," right? Because we're kind of thirsty. She's like, "Well, what do you want?" And he's like, no. I'm like, "Dude, shut up." She said, "What do you want?" I was like, "Give me a Coke." And he's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Fucking shut up. Tell her what you want." He's like, finally, he's like, "Oh, well, just give me a Coke too, right?" Boom, 2 free Cokes. Why? Because I asked.
Because you asked. Yep. That's what the key is too in sales. Like that's what they say. You got to ask for the business. You got to ask for the sale. Because so many people try to go through a sale and they don't ever ask to close it.
I mean, and she was a pretty young thing. So we got our food. We ate in the parking lot. She joined us shortly thereafter. She was on break. But the rest of that story is for another time.
Oh my God.
Dude, Latino discount. What can I say?
Jeez. Was she pretty?
I said she was pretty. I wouldn't be talking to her if she wasn't. I'm just that
she wasn't a horse face?
Oh, no. Nice body. I remember it like it was yesterday.
And we don't get to hear the rest.
I am a terrible person. I've admitted it freely. I hit on chicks all the time.
That's not terrible.
I
used to do that too. But, oh well, I've done that too. Until you're married, I used to hit on a lot of girls too.
Yeah, until you're married. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, married to the right one. Oh no.
So we're going to be talking about the weight loss challenge. What update we got going? Unfortunately, we don't have Gary here, but we do have Daze, who's also partaking. Make sure you like, subscribe, share this video. We want to be an inspiration to all the gaming fatties out there, like we used to. So, Daze, how is your weight loss journey going?
Let's just put it this way. I've got a box of Little Debbie oatmeal cream pies hidden in my sock drawer that I hide from the kids. It's not been good. I'll be honest. It's just I try and then I don't know. I just can't get motivated to do it. I mean, I'm still hovering at that 125, 130 mark. So
What do you say? 125?
one or two 220.
I was like, damn.
220, 225, 230 mark. I just can't. I don't know. Every time I try to like lose weight, I start doing good for a little bit, and then I just go into like a fat mode, and I just start eating and eating, and I loot whatever I've done, I fail.
I feel you. I feel you because obviously, if you follow me on Twitter or you follow me on YouTube, you see every Thursday or Friday I'll post that I'm cheating once again.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But I try to keep it to like one meal, 1 day a week. Try anyway, but I'm like 230 right now. I've lost 20 pounds since we started this.
That's awesome, dude. Good for you.
Maintaining, that's the key, right? If I can maintain at least, then we're all good.
When is the deadline for this? So I know I just need to start starving myself to win.
July 1st, if I remember correctly.
Oh shit!
So it's coming up fast.
Yeah, it is.
I know Gary was saying he was having a little trouble. He was cheating. He was eating some bad food. Again, if you follow me on YouTube, which I'm sure everybody in the chat does, you'll see that today I posted a little video, little short showing what I ate. It was 2 cans of chunk chicken, some mayonnaise, some mustard, some mozzarella cheese, 2 tomatoes cut up, some lettuce, jalapeno cut up, half an onion, a little bit of salt. There was no salt in the picture, but I put a little bit of salt on there. Mixed it all up in a bowl. Ate that. That was my breakfast and lunch combined.
That's basically like a sandwich, I guess, a sandwich spread without the bread.
Yeah. I mean, I looked at the can and it said like 9 servings per can, so.
You can eat meat though. You can eat meat though, pretty much. You can eat a lot of meat and you're not going to gain weight, like protein and stuff. Like it's when you start eating the fucking bread and the pasta and all the bad stuff. That's when the carbs, exactly, or the sweets. My thing, that's my biggest problem is sweets. I am like when it comes to like cheap pastries and like cheap snacks like Little Debbie's and stuff, dude, I am like I'm a pig. I can't control myself. Donuts, like I have a massive sweet tooth.
Well, for me, I just like food. Food just tastes good.
Yeah. Do you I used to smoke cigarettes, and that's when, like, that after I stopped smoking, I started gaining weight. And also the same thing too, like when you smoke cigarettes, your taste buds are almost kind of numb, and food doesn't like taste as good. Like when I stopped smoking about 5-6 years ago, I just realized how much better food tasted. And like since then I've gained like 30 or 40 pounds from when I was like pretty much 185, 195, and now 230.
Art Bell says 80% of weight loss is diet, according to the science-related diet books. Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, for me, right? I can't just eat one burger, right? I got to eat like 2 burgers. Can't just eat a little bit of fries. I got to eat a fucking massive plate of fries, big old drink. Just like food. Like when I would get an ice cream, like I can't have just like 2 little scoops of ice cream, right? I got a whole fucking big, like 8-ounce glass, fucking jammed in with ice cream. Because I just like food. When I eat stuff that tastes good, I want lots of it.
One time, I had a carton of ice cream that I was staying in a hotel, and it had it had a little bitty mini freezer kind of thing in it, but it didn't really keep things cold. And the carton of ice cream melted, and I hadn't hardly eaten any of it. I drank the whole thing. I kind of thought, like, I didn't want it to waste. I kind of thought, like, Jesus Christ, how many calories did I just consume, like, in a drink like that? Because that's like probably 6 servings of ice cream. and you just like, I drank it in like one big gulp.
Like a shit.
It tasted incredible, but my heart was probably like instantly like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I've done crazy stuff. Like I said, I used to. I sat down and I figured it out. You know, I looked on the websites of the different places I go to, and I figured it out. And I was eating like 4,000 calories a day.
Wow, dude.
And I wasn't getting like super fat either. I was only at 250. And I was like, that's a lot of fucking calories. Because like I said, like I'll go to Dunkin' Donuts, right? I can't eat one donut. I got to buy like 3 fucking donuts.
Oh yeah, man. Me too with donuts.
Right?
Krispy Kreme, dude. Like I don't know if you ever like a hot thing of Krispy Kreme. I could eat a dozen. Like the ones that just melt in your mouth. I could sit down and literally eat a dozen of those. Tony? Uh-oh. Can y'all hear me or can we only hear Tony? Or did I drop out? What do you guys hear, chat? Do you hear me or do you hear Tony? King of all buttocks is here. King of all buttocks said, I can hear you, Dave, sadly. Oh, Tony was bored of this conversation. Yeah, maybe a train went by and knocked him out. But yeah, I don't know. If you guys ever had Krispy Kreme donuts, dude? Like the hot, like when you go by and the sign says hot now donuts, or it's supposed to say hot donuts now, but it looks like it says hot now donuts. Oh my God, dude. Like those things are so good. They don't have one. They don't have one up here, but if you guys ever see a Krispy Kreme and there's a sign that says hot now donuts, you must stop instantly. But wait, what is it? What are we talking about? So we're talking who looks like the Wolverine. Amico Nader said that I look like Wolverine. Who said that, Carl? Who said you looked like the Wolverine? If Dazed was a Muppet, who would he be? No, I'm not Fozzie. That's Carl. I don't know who I would be. Who did you say that one time? You said I was somebody, Carl. What was that guy's? What was that one Muppet? That big, weird Muppet? I can't remember his name. Snagglepuss, or I can't remember what you said it was. Yep, Tony's gone. Evie, you got to deal with me. I imagine a train went by and took him out, or his computer crashes and he has to reset it. But Skeeter with the glasses. Oh, Tony's back.
Yeah. I heard about Krispy Kreme. Those donuts suck. I hate Krispy Kreme donuts.
Are you kidding me?
I hate
Have you ever been?
Too sweet.
Oh, dude, have you ever been in there when? Well, that's probably my sweet tooth. Have you ever gone in there and got hot ones?
No.
Like when the sign will be on the side. It says "Hot Now Donuts," and you go in there and dude, you just ask for like a thing of hot ones because they literally are just coming off the line. You put them in your mouth, dude, they melt in there like butter. Oh, a big old nice big tall glass of cold milk. A few of those, dude. You're in heaven.
So what was the last thing I said before I kind of dropped off the face of the earth?
Yes, Tommy Sweetums, that's his name. I honestly don't know. You just stopped. I can't remember, dude. I think we were just talking about food.
Well, I said I eat like 3 donuts at a time, and if I go to McDonald's, I gotta have fucking a bunch of food. Just like food.
Yeah, food is good.
Yeah. I don't smoke cigarettes. I never smoked. I smoked 3 cigarettes my entire life, just to prove that I could.
The thing that cigarettes are good though, like after you've had like a really nice meal and you're full, nothing beats a freaking cigarette, dude, because it literally like you almost can taste the meal again, like when you're smoking like that that is the only thing I miss about smoking is smoking after a nice meal.
Well, like I said, I always used to joke. My parents used to smoke like chimneys when I was a kid. And I was always like, I don't need to smoke. Like I could smoke, because everyone's like, oh, if you smoke cigarettes, you're gonna start coughing. I'm like, dude, I can take a cigarette right now, smoke that whole thing, and I won't have to worry about it. I'm so used to cigarette smoke. So people would be like, well, go ahead. Here's a cigarette. Let's see you do it, right? Because fuck, you did it. No problem. And then I just never found the need to smoke. I don't need to. So I just did, like I said, 3 cigarettes because various people were like, let's see you smoke.
I started like smoking in like social situations. Like I would buy a pack when I would go out to the bar and drink because it was just kind of like all my friends were smoking at the time. I just thought it was kind of, something to do just because I liked cigarettes when I was drinking. But then like before I knew it, I was like, and I used to give the pack away at the end of the night. But then I started taking the pack home with me, and then I was smoking when I got up in the morning, and then when I wasn't drinking, and the next thing I knew, I'm fucking addicted. Smoked parliaments. I smoked parliaments for years.
What I'm basically trying to say is, Marty McFly and them, is like, oh, what are you, chicken? Like that's me. Like you do that to me, and I'm fucking.
What are you, chicken? Yeah, I'm like that too, man. But it was usually with drugs.
Yeah, everything except drugs. I don't do drugs. Never found the need. King of All Buttocks says, Tony, you fuck. It's not just calories, but the quality of the calories. Well, believe me, I was not eating 4,000 calories worth of protein or lettuce or vegetables. It was like donuts, Snickers ice cream bars, like omelets, like those little like fucking breakfast sandwiches from Dunkin' Donuts, and then like a bunch of White Castles, and then like food at home, snacks, chips, pop. So trust me, they were bad calories.
Soda is fucking awful for you, and I'm drinking a Dr. Pepper right now, but that stuff is just pure empty calories. You'll get fat drinking soda.
Yeah, I used to drink tons of it. Now I stopped. The only thing I drink is Monsters.
I've gotten pretty good. I only drink one soda a day usually, and it's in the morning. Like when I'm getting to work, I usually have one soda to get going. Now when I stream, I will have a soda, but other than that, I usually have gotten pretty good about not having any more and just drinking water.
And No Call No Show says, "Aren't you just a big guy though, Tony? You probably need 3,000 calories." Well, I'm 6'1.5". I got pretty wide chest and everything. I don't need 3,000, but I probably could use it. I burn up a lot of calories at work. The problem is like the days that you work, it all works out, and then like the weekend when you don't do as much work because you're not at work, and you slowly like gain a pound every weekend, half a pound here.
Yeah,
that's what fucks you up.
Yep.
Says 3 donuts, 90 grams of fat. That's bad stuff. Maybe be a pro eater. To eat like mad and fast for a week. I always wanted to get into like an eating contest. I think I'd do good.
People that eat hot dogs, like those hot dog eating contests, are disgusting because they shove the wiener down their mouth and then they like dip the bread in water. Like they don't even eat it together.
I couldn't get into a hot dog eating contest because I'd be like, hey, I need some mustard and mayonnaise and.
Yeah, no kidding.
Or not mayonnaise, ketchup. I need some ketchup.
Yeah, not mayonnaise.
Yeah, what the fuck was I talking about? My brain's crap. But yeah, I'd be like, hey, what about the onions? And throw a little relish on there.
You know what I put mayonnaise on that's weird, but it's good. Like once you try it, it's really good. Sloppy Joes with mayonnaise.
God, that sounds disgusting.
It sounds disgusting. I'm telling you, dude, but it's freaking amazing. Like it mixes so well with it. I thought it was gross too. My friend did it one time in front of me, but he put mayonnaise like on everything. And I was like, you know what? I was kind of high. I was like, you know what? I'll try it. And I put it on there and I was like, oh my God, dude, it's so good.
Amico Nader says, you know what you need to load up on? Heroin and cocaine. No, I don't do drugs. No.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Amico's the only drug that I do.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. You're talking about mayonnaise on your sloppy joes. Fucking Disgusting days. Can't believe you would do that. But
Sometimes I even put cheese on it, like a slice of cheese. It
well, that's
melts.
fine. Cheese is fine. When I was younger, because I was a big fan of the Ninja Turtles, they would always eat weird stuff on their pizza.
You did
Get
that?
pizza every once in a while. You got leftovers. I'd be like, oh, let me try that. So I'd be like spreading peanut butter on the fucking pizza. Tastes good. Don't knock it till you try it.
Hey, same with mayonnaise and sloppy joes, punk.
I used to get the Nabisco Chips Ahoy cookies and slather some fucking peanut butter in between and like make it like a sandwich.
Peanut butter pretty much goes well with anything. I was at a really pretty fancy restaurant one time, and they had like a homemade peanut butter that they served with bacon, and you dip the bacon in the peanut butter, and it looked like something was disgusting. It was freaking good.
I had a bacon milkshake once. This is supposed to be a weight loss thing, and we're talking about how much we enjoy food. I'm sorry.
It always devolves into that.
We're so starved. We're like just talking about.
I know. Like, oh.
Yeah. So that's the weight loss update. Days Gaming hasn't lost anything. Me, I'm maintaining 230. Hopefully, we'll have Gary on next week to get a little update. Beefy will pop in somewhere. I'll hit him up on Discord or something, find out how his weight loss is going. Cyrus, I don't know if you've seen him, but the other day, he looked like he lost a bunch of weight himself. So good on Cyrus. He was joking about joining in. I said, there's plenty of room to get in on the weight loss challenge.
Yes, there is. It's for a good cause.
Always for
Carl.
charity. That's how we do things.
Highlight Carl's latest comment.
No. Tommy loves the big wiener. Big old wiener. Tommy Amico or Tommy? Art Bell says Ray is stream cheating on Tony. OMG.
Where is she?
I have no idea. I just got back from being out in. I went through a tunnel. My house is traveling through a tunnel. That's why the internet went out.
Oh, okay. I figured it was a train.
No. It was a joke. There was nothing. I don't know why. It just froze.
Brandy Snow says that's because Cyrus cries himself to sleep. It causes weight loss.
Does it?
No, I don't know. Maybe do you burn calories crying?
Carl has a new video up. We'll probably check that out after on the after show. But I see Carl has a video up.
Yeah, I saw it pop up earlier on my thing. I got the bell clicked on Carl's stuff.
I don't like pop-ups on my browser feed. You'd probably kill me.
I only do it for a few people. What's on my mobile?
All right, so that was the weight loss update. We got a couple more things. You want to talk about Moon Knight, fan poll, Amico specs, or SNK being bought by the Saudis?
I can tell you right now, I don't know crap about Moon Knight, so that's going to be a you topic. So if any one of those other ones, though, we can talk about. I'm good. Just roll the dice.
All right. Looks like we're talking fan polls.
Yeah.
Cyrus is on a hunger strike until Amico releases. Oh
no.
Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, we're going to be talking fan polls. That's right. On the channel, we are starting to have some polls in the community tab. We got the community tab. I said, hey, might as well use it. And I was shocked at the amount of people that have been voting on our polls, going to the community tab, leaving comments. I really didn't think. For the size of the channel, I was like, we'll get like 1 or 2 people, maybe 10, maybe 20, right? But we've gotten hundreds of votes on some of these polls. So thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. We're going to continue this every week. Throw up 2 or 3 polls. That way we have something to talk about. This week was extra special because we had some polls about the channel, as well as some polls just about general gaming topics. So we got 3 of them, Days. Which one do you want to go through first? We got, are you a retro or modern gamer? We got, what kind of gaming content do you want to see on the channel? And of course, we got, which console is better, Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo?
Let's save that one for last, the SNES Genesis one. So either of those other 2, if you want the content maybe for your channel, or sounds good.
And we'll just go through them in order. How's that sound?
Okay.
It'll make it easier on everybody. So I asked, are you a retro or modern gamer? This was up 2 days only. It's got 113 votes. Uh, in last place, the people voting were pre-NES retro gamer, only 24%. And second place with 28%, current or last generation modern gamer. And with 48% of the vote, post NES retro gamer. So from NES till about PS3 era, I would count as more of a modern retro gamer.
Hmm. I'm glad that many people voted. It doesn't surprise me though. Post NES, I kind of fit. I mean, I don't know really. I can't really consider myself a current gamer. I mean, I do play some new games, but it's rare, or it's not rare, but it's like I play Halo, like I said earlier. But I I fit in both those categories, the pre NES and the post NES, because I still like to play my Atari games and my Vectrex I have. So I still kind of dip my toes into some of that pre stuff, but I do play quite a bit of the NES and Super Nintendo and stuff like that. So
I don't play anything other than the modern consoles. I would, if available, if the option was there to play like a PS3, maybe a PS2 era game, but those would probably be like RPGs, strategic RPGs, tactics types games. Nothing, no like action games from that era.
does the retro stuff just not interest you at all, or you just like over it? Like it doesn't, you don't see the point of going back?
I think I'm just kind of over it. It's like there's so much improvement in like quality of life things. Like you go back, you're like, oh man, I can't fast travel. I can't run. Like this game won't even allow me to run. I gotta like walk through everything. I can't. Like I said, I was playing the Prinny collection, right? Neither one of those games has auto. When you get to like a cutscene, quote unquote, where they're like
To skip
the
it,
voice
yeah,
acting is
that's rough.
reading. Like the voice acting is fine for the game, right? But every time they finish the line, I have to click the A button to get to the next text box, right? In the newer games, you could just push like a button and it does automatically. Like every time it gets to the end of the text, it goes to the next person automatic on its own.
Mm.
So you can just kind of sit there and listen until it's all finished. Like
Yeah,
that
that could
little,
be. That's frustrating.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like that little bit of quality of life thing is like when you go back to not having it, you're like, oh fuck, how did I ever put up with this?
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I don't know. I just part of it for me too is just the nostalgia of going back and playing games that I enjoy playing. But for me too, it's also like I have I try to master games that like now that I had a hard time. Well, master. I suck at games really, but like I try to do better than like I did as a child, and now especially like with being able to look up strategies online that I really didn't know of earlier, like being able to beat Mike Tyson because I watched somebody do it in a video. That was a really proud moment for me, like in my gaming history, to say that I could do that. So I don't know, that's kind of part of the appeal for me too, but also like going and finding games that new stuff that was old that I never tried, like that appeals to me. So
That
I can kind of
noise.
look.
Hold on. If you hear that noise, somebody in my neighborhood is shooting off fireworks.
Huh?
No idea why.
You sure it's
This is
fireworks and
the
not
area I live in.
gunshots?
Yeah, I've tried. Like I've tried to go back and play some older games, right? And you sit down, you're playing for like 10 minutes. I'm like, this is crap. What am I doing? Like, why am I torturing myself to play this?
Yeah, I guess if you just, I don't know what it is. I just like it. I can do it. I can go back and play it. I like it.
CM
But
Retro Gaming says I like both retro and modern. Well, with the name like CM Retro Gaming, I would hope you liked retro gaming at least a little bit.
yeah. I like modern stuff too, CM Retro. There's some good stuff out there. Some new
Art Bell
stuff.
says TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo are the most exciting consoles. Loads of great and mysterious games I never knew existed. SNK maybe will release a better mini. Maybe.
I love the Turbo Graphics too. I have one. I don't have a whole lot of games for it though because it's just they're so expensive to buy for, but it is a cool system.
Yeah, for me, like an RPG, I can go back and play like a Final Fantasy game or a Shining Force or even like a War Song or a Limb Greaser. Like all those type of games I could play. But when it comes to like an action game or a platformer, like it's just so frustrating. Like I don't know. When I was a little kid, it took me like 2 years to beat Mega Man 2, and I was so proud of it. Right, I fucking beat Mega Man 2. But now I just don't have the patience. I'm like, why am I
It is
suffering?
it is tough to do those games where it's like you have to start back over at the beginning, like it does. Like it is that is kind of the nice thing these days about save states. Like if you do play on a system that offers
Emulation.
save states. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I guess it's kind of emulation. I mean, like you can do like the Retron 5 where I guess it's still kind of emulation where you put the cartridge in and it just dumps the ROM, but I'll do that. Like I'll play games and I'll use save states to try to get better at a part, and then I'll go back and just play it like on original hardware with the normal way of playing it. So,
No Call No Show says I've always been a Neo Geo fan, but as I get older, I love them even more because I have less time and you can play them for 10 minutes to 4 hours. Yeah, I think the time is one of the factors because like, why am I playing this older game when I could be using that time for a newer game?
yeah. I'm gonna start a thing. I've decided I'm gonna start a video series where I just do I'm gonna do like a random. It's gonna be like blind pick NES or something like that, where I just like cover my eyes and I pick like a random game out of my collection and I have to play it, no matter if it's good or bad, and talk about it and do like a little review of it. I think I might try to start doing stuff like that.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I mean, I've thought about going back and trying to play old games or have Max Sidekick play all the old games and give his reaction, but I don't know.
Time
I
is
think all my
limited,
reaction
so
will be like, "This game is crap."
yeah, just play what you love, dude. Like the amount of time that we have to actually play games is why stuff for something you don't want to play. Like just play what you love.
And any developers who happen upon this stream who wants to make a old school game, like you're making a retro inspired game, don't copy the frustrating elements of old games, right? Don't copy the not being able to save anywhere. Don't copy the not being able to run or you can't change direction when you jump because that's how the old platformers used to be, like fucking Castlevania originally, right? Give us the old style graphics and the old style gameplay, but with the new quality of life, improvements. Give us the best of both worlds, right?
I agree. I like that. That is a hard thing about playing games and not being able to move when you jump. Like that is a hard thing to do. But I'd like it. I don't mind it. If it's a game I'm used to or old games, I give it a pass.
Yeah. So that's the poll. And now, if I was being disingenuous, if I was trying to be slick, I'm going to show you how you be slick with a poll like this. If somebody asked me, I would say that 72% of the people who answered the poll said they were retro gamers.
Yeah.
See, if I listed a whole bunch of more options, then I could manipulate the poll. And that's how you manipulate statistics and data. Don't do that. That'll give you fucked up results. But if you wanted to have a result to be in your favor, you ask an ambiguous question, give a bunch of options, and then group them together in a way that
Group
suits
them and
your.
say, look, yeah.
Like I could put a poll that says,
"What
if you could only have two systems for the rest of your life, right? What would they be?" And if I put Amico and PS5, Amico and Xbox, Amico and Super Nintendo, Amico and Turbo Graphics, then I could just say 100% of all the people who voted in this poll wanted the Amico.
That would be a Tommy Tallarico. thing.
Right? But that's what I'm saying.
Whatever.
Like, so when people cite statistics or cite graphs, or always ask what was the question asked and what were the options to the question, because that'll really expose what they're trying to do.
Good advice.
Our second poll question was, what kind of gaming content do you want to see more on the channel? The options were reviews, indie spotlights, developer interviews, obscure gaming spotlights, or gaming news. And in a surprise, I was surprised by these results. We had 74 votes, and it kind of went in a nice little step thing here.
Yeah.
Reviews only got 12%, so people don't really want to see reviews. Indie spotlights got 16%, tied with developer interviews. Obscure game spotlights got 22% of the vote. And gaming news, 34%. So a third of you said you'd rather have gaming news than anything else on the channel.
Wow.
Which is interesting because the gaming news stuff always does the worst. Go figure.
Yeah.
So if you're voting for gaming news, I should see at least 33%. So what is 1/3 of 75? So about 25 views on every gaming news video. If I'm getting less than that, you guys are lying to yourselves.
Well, that's about how many people voted for it. A third of the
Right.
votes. Well, I guess so those are your viewers on the gaming content, gaming news content.
We're at the big poll question, Dave. What is the better console? Which console is better? Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo. It was a tight race. We had Sega took an early lead, and then Super Nintendo slowly closed the gap. Right now, we're sitting at 240 votes.
Wow. I don't know what the result is. I'm curious.
One result, one choice has 49%. The other choice, 51%. That's how close.
That's awesome.
I am a Super Nintendo fan, obviously. Days Gaming.
Me too. I'm Super Nintendo. I like the Sega Genesis, but I love the Super Nintendo.
Show says Super Nintendo wins. Are we right? That's what I'm talking about. So let's take a look at the results. Hopefully, y'all made the right choice. Now, I'm disappointed that even it got to 50-50, right? I'm disappointed that many people would voted Sega Genesis. Here it is, gentlemen.
51%.
Oh, Super Nintendo takes it.
Just barely. That's pretty amazing. 200 is still that close. Like, that's how tight that was. That's how big of a deal that was back then. Super Nintendo versus Sega Genesis. Right down the middle.
So we're talking what? It won by like less than 5 votes.
Yeah. Because it was 50-50 the other day, and it was like 220 votes or something like that, I think.
Yeah, and I think the poll's not 100% accurate. I think they round up and round down a little. So it's probably really like 49 point something and 50 point something.
Yeah.
But Super Nintendo wins. Looks like me and Days were on the right side of history once again. Fortunately,
I don't think we can't be too proud of this win. This was close. The Sega Genesis had a great showing.
They had a great showing. It was only 2 choices. If I threw the TurboGrafx in, Sega Genesis probably would have lost by a bigger margin. Sega people crying. That's right, Brandy. Sega people crying. It looked like Sega was going to win. I was worried. I was a little bit worried. And then the mail-in ballots started coming in. The overseas, the absentee ballots filtered in slowly. Super Nintendo took it. That's it. It's declared the winner for all times. I don't want to hear anybody else on this channel ever say Sega Genesis is better than Super Nintendo because the fans have spoken. Now, please refresh. I just voted. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but I'll refresh.
People are voting now.
Yeah, we're going to refresh, and all of a sudden Sega's going to win. Like, no. No. Look at that. 50,
oh,
50.
no.
Six
people
votes.
have voted.
Well, it is now 50-50. Bam. And as you know, Days Gaming, I'm not allowed to vote. I can't vote on my own polls. When you make a poll, you can't vote. However,
Here we go. Hang on a minute.
I did say that if it was a
Here,
tie, I'm the tiebreaker vote. Super Nintendo.
Well, here's the deal.
Wins.
Here's the deal. I have not voted yet, so I have forgotten to vote, so I just voted. But it's still 50-50.
Is it
247 votes?
Either way, I get the tiebreaker vote. And of course, I am voting for the Super Nintendo.
Yes.
247 votes. 7 votes were late. I don't know where these votes from Sega. Sega is cheating, obviously. Trying to
Gary's
stuff the ballot
got
box
alt
at the
accounts, and Gary's got alt accounts going right now.
Gary pops up when mysteriously Sega gets 6 more votes. I don't know. Sounds like Days Gaming was kicked out of the stream. I don't know what happened there. But it sounds like some BS to me. Sega Genesis came in second. There's no shame in second place. No shame. But Super Nintendo has won the poll. It's official. We declared it the winner. You guys can vote as much as you want now. The election is over. Right, Days?
Yes.
The election is over. Your votes do not count anymore.
Are people still voting?
Apparently they're still trying to vote. They're trying to stuff the ballot box at the end.
We're calling it.
We called it. We called it early. We called it. Super Nintendo. Even with you guys stuffing the ballot box at 50-50, it's still Super Nintendo. Thank you for everybody who voted. Remember, every week we're going to have new polls up, so please pay attention to the community tab. Just take a mosey over to it. Vote. Express your opinion. Leave a comment. Let us know how you feel about things. Remember, we're always looking to hear from our fans because we actually care about what your opinions are.
Yes, we do.
I voted Sega twice. Stolen election. That's right. They stole the election. Now, just me saying that is going to get the video flagged. You're like, did you say stolen election?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Service.
No, we're talking about Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, not Joe Biden.
Vote Sega no matter who. Oh my God, it's 250 votes now. Somehow, Sega Genesis is now winning.
It doesn't matter. We called it. It's in the record books. That video is done. Super Nintendo wins.
Poison Sword Run says, just voted for the blue blur. Sega does what Nintendo don't. Rigged. My vote wasn't counted. It's
your votes, but you've been disenfranchised.
Steal? No. It's okay. Retro Bro Biden. Everybody, let's storm. Oh, you're going to storm the capital of Nintendo, the Nintendo offices?
They're going to storm your community tab.
Show says that he had both back then, so I was good. I had the Super Nintendo. My brother had the Sega Genesis. I actually had 5 games for the Sega Genesis that were my games, despite not actually owning the system. And I owned the Sega CD that I hooked up to my brother's Sega Genesis.
You had the Sega CD, but you didn't have the...
Yeah.
Oh, King of All Buttocks just posted a video. Popped up. Minnie Craig sings about Canadian Gamer.
We'll watch that in the after show. We have plenty.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was the fan polls. I guess we could talk a little bit about the Intellivision Amico. You want to talk some
Oh
Amico,
yeah,
Dave?
of course. I'm a freaking addict.
I'm not an addict. I like to stay informed.
I'll admit it. I'm an Amico addict.
And with that, I will remind you to like and share the video, and of course, subscribe to the channel if you want more Intellivision Amico news or just regular gaming news in general, or you just like the sound of my voice or the sound of Dazed. You like looking at our avatars, whatever it is, just sub to the channel. So, a while back, Dazed, the specs for the Amico leaked. There was a developer portal that leaked.
Right?
However, the Intellivision team threatened to sue Ars Technica over it.
I remember.
The CEO at the time, Tommy Tallarico, claimed that it was outdated. These were outdated specs. That's not what the system was made. It wasn't true. Blah, blah, blah. Well, recently, thanks to one of my sources, one of the people that feeds me news, they directed me to the gentleman who designed the console, who no longer works at the company. As of February, the guy responsible for designing it is gone.
Wow.
But he did helpfully post all the specs for the system.
Just recently?
So pretty much just recently. Well, he probably put it up there after he left. He hasn't changed his LinkedIn, but he has left the company as of February, according to his resume.
Where did he post the specs at?
In his resume.
Oh, really?
That he posted on the website of the company he works at, which he owns. So it's kind of weird. So all publicly available information, you just kind of have to know where to look. So the specs for the Intellivision console, it says the architecture was designed around the Qualcomm APQ 8053 chipset, which we looked it up out of stock. It says there's going to be, 46-week lead time?
Oh my God.
Out of stock, but there's a 46-week lead time. So even if it was in stock, so if tomorrow this chip came back in stock, they would still almost have to wait a year before being able to get them delivered or made. And
wow.
Then probably another month.
Failure.
And that's if no one else wanted the chip, right? So not only is there a 46-week lead time, they got to still compete with other companies who need the chips. So
yeah, and television's at the bottom of the barrel on importance. Other companies are going to swoop ahead.
I'm sure someone will say how they've changed the chips. They've changed what chips they use or some excuse. So just keep that in mind, that this might not be the current quote unquote chips, but this is the chipset that it was designed around, right? This is the chips that the system was originally intended to use.
Well, at anything, it would take time for them to redevelop and with the new chip, right? I mean,
well, they would have to redevelop, make sure it runs, do all the QA work, make sure the games are running, make sure it passes FCC again, do all that. It would be a whole big thing. And then hope that the new chip that they got is still going to be developed. Still probably has a big lead time.
Oh,
easily,
still
probably have to compete with other people for it. Additionally, the console feature set includes 120 gigaflops GPU, Wi-Fi 2.4G and 5G, Bluetooth 4.3, HDMI at 1080p 30, 2 gigabytes LPDDR3 DRAM, 16 gigabytes onboard flash, RFID reader, SD card expansion slot, USB-C expansion port, various on-off for charging controllers, and illuminating LED chains. So those are the basic specs of the console. I did speak with one of our more technical people, one of our fans, one of our buddies. Uh, he basically said that they didn't even need the 1080p. They probably could have dropped it down to 720, saved on cost, and would have been fine. He even said they didn't need the USB-C or the RFID reader.
No,
That was
that's a
he called them stupid additions.
gimmicks.
He was
So
basically
now,
saying,
go ahead.
I was in his opinion, in the technical advisor that I reached out to, our technical advisor, our tech guy, not Pat and Ian's tech guy, but our tech guy, said basically it's probably not even going to have any chips available till 2023. So likely you wouldn't even have an Amico until 2024 at best.
Oh my God, this thing's going to be drug out for potentially for 2 more years, just stringing them along.
So the whole idea, like we know that they didn't buy the chips, right? They've said this many times. So there's no way. It was never on the launch pad. It was never going to be on the launch pad. It was that launch pad is so far away, so far out of their grasp. And we also got these specs on the controller. So the architecture on the controller is designed around the ESP32W Rover E module. It includes Bluetooth / BLE, 3.2 multi-touch TFT color display, 64 position pressure sensitive D-pad, action button, accelerometer, gyroscope, haptic motor, audio microphone, audio speaker, LiPo battery charging circuit, and USB-C. So over designed. I mean, for a simple controller, very, very, very over designed.
Yeah. So you were saying earlier, were those the same specs that were leaked?
Those were the same specs that were leaked. I checked.
And he was saying
right before the show. I checked.
So he was lying again then. So he was lying then again, saying that it was going to be better or whatever, and it's not.
Like I said, this is what it was designed originally for. I'm sure they'll probably say that, well, we changed X or we changed Y, but it's got to be pretty much within the same realm. You can't go too much wild and switching things out, right?
Well, now especially after we're reporting it, that thing will probably disappear. That his resume or whatever, it'll be gone.
No, but I'm saying, like, even if you say, well, we changed the chips, right? It's got to be a close enough chip. You can't just like, well, you can't just put any. Right? It's not like a sandwich where you're like, oh, I don't have cheddar cheese, so I'll just throw any kind of cheese on there. No.
Right? Oh, it's not plug and play like that. You can't just plug in whatever and it goes.
No. At least that's how I understand it. I'm not a tech guy. Maybe.
No, it'd have to be. Yeah, you'd have to all change.
Brandy Snow says, does DJC's countdown clock not count as the official countdown? That was the other thing I wanted to touch on. DJC put a. It was a weird video. Okay, let me just say, I hope it was a big troll because he seemed fucking unstable in that video. And I know I said things about DJC. I don't like him.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it? Let's watch
it.
I'll get the video up. We'll hopefully watch it. Because it is.
I can't watch this stuff anymore, but I will be interested to see if he's unhinged.
It is fucking freaky. Like, you watch this, and you're like, does this guy need help? Like, is he insane? Like I said, I know I've said things about DJC before, right? I'm saying this legitimately. Like, this isn't like cringe. This is like legitimate, like something cracked inside his brain. Like,
well, we'll see the evidence right now. You know, you can say it, but we can see it for our own eyes. Make our own decision.
Yeah, I'm just preparing you for it. Yeah, make your own decision. That's a good point. Well, why does that thing start playing? I don't want to start playing. All right, so this is Amico Minute, which is the the video's over a minute. It's like 3 minutes long. So failed there, just on the name alone. So we're gonna play it. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Let me know if you need me to stop the video days.
Okay.
I threw the quality down just to.
What's up, everyone? I'm the devastating Just Cause, and this is DJC Game Studios. Make sure you give us a like and a subscribe. Why am I doing that first instead of at the end of the video? Because there's not enough time or room when we're talking about everyone's favorite weekly show, the Amico Minute. Little shifty-eyed dealer. Don't mind if I do. So this week we are going to talk about something, and that is the release date. When is this going to happen? When can they get an investor? When can they get an acquirer? How are they going to put this out and mass produce the Amico? We all followed the Amico. We've seen all the games. They've shown us lots of different licenses, different genres, from retro reimagined to sports to card games and trivia, focusing on family-friendly and multiplayer. That was their goal. That was their mission. We've seen the box, the packaging. We've seen the unit. We know it exists. We've seen it. We've played it. Families have played it. Kids have played it. Retro gaming fans have played it. I myself have went to a couple of events, had my hands on the controllers, was able to play around with the system, play games, and have a great time doing so. So now what? How can we make this thing get produced? How can we get it to mass production? Well, I have one way that this could be.
Hey there, I'm just a friend. You're doing a great job. Keep up all the positive comments. Hey, don't listen to him. Listen to me. I think you should go heel. I think you should flip floppity flop. That's what you should be doing. No, just keep up what you're doing.
Awful.
Just
Never coming out.
No,
It's not. Stop this. Stop this. There's no backing down. There's only going forward. Bring back the countdown clock. That's your Amico Minute.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. But I don't know. I think there's a little bit of troll in there, but I don't know. Some lot of desperation, a lot of cope.
He says it's the lead in the Detroit water, potion soda. Yeah, I don't know why he would put a countdown clock to what, when Intellivision hasn't made any announcement.
Well, it's like 134 days more for him to just post his bullshit, just pretend like there's something happening.
Well, that's what somebody said. Somebody on Reddit said that they think that he's just putting the clock there to make sure people keep coming to his videos because they'll think that well, something's going to happen in 134 days, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. And the way he was talking, like, I don't know if he just... It would be DJC.
It would be DJC. No, I don't think so. He says he might have the inside scoop. if they were going to tell somebody something, right, they would obviously try to get Retro Bro and smashing them all back. Like, here, guys, look, it's coming out. Here's the fucking release date. We're serious this time. But
maybe they're just like
somebody
maybe they just know DJC is just so delusional that they've just told him some bullshit just to also help string this thing along for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Somebody looked on Social Blade, and apparently in 134 days, about Social Blade predicts that's when DJC will hit 1,000 subscribers.
Huh. Weird.
Tommy
So he's
Amico
just-
says it's like when a cult has an arbitrary Armageddon countdown.
Yeah, they always add something. Oh, he decided not to come this time. And they just come up with a new reason. Yeah, that's funny.
One Inch Bicep says it's on a Saturday in September when the clock runs out. Yeah. It's going to be weird. It's going to. So I am morbidly curious to see what sort of content he comes out with between now and 134 days. Yeah, I don't think that they gave him the inside scoop. That video has 75 dislikes to 48 likes. The comment section is pretty negative.
I'm surprised he's not calling negative comments at this point.
Well, he was at one point, but now he's not really.
So you think that that's the theory then, that that's how many days he's to get monetized? He's just literally going to string this garbage on to try to get to 1,000 subscribers and then do whatever he wants?
Possibly. But I mean, it really doesn't matter. I mean, if you hit 1,000, right, and then you switch up your content or whatever and you get no views, wow, you just made 3 cents. Like, you did that for 3 cents. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, man.
whereas if you stick to the same content that brought you to the dance, you'll probably make more money.
Yes, that's weird. I don't know. Yeah, why would he do that?
Show says acceptance comes slowly. I know he was upset with Bro. Said Bro was trolling because Bro left a comment on the Amico Forever podcast.
I saw that.
It's not coming out.
I saw that. There was like a picture of him and Geeks with Cash and Rab, and they all had like a sad look on their face, and they were like, it was captioned with something like that, with what happens when somebody, your friend or whatever, speaks the truth or something, where Retro Bro was like, yeah, dude. He's like, yeah, guys, it's not coming out. And they were all paused and their face was like,
D. Reed says he gets no views when he's not talking to Amico. Well, I've been told I get no views when I'm not talking to Amico. So I don't know. Glass houses and all that, right?
yeah, but the live streams get good views. Like if we focused on more content, if we focused on a lot more content, I think we would get more views. I mean, we're just, cutting up the stream and putting it out. I mean, you're going to get some views from that, but a lot of people have already watched the stream,
Yeah. So really, that's all I had. I will show. Someone asked to see the clip. I'm trying to get it up on Reddit because they have it on Reddit. The picture that Daze is talking about.
Oh yeah, the sad
did he
face.
time out, Bro? I think he did. I think either he timed him out or he basically said that he's trolling and he was asking people to make sure it was a real Retro Bro. I think that's part of what
timed out Retro Bro.
That's what spurred Retro Bro on to make his stream. Like, these guys are fucking nuts.
We got to get Retro Bro drunk. Get him to spill the beans.
Get all them good beans out. Here's the share the image.
Yeah.
It says the games are fun, in my opinion. Just release them on other systems at this point. This thing ain't shipping. Sorry, guys. And DJC was asking if it was trolling. Rab looked very upset. I think Rab mumbled a few things.
Sorry, fellas.
And that's it for the Amico news. I mean, there really isn't. There is a few things, right, to talk about, but it's not like big, major things like before. Like we're not getting any Tommy explosions.
We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna keep talking about it, no matter if it's little or not, because we're interested in it.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. There's no big like. I don't think there's gonna be any big revelations.
No. There won't be. But
for Tommy and them to get dragged off. You know, handcuffs. It's not happening, guys.
There's a certain few that are talking trash about that we're talking about the Amico when there's not big things to talk about, because it's been a fascinating story. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't want to be interested in this, because it's been such a massive dumpster fire that the little things, that little tidbits that come out, it's just interesting to talk about. It's not like have like a full show to talk about it, you know. We're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, well, that's what they do too. They'll say like that 10-minute segment or however long it was. I didn't fucking time it.
They did a 3.5-hour stream about the Amico. Do that thing.
Yeah. Winch Bicep says, "Bro needs to be careful. They know where he lives. Tommy's been there." Yeah.
Yeah,
I think Tommy's on the outs. See, Darius is here. Darius was calling me a fence rider the other day. Saw that.
What's up, Darius? I saw that too. So what's next?
So what else? We got 2 more topics.
Cult leader Tony.
Yeah, that was the question. Retro Bro claimed that Tommy told him there was a 10% chance of it coming out. Did Retro Bro already know this prior to his latest Amico After Dark? No, I think he just found it out recently because we talked about it. Like I said, everything Retro Bro said on the stream, me and Retro Bro already had discussed previously on Discord. I just didn't say anything because he was like, "Don't say anything." And
a 10% chance.
Not to clear Discord DMs. What's that?
When did Tommy tell him there was a 10% chance?
A couple weeks ago.
Really? And DJC's got his 134-day countdown for a 10% chance. Oh, that poor bastard.
What else is going on here? Hold on. Yeah. Art Bell said, "Bro banned Leo DS." Mr. Lay. Yeah, Leo. You guys say that I'm rough, that I get on people's case. Like Leo, like fucking attack dog. You don't let up.
Yeah, he does.
Leo will make comments.
Situations. But
Leo lets me know too in my comments, if I'm like being soft or what I said is wrong. You like, no, this is right. Thanks, Leo, for the info. He's a funny guy, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's a decent fellow. I got no problems with Leo, but he does like time and place, Leo. Time and place. Sometimes you got to back off a little. You're not going to get answers by yelling at bro. And don't be soft. Don't be soft.
Don't be soft.
Well, here's the problem. Like you could.
I love that Ben. I love that Ben Pong video.
Yeah, I do love it. But right, if you go too hard, then bro's gonna clam up, right? We go too hard on him. We're like, "Fuck you, bro. You're a piece of shit." Now tell us everything you know. He's gonna be like, "Fuck you. I can tell you shit."
That's what I've been. I kind of switched gears a little while back, like trying to be a little bit nicer to some of them, because I was in my ultimate. I was like even though I knew that it would maybe cost me a little bit of credibility. My whole thing in this is I want the truth. I want the answers to come out. Like the cult, at some point, I don't fuck. I want to know the truth, and I'm going to get to the truth. My nemesis is Tommy.
Did Tommy order
It
the
always
Cobra?
has been. Yeah, yeah. My ultimate goal has always been to just get to the truth and just to expose Tommy as being a liar. Like the cult are just tools for us to get to the ultimate thing. That's always been my thing. So I kind of transitioned a little bit because I wanted them to feel comfortable to come give us these secrets. What did Papa Pete do? Sit on this, Papa Pete.
CM Retro says you should be nice to everyone. I disagree.
No,
certain
fuck that.
people don't deserve being
Mike
nice
Mullis.
to. Like, I would never be nice to Saddam Hussein, right?
I'll never be nice to Mike Mullis.
Yeah, that too. Never be nice to me.
Or Relic
There's
Gamer.
a handful of people that
Relic
I would
Gamer,
be nice
Mike
to.
Mullis, they can sit on this and fucking spin.
Papa Pete too.
Papa Pete too.
I don't even know Papa Pete. Like I've seen him around, and I think I've seen maybe like 10 seconds of one of his videos. And I know the song, the old ass gamer, because Darius was singing it or something.
Yeah. That video I made with the mashup between me and Papa Pete has been like, or Papa Pete, Ben Silverpong has been like the most popular video I've had recently. It's like 1.3 thousand views. That was a fun video to make.
The most popular video I have on the channel is like a short that has 4,000 views on it. It's like a slop in a bucket.
Well, my most popular video is my mall tour. It's got like 20-something thousand views but it was attached with Stranger Things. Like I got it to come out like right when the Stranger Things season came out. Because it's like this tour of the Stranger Things season mall. So I got a lot of clicks on that.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I do have this channel, I should say. This channel does have non-Amico content that is fairly popular. I mean, the fifth most popular video on the channel is about Sam Maggs hating KOTOR. Has nothing to do with Amico. Two of the most popular videos is the slop video at 4,000 views and the 820-day-old Jello video at 2,000 views. So,
one of a popular video of mine was when I put myself in a
Speedway commercial video about their pizza. that's got it's got 1,000 or a couple thousand views.
yeah, I mean, the Amigo videos are popular, but all that shit hit the fan. I just had so many that people started watching them.
It's been fun to talk about, and Darius talked about that the other day. It's like, why wouldn't you want to talk about this? It's been like the biggest, craziest scam in recent history in like the gaming industry. Like, why would you not want to be interested in this and talk about it? It's funny. It's hilarious.
Darius says Papa Pete is the type to never be critical about anything. Yeah, that would be frustrating. And Darius was correct. I was incorrect about something. Can you believe that?
Uh-oh. Let's hear it.
I said that Pat Dean never gave me a shout out, but that was incorrect information. I was spreading misinformation. They actually shouted out me one time. Then they found out I was right wing, and then they never shouted me out again.
You right winger, MAGA, maggot.
Now we know why the pre-orders are $0 currently. Yeah. All right, so that's it for the Amico. I think we'll go to the SNK thing because Dazed has not seen Moon Knight for some reason.
I need we didn't get, we have freaking Disney Plus back, but I haven't like put it on my Roku to watch it. I don't know why. My stepson decided to get it because we got rid of it, and then he got it and he gave us his account, but I just haven't put it back on yet.
Sharing accounts. I might have to turn you into the Disney police.
Hey, he lives here in the house with us.
No. It's too late. You already admitted it live on stream. I'm going to clip it, send it to the Disney police. Maybe they'll give me a month free of Disney Plus for turning you in.
Turn him in. Yeah. That's what it's going to come to. Turn in your neighbors for free shit.
Hell yeah. All right. So if you don't know, SNK was bought by the Saudi Arabian prince. So basically the Saudi government, you might as well just say. This is from GameIndustry.biz. Basically, they're reporting that the Saudi prince, his foundation, now has 96% stake in SNK. Now, I do remember last year we reported on 33% being bought out by the Saudis. Yes, during the year of 2020 also, the Crown Prince's foundation acquired a 33% stake in the Japanese game company with the intention to eventually own up to 51%. Well, they did a little bit better than that because now they have 96%. So how do you feel about this? Do you think you're going to be supporting SNK from now on?
I mean, you know, there is some issues with what I was reading that article. I mean, it says it has a poor human rights record. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really get into all that kind of nonsense. Like, if I like the games, I like the games. I don't really care who owns it. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that, I mean, because I know that they treat like what they don't they put to death like LGBT type people over there too. Like, isn't that like kind of part of the thing? I think it said in the. So I know there's people that will definitely be offended by that, but.
There is that. There is the Khashoggi thing, you know, where they purportedly, allegedly had involvement in the gruesome murder of a U.S. journalist.
Oh, I hadn't heard about that. That is kind of twisted.
You didn't hear about that? That was a while back.
I don't. I might have. Maybe I tuned out then. I don't know what happened exactly.
There was a journalist. He went to Jamal Khashoggi. He was a Saudi Arabian journalist, a dissident columnist. He came to the U.S. He went back because he had family over there, if I remember correctly. And then he disappeared because they took him out.
That is crazy, but I mean, the biggest mistake is I would not travel as an American in places like that at all. I mean, you're a target. You have instant target on your back. And I imagine if he like was a dissident, I mean, that, you know, stay away.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the, like, when we started going into conspiracy type talk, because in 2018, the Washington Post, where he worked, they revealed that Khashoggi's columns at times, quote unquote, were shaped, quote unquote, by an organization funded by the Saudi Arabian's regional nemesis, Qatar, including by proposing his topics, giving him drafts, goading him, and giving him research. So the Qatari government, who's, you know, don't like the Saudi Arabian government, were basically feeding them stories that were anti-Saudi, probably. And so the Saudis didn't like that, and they made him disappear.
Well, there you go.
He's the one where he was in Turkey. Remember, he was in the Turkish consulate, and they just kind of disappeared him.
The name, when you said the name, it's vaguely familiar. I don't know. So I'm surprised I don't completely remember it because I do follow politics and stuff pretty closely. It must have just been a story that I was maybe working on other things at the time and wasn't really paying close attention to the current events. But I mean, yeah, dude, if you're doing stuff like that, like if you're posting articles that are the enemy, like of a country, and then you go back to that country, like a place like that over there where like your rights don't matter and they would likely do something like that to you. I mean, that's just kind of stupid.
I was incorrect. He wasn't in Saudi Arabia when it happened. He was in Turkey.
Doesn't matter, man.
So
I
he
mean,
went-
Turkey, Saudi Arabia, could be any of those places over there. They're going to get you if they want you when you're over there.
Well, he was in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul.
Okay.
So the way consulates work, like the consulate, even though it's in Istanbul, it's technically
It's still that. Yeah,
Saudi
it's that.
Arabian.
It's Saudi Arabian soil. Yeah.
Right. So he went in there. I guess he was trying to get some paperwork because he was getting married or something. And next thing you know, gone.
Well, I mean,
And those are
yeah,
the people
dude.
that now own SNK.
Well, dude, I mean, think about it. I mean, that's just. I mean, people over here, our government does some really shady things too that we're just not aware of. So I don't know.
But
I'm
it's
always
not
like,
so much. Here's
it's
the
not
thing.
obvious.
Like, does the U.S. government own like Xbox or like Sony or something? Like,
No,
we
but
don't
I guess
own
it's really not the government. I mean, what is he? He's a prince, so that's a little bit different because we don't have like
No, he's the government.
a monarchy over here. So it's different. You wouldn't have just like, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't just have like Joe Biden isn't like loaded to the point where he could just buy something like that, and it would be weird for them to do it. So it's a different thing over there. But I'm just saying, like,
It would be like if Congress bought it, right? Like, let's say Congress was like, "Hey,
that
we're
would
gonna
be
take the money,
we're gonna get
we're gonna
SNK.
buy Sony or SNK or whatever," right?
Yeah,
So it's kind of weird.
no, it is definitely weird, and I would rather stuff like that stay out of our video games because I can't stand political stuff with video games. Like I can't stand political stuff with movies because I just when I'm playing things like that or watching a movie, I want to be taken away. I want to be like whisked away from all this bullshit and this nonsense and just I don't like that. That'd be the only thing that I don't like about it. Other than that, it's whatever. I mean, the games are the games. I'm still gonna play them. So because honestly, like if I
So
were
if
gonna
they
play
came
the
out with a
games,
new,
no, I would not buy anything new. This is purely me talking about if I owned the Neo Geo and well, I guess it's SNK. It's not really well, SNK made the Neo Geo, right?
well,
Didn't they?
you don't even need to own the Neo Geo because Fatal Fury, King of Fighters, Baseball Stars,
Yeah.
King of Monsters.
Well, I would just
All
buy
those are
like for
SNK.
me personally, it doesn't matter because if I'm going to play these games, I'm going to buy them and play them like the original on original hardware. That's just how I am. So to me, it's not a big deal. But yeah,
But
like
here's
new
the thing.
new stuff, I don't know if I would maybe wouldn't be as quick to support it. But
Here's the thing.
isn't Saudi Arabia like our ally though? Aren't they like an ally to the United States?
It is. That was kind of why it was like it was a U.S. journalist, Saudi-born U.S. journalist, and then it was like they're our ally, but they killed the guy, but he was kind of a U.S. journalist. So, but either way, here's the thing, Days. Let's say you play an SNK game on stream, right? So you're like, oh, well, this is an old Fatal Fury game, right? But people watch it and they're like, hey, I'm interested in this series now. Let me go buy a new Fatal Fury game that's supporting the new Saudi-owned SNK. Would you feel responsible for that? Would you feel bad?
Absolutely not. Nah. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I mean,
How can you sleep at night?
I don't know, man. Like, but the whole story. I mean, like that dude. I mean, what does he expect? If I'm talking, like, I'm not about to walk into the freaking. I mean, I've been talking a lot of crap about Intellivision. I'm not about to walk into freaking Intellivision headquarters and be like, "Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Dazed Gaming." You know, like I'm not. And there's no concern or worry about my life, but I'm not about to walk in there and have to deal with getting roughed up by one of Tommy's goons or something, you know, like you're doing this thing like where you're funded by another company, a government, and then it's like possibly writing stories that are critical of this thing. And then you go there and you actually walk in and communicate with these people, man. I mean, that's just like play stupid games, win
Yeah, but
stupid
he
prizes.
had to. That's the thing, though. Days.
You didn't
He wanted
have
get
to,
married,
dude.
So the only way to
Who
get
cares, dude? I wouldn't
married,
do it. I would have just
you
been
wouldn't
like
get married?
common.
I agree.
I would just do a common law marriage or something, man. I mean, it's like, it just he. Yeah, I hate it. I mean, anything like that, like any American citizens, you know, like I would want anything, wish anything like that. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's like, that was dumb.
Well, I don't know. He probably like you didn't think like, oh, I'm in Istanbul. Yeah, he probably didn't think that word had got out that they were going to put a hit on him. He's a U.S. citizen.
I guess it's different. Like if you're from,
biceps,
what do you say?
I don't think I could support SNK stuff, new stuff.
No, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't.
But I'd say that now, right? Like 6 months,
Something
I'll forget all
awesome
about
comes
it.
out like, oh, yeah, exactly. That's what happens, man. This is like, we'll forget. Like they'll still get us with something, but I don't really buy a whole lot of new stuff anyway, so it's not really a concern for me. But I mean, anything like this, though, it's like we can get. I don't know, man. Like, because it's like movies that get political or something, or like an actor that has a really terrible political opinion, and then they still kind of like their movies and stuff, you know, like. It's just, I mean, yeah, at the time you might get mad to think, God, that guy's an idiot. But then it's like a new movie comes out and he's in it. Well, he's a good actor. I'm still going to watch it. You know, I mean, it just,
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on how deep your convictions are.
I'm curious to see what they do, because if you know anything about like the Metal Slug series, there is a bias towards like American, like the Metal Slug, the good guys are like the American types and the bad guys are
that's true.
the Arab types. So I'm wondering if that's going to change slowly, or
King has go ahead, sorry.
I was say if the new like King of Fighters are going to like all the protagonists are going to be wearing burqas and having scimitars. Or
King is bringing up a good point here too. Like he's saying, why not? We buy everything that is made in China, so why not Saudi Arabia? Is Saudi worse than China? I mean, because
really?
look at what China's doing to like the Uyghur Muslims. I mean, they've got them like they're treating them awful. Like they've got them in like concentration camps. I mean, and it's like the Chinese treat their citizens really bad, and I don't think they're quite. I mean, I don't know. I don't really completely know, but China has like weird stances on like LGBTQ stuff too, right? I mean, so that is true.
I think here's the difference. I think I can avoid SNK stuff. I don't think I can avoid China stuff. Like if I really tried, I'd have like nothing in the house, right? Like,
no, you'd have to. Yeah, dude, you'd have to have like a lot of money to buy pure American.
Well, not even to buy, but like just to like. There's probably so many things, like even if you bought like say an American computer, right? There's probably like some chip in there that was processed or made in China, right?
That's true.
Like how many companies are manufactured? Like you bought an American car, but half of it was manufactured in China, right?
It's an interesting thing to think about or to talk about.
Steel.
Like what? Like yeah, it is true though. Like, but like what? But still though, like, is it just the choice because it's like, well, I can choose to do this, so I don't support it, but I don't really have a choice when it comes to not buying Chinese. That's what you're saying. Like, I do too. I do too. Yeah, but that you're eating that. You're eating. That's Americans over here that live here.
It's a joke.
You're supporting their. No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it is true though. But you're supporting them at least, like Americans over here. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's Go ahead.
OIB says, I feel pretty wrong watching those WWE Blood Money shows, but we did get Titus falling under the ring. Yeah, the WWE has been putting on shows in Saudi Arabia, and apparently they make more money on those shows than like the rest of their shows combined.
Really, I haven't been following wrestling for a long time, so I don't know.
Yeah, so Jamal Khashoggi needed a marriage certificate. The only way he could get it was to go to the consulate. What happened to him was travesty. Rip. He signed his death certificate being a journalist. Again, it was a tragedy, but
It is
it's
a
one of those
tragedy.
really. It is tragedy, but at the same time, like if I was writing anti-American articles, right? Would we feel that the America would be justified for like say locking you up or probably not because we're Americans, but like I guess they
No,
over
because
there
we would
like
allow.
that would really
That's what separates us from. Well, a lot of us like these. We allow this. We allow dissension. You know, we allow you to be able to speak your mind. I mean, and if it's like traitorous stuff, but just having an
no. It was
opinion.
this
That's
was
the
like
thing.
traitorous stuff,
Oh, was it?
but yeah. But here's the thing, like okay, so like China, like let's take China for example, right? We know China is a terrible place to live. So if they were writing articles like, "Hey, China's terrible and they're beating they're killing Muslims, the Uyghur whatever I don't know Uyghur Muslims,
Uyghur Muslims.
right? They're making concentration camps, right? So China obviously wouldn't want that to get out, so they would kill you, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the same thing. I think he was writing articles exposing some of the crimes and some of the things that the Saudi government was up to. So,
And in a way, that's a good thing. I mean, that is a good thing to do. I mean, if you're exposing them, but at the same time, you have to be aware that once you've crossed that line, you have to be you have to be careful where you would travel. Like for me, like I'm saying, there's places I just would not go as an American, as somebody that would just look like I could be an easy target to be kidnapped and oh, he's American, he's got money, let's put him up for ransom. Like once you've crossed that
he's
line,
right.
it's like, yeah, well, I mean, sure, but once you've crossed that line, it's like you've limited where you can go in the world, and there's just places that are just inherently more dangerous because the rules don't apply the same as that they do here.
E. King says Saudi Arabians own a lot of companies, so you would have to boycott them all. Again, there's probably a lot of products that I can't avoid, right? I need toilet paper. I need food, vegetables, meat. I don't need SNK games, right? Maybe it's not making a big impact on the world, but at the very least, I could say, hey, I don't need this, so I'm not going to buy it. I know that it's going to support somebody who's a terrible person, so I'm not going to buy it. Now, if you buy it, I'm not going to be like, hey, fuck you, I don't want to hang out with you no more. You're buying SNK crap, right? It's your choice. And I'm fine with it. But for me, I don't think I could support SNK. I mean, I really didn't support SNK to begin with. I don't really have a fondness for their properties. I think Street Fighter is superior to King of Fighters.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I wanted to say about that. I think we said everything that needed to be said. The Saudis
It's an
are now
interesting
after
topic.
Us.
It's an interesting topic. I won't. I'm happy over here where I live, so plenty of stuff to do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute my mic for just. I'm gonna mute my mic for just a second. I gotta give me like a minute. I'll be right back. Okay.
Ooh.
It's not as fancy as you think.
Carl says boycott Tony. He's a sympathizer. Who am I sympathizing with? I think people boycott too much. It gets a bit silly. Usually people that complain about cancel culture are the ones saying boycott stuff. I think boycotting and cancel culture are two different things. At least they are to me. Like, cancel culture would be like, we can't allow SNK to own anything, right? We have, or not SNK, Saudi Arabia. We have to do everything in our power to make sure that Saudi Arabia doesn't have the right to own anything. That would be cancel culture. Me saying, hey, I am not supporting them. I'm going to boycott them because of their human rights violations. That's not cancel culture. That's me saying, hey, if you stop being a dick, then I'll support you. But if you're being a dick, I'm not going to support you. Other people can support you, and I'm not going to attack people for supporting you, but personally, me and the people that are in my in group are going to be like, no, fuck you. Rabbit Dude says, can you handle being a vegan or vegetarian? I know I can't. Hell no, I love meat. Fucking love meat. Eat it all the time. Eat it every day. Talk about Eska or else Darius will leave. Step it up. Do you even Eska, bro? I don't. But I will say, I bought this Mountain Dew Flaming Hot after watching Carl's video. And it's kind of crap. It's like a Code Red with like jalapeno juice. It's not great. It's not great. E. King says boycotting something you did not buy in the first place is not really a boycott. It's true.
All right, I'm back.
Rabbit Dude wants to know if you would be able to be a vegan or vegetarian.
I think he was talking to Evie. He was asking him about.
No, he said random question. Tony and Days, can you both?
Oh, did he? Okay. Could I handle being a vegan? No, dude. No. I like meat too much.
He likes his man meat too much.
I wouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like I'd be too hungry all the time, not being able to have meat.
E. King says Bill Gates is evil as hell, but we all use Microsoft Windows. It's true. Lots of your stuff are made in sweatshops. Everybody's evil.
The whole world is freaking evil, dude. The whole world is evil. The people at the top are so corrupt, and it's.
But again, I think I can't avoid everything, right? But the things I can avoid, I will avoid.
If we boycotted everything, if we boycotted everything that was evil, we would starve. We would die.
Yeah.
It's like at some point living in this earth, you just have to accept that we're in a position where we're reliant on a lot of corrupt, evil people. And it's a sad thing to come to the conclusion, but unless you just get off the grid and have grow your own vegetables and have animals and stuff, like those people are truly independent. They are truly free. Whereas we are still reliant on a system that keeps us down by people.
No Call No Show says New Coke was boycotted until Classic Coke came back. Exactly. All right, so I'm going to talk about the Moon Knight finale. So here we go. Ready for this?
No.
Moon Knight. Final episode came out. 6-episode miniseries. Watched every episode. Watched the finale on Wednesday. It sucked. I'm very disappointed. I wasted 6 times 40 minutes. And I fucking hated it. Hated it. It's terrible. And
I didn't watch it.
It is one of those shows, man. You watch it and you're like, fuck. Here's the thing, right? He's supposed to have multiple personalities, right? And the hook of the show is the discovery and the exploration of his dissociative identity disorder, right? So in the first couple episodes, they do a thing where the camera shakes, and it's the cue that he's changing personalities, right? By the end of it, he's supposed to have made peace. The two personalities have made peace with each other. He's a whole person. It's kicking ass. So we get to the big climax days, right? Mm-hmm. Bad guys got Moon Knight. He's ready to kill him. You're like, oh shit, how's he gonna get out of this? And he's like, how am I gonna get out of this, right? And the camera shakes, and the bad guy's on the floor, and we have no fucking clue what happened. The big dramatic fight at the end, we don't even see, because they introduced that he had a third personality we didn't know about.
Yeah, but that's just setting up for the next season.
There's going to be no next season. They already said it was never supposed to have more than one season.
Oh, sucks to be you, dude. Wasting your time.
But even if like they were going to set up for next season, right? It still robbed you of a big climactic battle.
That's
like,
true.
You could have shook the camera, right? You could have gave the cue, switched, perspective, right?
Yeah.
That way you know, like, oh, something's off because they switched perspective and still got to see the fight. And then afterward, they could both be like, well, what the hell happened? Was that you? No, that wasn't me. That was you? No, that wasn't me. Right? Like, oh, shit, there's somebody else took over for a minute. And they did that throughout the whole show. Like, the first couple of times, you're like, oh, okay, this is cool. But then by the fucking fifth or sixth time, you're like, stop doing that shit. I want to see the action. It's like you had no budget. You're like, oh, we wasted our budget on the CGI of the fucking Egyptian god, so now we can't show you the action shit. Or Oscar Isaac can't do action, so fuck it. We're just going to pretend like... Pissed me off.
What a turd. So Marvel laid a big turd, huh?
Yeah, in my opinion. Everyone else seems to love it. I think it was subpar.
Well, I'm going to have to watch it now to see that what I think about it.
And that's all I got to say about that.
Mini topic.
Yeah, because like if Blinded was here, then we'd probably be able to get into it and go back and forth over it. But you haven't seen it. I don't really want to spoil it too much.
You could have spoiled it, dude. I'm not worried about it. I'll forget anyways by the time I start watching it. D. Reed said, glad that topic is over.
If you haven't seen it, right, it's like hard to, like, I'm going to have to go explain the whole fucking thing for it to make sense.
Sure.
You're like, fuck it. All right. Let's get to the after show, baby.
Dun, 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 dun.
This is the part of the show that everybody's looking forward to.
Yep.
So the link is in the chat. If you want to come on in, have some fun. We're going to watch Carl's video right now.
He said earlier, he said earlier, probably don't want to watch it.
Yeah, I seen that. Why would you make a video like that, Carl?
Him's mad.
Supposed to be buddies. Supposed to be pals. What up, rabbit dude?
Hello.
Howdy.
What's up with that poster? Let's see the poster.
Oh, that's TMNT.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I've had that for a while, actually. I've had that. I don't remember when I had it, but I had it for a while, though.
Yo, what's up, mother?
This is what it says.
Say no to drugs, say yes to pizza. Yep, that's very 90s.
Yep.
That's a message I can get behind.
Mm-hmm.
Say yes to drugs, no to pizza.
No, I say yes to drugs and yes to pizza.
Moon Knight is better than Moon Knight, King says.
Moon Knight. Is that the porn ripoff they always do of something? Like Forrest Humps.
So what's been up, Rabbit Dude? What have you been up to lately?
Oh, just done with school. I'm almost done with school. I got one more class to do, and I'm done with it.
By the way, let me put on a shirt, and I'll show Rabbit Dude my GBA.
Sure, why not? I want to see it.
Kind of seems interested in it.
Yeah. I only got one more class to go, and I'm all done.
Nice.
What class is that?
It's a figure drawing class.
Now, Rabbit Dude, whenever you get to side class,
yeah, draw naked ladies and drew naked guys too.
Now, Rabbit Dude, whenever you start to do a side class, you got to do a paper on the Amico. Walker, to everyone watching this video. Before I begin,
okay,
you get such a high grade.
I will, cause Amico. Okay.
Yeah, it's the greatest
All right.
psych experiment there ever was, dude.
Like no one really knows that thing. Like no one really knows that thing's in the first place. Like what's in the Amigo in the first place? No one would know.
Exactly. Now you're getting it. All right. I got two. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna have the right one here.
D
There,
Reed
this is the one.
says, "Is Rabbit Dude Carl's brother?"
No.
No. Let me up this fucker up.
What do you got there, Carl?
It's my 3D my GBA I bought. The one with the IPS screen.
It looks cool.
Yeah, 10 brightness settings. Kills the battery, but damn, it's worth it.
Did you shave, Carl? You look like you trimmed up there.
Yeah, I shave every few days.
Carl's got the Amish beard.
Yeah.
So what
Said
have you
you
guys
shave
been up
every
to?
day?
He said every few days.
So what have you guys been up to?
Oh, not much.
Yeah.
Just the usual?
Work
Working.
and living, family.
That's cool. Hope we actually pretty soon I think on Tuesday I'll be seeing the new Doctor Strange movie actually.
That's
Let's
cool.
go tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, I mean Tuesday. That's actually it's Saturday.
No, I'm
Give me
going to
a
see it
moment, I'll look
tomorrow.
up the
Oh,
Yes.
you're doing it on Saturday. That's cool. Yeah. Don't
Give
tell
me
me
a
how it
moment and
ends.
Give me a moment and I'll look up the spoilers for you.
Oh jeez.
That's
Oh
You
Jesus.
try to spoil it, Carl, and I will mute you.
Dude, if I had a time machine, that's what I would do. I would go back to the first showing of the Star Wars Episode 7 and I would spoil the ending and tell everybody that Han Solo died.
Yeah.
You're mean, Carl. Why you been being mean today?
Just because.
All right, well, let's watch your video and see what you have to
You
say.
sure
I'm
you want to
going
watch
mute
that
myself
here?
so I can hear this.
Yeah, I think Tony wants to watch it.
All right, whatever. I have nothing to hide. Part of the reason I had to make that video was to make sure a few details were straight, you know. Waka waka to everyone watching this video. But before I begin, please do like, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell. Quite recently, Canadian Gamer dropped my name in one of his latest videos. And you know what? That's fine. But it inspired me to clear a few things. Hoping people will understand my position more. Yes, I am attempting to make amends, even reestablish communication with Master System Orso and Canadian Gamer. But no one else will have been forgotten about. I made this mistake before, and it won't happen again. But you guys should know that I do suffer from an eternal despair. Which means, in my case, an overpowering sadness. Thankfully, I have anger dealt with. It no longer has the same grip on me. But I will always feel sadness. That will never change. At least not that I know of. But thankfully, due to support from people like Hamming Man, aka Days Gaming, and Bob, aka Bomberny TV, and Rammy, aka the Ramblin' Man, I don't have to worry so much. Now, Tony, if you're watching this,
he is.
I am watching this, Carl.
Here we go. Now, Tony,
Here we go.
you son of a bitch.
I need to upgrade my Skyrim skill tree. I probably do.
No, it's
Carl doesn't work in fast forward. He's at 1.5 speed. I can't listen to anything on normal speed. My brain doesn't like it no more.
Oh, now
Rambling is cool.
Before you play, I want to know what the audience is thinking I'm going to say. Just for what do you think, guys? Think I'm going to tell them?
Go sit on it.
Yeah.
Papa Pete too. She's gonna say, "Fuck you, Tony." When you too, Papa Pete.
All right, we'll start it up.
Amico watched this already. I'm gonna play. I haven't watched it. Everyone else probably has.
No spoilers, Tommy.
All right, let's see what Carl has to say to me. He wants to know if I'm watching. I'm watching.
Oh, I knew you'd be watching, but
it's kind of in my nature to analyze people's weak points.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Carl, but I have no weak points.
Oh, yes, you do.
None, baby.
Is it retro, bro? Is retro, bro's weak point?
I understand.
Oh, shit. Who's here? King of all screams?
Who we got? I can't see after the underneath the after show. Oh, Buttocks.
Buttocks.
We're gonna watch his video next.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So
I saw a bit of it. My ADD kicked in, unfortunately. Sorry.
Dorkalicious says Tony's weak point is obviously laggy melons.
No, not saggy melons.
I am friendly with Saggy. I like Saggy. She's a nice person. We get along.
And I like her too. We get along, so it's not weak. It's not a weak point.
My weak point is all of you guys here watching the show. I love each and every one of you.
Your weak point is your dependence on others.
My weak point is that I don't have any weak points. That's my weakness. It's not having
You
weaknesses.
depend. Your video production depends too much on other people. That's your weak point.
I like to scream.
Yeah, my weak point is my wiener is too big, and I can't buy pants like normal people.
All right.
Oh dear.
This kid's watching the show. This kid's watching the show, right?
No kids are
whatever.
watching.
All right. I like to
You're
scream.
Darius? No. Yeah, trains. Trains are my weak point. They're my mortal enemy. Train. All right, let's see what it is.
Let's hear it.
Let's hear it. Has to say.
The weak point.
Hoping that one day I can help them. And I'll tell you what I told Canadian Gamer. Hoping it will.
Why are you talking about me to Canadian Gamer, Carl? Don't be talking about me to other people.
Well, I was also talking about the subject to Bob as well. It's not that big of a deal, dude. Don't make something.
Your problem is your reliance on others. If you intend to make it to 50K subscribers, you need to add more skills to your skill set. Like Bob, for example, he does his own graphics.
Carl, I got tons of skills. I got ninja skills. I got karate skills. Have you seen my nunchucks? I got nunchuck skills.
Not much in the way of video production. You're good at information.
Carl, you've never seen Napoleon Dynamite, have you?
I don't like the name. So I don't know. I don't like Napoleon for one thing, and
ninja skills. Yeah, sweet.
I'm more of a fan of
drawing skills
than Dynamite.
Yeah. Who else joined the show? I can't see down there underneath the after show.
It's Bob. Bob joined.
What's up, Bob?
Papa Pete?
Oh.
Hey.
Hey, Papa Pete.
Sit on this.
Hey, I heard my name, so I thought I'd better come in.
Hi, Bob.
telling
Hey,
them about
everyone.
the conversation.
Man, I was about to say F you, Papa Pete, but there's a kid in the house. All right.
He's not. He's in college.
Oh, he is?
He's
Yeah.
like 30. Rabbit dude's like an old dude.
So go ahead. What's the rest of the call's video going to say? Hi, Bob. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Well, I've got a banging headache, but I'm good.
Oh.
I'm good.
Sorry to hear that.
I just
Bob
come to
came to
slay
drink with us.
Tony. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But
All right. Let's see what else Carl has to say about my skills.
Music, information gathering. Not that I'm saying ditch Blinded Braille or Tommy Yamiko or whomever. I'm simply saying if you want to truly do well in YouTube, you need to be more independent. And to me, it doesn't feel like you are.
That's perfect timing. Look at that Carl face right there.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to make a comment. Carl?
Yeah?
Sure, Tony loves your advice, but he already has PK in the universe giving him advice on success. He doesn't need.
See, I told you it wasn't anything that bad.
I got people skills, Carl.
yeah, you got skills of pissing people off.
He does.
I take the specs from the goddamn customers and give them to the engineers.
I mean, if I were in a church, I
The
would have to
Bobs.
tell you the truth. You don't have people skills.
No, he does, but he does piss a lot of people off as well.
Yeah, see?
I piss people off that I'm trying to piss off. Like if I didn't want to piss people off, I could not.
I mean, don't
actively piss anybody.
think too much into it. It's not that big of a deal.
It's a huge deal. Let's watch the rest of your video, Fredo.
I see how it is.
Also, guys, issues like my departure from GWG still haunt me. I'm not happy with them, but they are managed. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Now, it doesn't mean I'm entirely dissatisfied with things as they are now, but I think you guys got to know something. I'm an outcast. I'm not part of the Geek Getaway community, just simply because none of my content is really there. That's all I'm saying. Among a few other points, which maybe I'll make it in a later date, but for now, do understand this, though. I find being an outcast empowering because it gives me the ability to look inward on other groups. So, there you go. That doesn't mean people aren't welcome to contact me. No. It just means that I'm like Bob, a lone wolf of sorts. Lately, actually.
You should have said you were a one-man wolf pack, Carl.
I mean, you could cue all the fat jokes, but,
That's not a fat joke.
No, but I know people would turn it into one, though. It's all right, not that big.
You've never watched The Hangover, have you? Do you watch movies,
No,
Carl?
I've never watched them. I've thankfully resisted the urge to watch those shitty movies.
How do you know they're shitty if you've never watched them?
My brother's seen them. I've been briefed.
I like that. I've been briefed. Were you James Bond?
His brother sits him down in a room with like a projector. Like, here's where the movie starts. Next slide. This is where it gets shitty. Still shitty.
Still shitty. It gets even shittier.
Conclusion,
It gets even shittier.
shitty movie, Carl.
I was gonna actually say something, not to be offensive, not trying to be offensive or anything, Carl, but
now remember you're 30 years old. I'm 43.
Yeah, wouldn't you? I would rather listen to someone who had like more subscribers if I was giving advice about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but Carl still has opinions that it makes he's got valid points to make. So
well, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I was just saying what I would do. I would have, I would listen to some.
But if you look at all the people who are doing well, they're doing their own content, and that's a proof of it.
I mean, you do get fair points. I'm not trying to bash or anything,
Yeah, not that big of a deal.
I hear that criticism from Rabbit Dude, and I do see a lot of people who do rate people's ability to give advice against sub count, and I understand what people are saying. But on the flip side, like someone who anyone can make a criticism on someone and give good constructive feedback.
That's right.
From life experience, regardless of sub count. Like
exactly,
I've got advice which I'd give, and I'm waiting to have a bigger subscriber count to give that advice because people aren't going to take me as seriously with a lower sub count.
And I'm here to say,
Carl speaks his mind. He doesn't care about subs.
If I had 400,000 subs, I would not want anyone to take my advice because
yeah,
I'm a complete idiot. But I'm lovable, so.
And sometimes you need, sometimes regardless of sub count, you need someone with an outside perspective to be critical or give you constructive feedback, because sometimes you're too close to a project to see like what you're doing wrong or making mistakes or could improve.
I can see that. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. So
except for in this case, Carl's way off base because there's nothing that I need to improve. Because I am really damn good at my job.
That's why. That's why. Often imitated but never duplicated.
That's right. I'm blaming King of All Buttocks. Did you hear what I said at the beginning of the show, King of All Buttocks?
No, I was smoking a joint. I must have missed it. But
listen to what happened to me last night, King of All Buttocks. It's your fault. I blame you.
Me?
You.
What the hell did I do?
Last night. Well, listen. Last night I was sleeping. I had a dream that I was at a buffet. Right? I dreamed I was at a buffet, and then I met B. Arthur.
Wow. You lucky devil, you.
You put the idea into my head.
Good.
Then he had a buffet between her legs.
Well, you sure?
Hell yeah.
I'm sure.
She said, "Thank you for being a friend." I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Blinded is back from the movies. He says, "Damn, this stream is gonna be like 6 hours long." Yeah, but this is all after show. Blinded. We already did the main show. It was only like 2.5.
Blinded's a good guy. Hey, Blinded.
He's a great guy. Let's listen to the end of Carl's video here. 46 seconds left.
Oh boy. I have been working on videos in TikTok and feel it might actually give me a way to make content without it being tainted by Amico. So, you can't get rid of me, though. No. I will still be there talking about Hitler and all kinds of other usual crazy stuff. So, see you there tonight.
Carl, if you're making TikTok videos, I can help you do some editing. Like you got, there could be some funny TikTok videos we could make.
I haven't really. I mean, yeah, we could if you want.
Whoa. Carl, you need to not rely on Days Gaming to do the editing for you. You need to get some new editing skills.
I'll never
take your own advice. Take your advice.
I have no choice but to rely on people. You can make it
like that, huh?
On your own.
Tony won. Carl 0.
Tony done flipped the script.
That's right. That's how I do it here, babe.
Besides, I do make my own content, so there.
So does Dave.
All right,
Hey,
Ooh,
Carl.
Genesis Gamer has a new video about the Amico. What the hell?
Hey, let's watch
Everyone just popped
King of All. Can we
Carl.
watch Buttocks? Can we watch Buttocks first?
I don't think.
Rabbit had something you wanted to ask me.
Let's put it this way: if you like Canadian Gamer, you don't want to see it. If you like him, you don't want to see it.
No, I want to see it.
We don't like
Let's see,
Canadian
where's
Gamer.
it?
Oh, neither do I.
Go ahead and watch it if you want.
Do I got King of All Buttocks? Am I even subscribed to his channel? I don't think I'm subscribed.
Oh my
to King of Buttocks.
God!
I don't see
You
it.
should be. I'm subscribed
You
to.
need You need to sub to him.
I thought I was last week.
He unsubscribed.
I thought you were my friend.
Carl said Amico.
He wanted to thank King of All Buttocks for being his friend.
Carl did say Amico taint, didn't he? He said Amico taint his videos. Amico taint.
I hope
not that kind, but whatever.
Carl's a good guy.
Yes, we love Carl.
Yep.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah.
Do you like root beer by any chance?
Huh?
Do you like root beer by any chance?
Yeah, usually all root beer generally tastes the same to me.
What kind of brand do you like?
The brand I like is Dad's Old Fashioned root beer.
I never heard of that. Is it like a new brand or something?
Well, it's really old. I guess they discontinued it.
I didn't know about that. Interesting. I like mostly Barks.
Bargs is second on my list, and everything else is.
Who is this?
All right. We're going to watch Mini Craig sings about Canadian Gamer.
Mini Craig is his little statuette of something. I can't tell what it is.
It looks like a dude with like a Mo Howard, or not a Mo, a Larry Fine.
He
does.
It's a bouffant wig.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, normal.
Speed it up. Garbage.
I mean,
What the fuck?
Canadian Gamer is a cross-dressing prostitute. Is a hooker, way too many penises to toot. Canadian cross-dresser.
that music. That was
Okay. I've seen anything like it before.
Yeah. Oh,
like the song?
It was very good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all right, I guess.
Well, I know you're his friend now, so he probably offended you.
No, I meant everything I said. Y'all do what you gotta do, It's
yeah, I know.
Canadian Gamer is a prostitute.
Prostitute.
I have to go now.
Penises.
See you later, Rabbit, dude.
See you, dude.
Take it easy, Rabbit,
Later,
dude. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, that must have traumatized him.
You
Yes,
traumatized
you have to go.
the Mini Craig.
You have to go after that.
It's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, E King asks Carl if King of all buttocks has enough skills.
Well, he did that all by himself, so I'd say so.
I like rubbing buttocks.
Oh.
By the way, Tony, I told you that it tasted like hot Code Red. Tasted like.
Yeah, but I gotta taste it for myself. That's what.
My son tried it. He said he hated it.
Did you down it all at once, or did you drink it slow?
No, I didn't. I just finished it. Sidekick Max didn't like it, so I finished his. All right, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna watch Gen X Gamers video, or are we gonna watch some MILFs?
We're nerds. Y'all are nerds and geeks and MILFs.
I did hear there's some interesting stuff in Gen X Gamer's latest video from Saudia Amico.
Oh, let's hear it.
Yeah. MILFs.
It's a 10-minute video. You know what that means.
Double speed.
That means it's gonna take us 3 hours to get through this video. I'll tell you what. I love Gen X Gamer. Great guy. Love him. But man, he does not look good without his beard. He just doesn't look right.
Oh
no,
man,
he shaved.
I was thinking, what happened? He doesn't look like John Hancock's evil twin anymore.
I would look silly without my beard
He said he's
too.
shaving that.
Yeah, I look terrible without my bouffant.
I bet.
Are we good? Are we good? Can we hear me?
Yep.
Unfortunately.
He said, unfortunately, you can hear me. Good job.
Hey, Bob, did you see the video or not?
Did I see which video?
Did you watch the Mini Craig Canadian Gamer video or not?
We just watched it together, didn't we?
You like it? I dedicated.
If you don't like Canadian
Welcome
games,
to Amico behind the mic.
He does look. He looks older.
All right. Well, it's starting to grow back, but in his last video, the video before this one, it was like baby face. It doesn't work. Doesn't work, bro. All right, we're gonna play the video. Hopefully, we don't lose internet. I'm struggling right now. Computer's acting up again. When Carl gets on, internet acts up.
I am on.
Make sure you stay on. Don't get off, Carl. Okay?
I'm on. Go.
Stay on. Don't get off.
I'm not getting off.
You heard that, Dazed? Carl's not getting off.
What? What'd you say? I wasn't sorry. I was looking at something else.
You weren't paying attention? I told Carl not to get off, to stay on. And he said, don't worry, I'm not getting off.
Oh. Play it.
Go ahead, play.
Welcome to Amico Behind Money. Today's spotlight, Rod Johnson. You thought you were going to get scot-free, buddy? Oh, no. Hello, humans, and welcome to another episode of Gen X Gamer. It's the 60-second videos talking about content. No. Let's talk about reality. Right, let's talk about reality. And we're going to talk about Mr. Rob Johnson here. Mr. Rob Johnson. Now, he was a CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, and this is one of the sweetest deals, as far as a job, that I have ever seen. Now, there's Intellivision fans out there that consider Tommy Tallarico their friend. You know, we have different definitions of friends. To me, at best, they're acquaintances. But there's things I wouldn't even do to an enemy. You know what I wouldn't do to my enemy is make them work for free. I'd never do that. I don't know that I would want my enemies working around me. But one thing for hell I would never do to any of my friends is have them work for free to help me out while I paid somebody else to do that job. And on top of that, they have a whole other job. Now, if you're an investor, what you're about to hear, let me tell you, you might as well grab the Pepto-Bismol right now because this is going to make you sick. In no way what I'm about to say is, anything negative towards the people that put the events together, because that's not about that. The people that need to be exposed here are the people who took investors' money for doing absolutely nothing. Guys, these events, the Crayola event and the Boston event, were set up by Amico fans, by Intellivision fans. Now, how could you have, in all good conscience, how can you have people doing work for free when you're sitting on millions, number one? Number two, how can you have people working for free when you have somebody at the office getting paid this kind of money, $152,000 for sitting on their ass in California? They could arrange this. They could have done a more professional job. It is not the job of the fans. I'm sure they were doing this to help. But did they know this was going on? And did they know this guy's setup? I mean, if that doesn't make you sick, right? If that doesn't make you sick to your stomach, look at the kind of deal Tommy gives to his friends, because don't get it twisted. None of these Amico fans are his friends. Let me show you what a friend does for his. See, instead of having a countdown for the Amico, what we should have is a countdown to find out when these people are going to put their faces out there and try to explain some of this crap. This is what a friend does for a friend. A friend hires a friend for $152K a year, and at the same time lets him be the chief executive officer of his own company. Now, if I get this kind of deal, and I think everybody would be in the same boat, what business are you going to prioritize? A business that you know probably has no future, or your own business? Do you think that after quiet time, these guys will address any of this? Will they ever address the mismanagement of the company? Will anybody ever apologize to investors for this kind of behavior, right? Of having this man doing very little for his money. We have nothing to show for it. The mismanagement of this company is incredible, but what they did to their fans is even worse. Working for free while this man gets this kind of sweet deal. And that's not even the worst of it. The worst of it is that this gentleman right here was set to get equity compensation in Q1. That was just before he left. Did he ever get it? Will he come out and address any of the investors' concerns? Or is he just going to take his paychecks and leave? And are any of the people that are involved in this project ever going to come out and address any of these things? Right? But investors have the right to know where the hell did the money go, right? When they're talking about, hey, let's play Astro Smash one more time. No. Let's find out where the freaking money went. This guy was getting over 150 grand a year. He was a chief marketing officer. Where? Show me where. I want you, any Amico supporters, show me where there's $152,000 worth of marketing for this product. Now, Mr. Rob Johnson was in charge of product placement marketing. He would have been in charge of.
His name is Rob, after all, so.
Rob Johnson.
Sounds like the name of a porn star.
Has the video been playing fine?
Yes.
No, it's really choppy, but we can hear it.
Bro says way too fast. Bro can't keep up with the speed. It's only at 1.5 speed.
Yeah, I can hear it fine.
Of GameStop. Why didn't he stop this debacle? Where was he at? Where were the $152,000 worth of labor at? We didn't see it. Are they going to address this after quiet time? How come nobody brings this up? Right? We can't let these guys just go scot-free and then have them pop up at another, video game company and not bring this up to light. Now, Mr. Johnson, if you're listening to this, you're more than free to comment on this video or make your own video so you can explain to investors what happened with their money. Because the rest of your ex-coworkers are hiding. They don't address any of these things. And as far as the deal that you got to investors, it just seems like a straight-up scam and a sweet, sweet setup for a friend. Not year one, not year two, not year three. You have over $300,000, close to $400,000 invested in this man's salary. And what do you got? Not even a turd. You have nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is disgusting at every level. I know people like to talk about the YouTubers out there and what they did to promote the product, this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, they didn't get any money. This guy was getting paid. And the YouTubers that are Tommy's friends were doing his job. When they were setting up those events, YouTubers were doing that. What kind of person would do that. Imagine, what kind of person will let you set up an event while your actual buddy is getting paid while he works on his own company? Because he was self-employed, he was the CEO of his company at the same time. At least that's what the evidence shows on his LinkedIn. How can you not be disgusted with this? This needs to be talked about and exposed, especially because they're in hiding. Hiding. This is indefensible, right? When I look at YouTubers that are still promoting this product, I just feel sorry. Nobody's ever going to think anything other than the scam that occurred here, especially the people that got scammed, right? When these people turned in their investment, right, they turned it into people that they thought were professional, right? What did Tommy say? We're not some guys in some garage. Well, let me tell you what, they would have been better off putting their money, their faith on a couple of guys in their garage trying to make a video game.
My Little Pony friendship.
I want you guys to let this sink in. After all the crap I just described to you, this man was due for even more money. Equity compensation. Are you kidding me? Did you look at those balance sheets? Did you look at these numbers? Did you look at the shitty job that was done with GameStop? And they have the balls to publish this, saying that this man is even going to get more compensation. That's a real friend right there. And it should make investors absolutely sick. Now, will we ever see Mr. Rob Johnson again? I hope not. I hope he's never involved with another company, right? But even though he thought he got scot-free because nobody ever talked about him really other than me and maybe a couple other people, at least this video will be up. Not only to remind him, but Tommy Tallarico and everybody at Intellivision what they did with their investors' money and what they didn't do. Now, Rob Johnson may have many, many accomplishments the rest of his life. But to the Amico investor, all he's ever going to be is a parasite that never produced anything and got paid a salary for doing nothing with their money. I'll catch you on the next one. Take care.
Cindy, thank you for joining me on.
Good stuff.
He seemed a little angry. A little angry.
Well, the mismanagement of this company
Oh, bro
will
wants
make you angry. Post the link.
Link is in the chat, bro. You even read the chat, bro.
Looks like Retro Bro's getting some love in the comments. Dead silence.
I was looking up something on Rob Johnson, Mr. Rob Johnson.
Rod. It should be Rod Johnson. That'd be a porn name.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where he came from. What is the connection? Because it doesn't look like him.
Pretty convincing. Had my
What's that,
stomach tied knots.
Gen X Gamer must have bought one of those ball shavers YouTubers be promoting.
You mean the lawnmower? I mean, he could just gotten a Gillette razor and it would have been more effective.
Well, here's the why do I have to do this? I hate to do this. Oh my god.
Why do you have
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
I don't believe Robert Johnson was exactly what he was being promoted as.
No. Sure.
Let me explain what I mean. Okay. I believe they slapped a title on Rob Johnson, but he actually was never working directly for Intellivision. What do I mean? Well, I mean Robert Johnson has a company where he does things like marketing for other companies. So they hired Robert Johnson and then just called him their chief marketing officer, but he didn't actually work. It's like if I hire Bomberny to mow my grass and then claim that he's an employee, right?
Yeah.
He's not. He's just my grass mower, right? And if Bomberny hires Carl, Carl doesn't work for me. Carl works for Bomberny. Can't claim Carl as my lawnmower technician, right?
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if
It's
I
like,
hire
let me give you an
Bomberny's
example.
company-
Let me give you an example. If I'm making an album and I'm thinking of paying Abbey Road Studio to master it, so I can master that Abbey Road Studio on my album.
Oh,
like,
nice.
It's for the prestige, innit? So
Right.
you can like hire
That's what I'm
someone
saying.
just to say they've like done something for you for the prestige. It is done, but it is a scummy thing to do.
Right.
To a degree.
I'm not saying it's not scummy, but yeah, we'll take a mosey on over to Rob Johnson's public LinkedIn and show you what I mean. Okay.
Can't I just dream of the creative ways we want to torture Tommy Tallarico instead?
Oh. Okay, so see
Feel-
here, he says
feel
he's
free.
the chief executive officer for the Neutral Carbon Inc., right? From July 2019 to the present, okay? That's the other job that Gen X Gamer is talking about, right? From 2019 to present. And then he was the chief marketing officer from 2020 to April 2022 for Intellivision, right? So he's working these two jobs at the same time. Now, if you read what his experience is as the chief executive officer of the Neutral Carbon, it says currently providing operational leadership through executive level support ranging from CEO to CMO via long-term contracts. Clients, all under NDA, include a beverage startup that we don't give a shit about, and a digital entertainment company launched planned for late 2021, but secured funding of $17 million and pre-orders of over $25 million. He never really was at Intellivision. He has a company that Intellivision hired.
Right. So that's why LinkedIn is garbage.
So that's why it looks like he had two jobs, but he didn't really have two jobs. Like I said, it'd be like if I hired Bomberny. If Bomberny owns Bomberny's grass cutters, right? So I hire Bomberny's grass cutters to cut my grass. That doesn't mean he has his own company and he's my grass cutter, right? It's not two jobs. It's one job. His one job is the other job.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to defend. I know everyone's like, you're sitting on the fence, Tony. I'm not sitting on the fence. I'm explaining something that should need to be explained that y'all people should know yourself.
You know, there are plenty of there's plenty of room for people in California for people who like sitting on fences. Just saying.
So it's the same situation when they were talking about Perrin Kaplan being their PR, the head of PR. Perrin Kaplan has her own company. They hired her PR company. So technically, yes, she was the head of PR. Technically, Rob Johnson was the chief marketing officer, but he was actually his own job that they hired to be their chief marketing officer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And what's with these pre-orders of $25 million?
Well, I think he's counting the purchase orders as pre-orders.
Right, which is he's being dishonest in a sideways kind of way.
Yeah. So he didn't have two jobs. He only had one job. And here's the problem, right? Now, again, I'm not trying to defend anybody, right? I'm not trying to defend. I just want facts. That's what we do here. We deliver facts. Sorry, Gen X, you were wrong on this one. I might have to make a video clearing the air. I want to, but I might have to. He says he had a long-term contract with Intellivision. That means Intellivision said, hey, we're going to have a console coming out, right? We need a marketing officer. They hire Rob Johnson's company. They say, we got a 2-year contract, Rob Johnson, right? For X amount of dollars. So they give him the money. Now Rob Johnson goes, all right, you ready to market? And Tommy's like, no, we're not ready to market anything. Just hold on. You ready to market? Not ready to market anything. Hold on. Another month goes by. Hey, you ready to market?
No,
Rob, we're still not ready to market. Rob has a contract. He's getting paid, right? if Tommy and the Intellivision team are like, no, hold off on the marketing, Rob Johnson's not going to market it, right? It's his job to do what the client wants. And if the client's telling him, hold off on marketing, well, fuck, he's holding off on marketing, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he wasn't paid to do nothing. He was paid to do a job, and then the job became redundant because they didn't have a product. He's not going to give the money back. He's like, oh, I know we signed a contract, but it turns out you don't have a product, so I'm going to give you the money back. No, Rob's like, fuck you guys. It's your fault you didn't have a product, not mine.
Yeah, Intellivision seems to be a den of nepotism.
Well, it's not nepotism because, like, again, if I hire Bob to cut my grass, right?
Yeah.
And then it snows, and Bob's like, I can't cut your grass. It's snowing, right?
Right.
I don't give him back the money. He don't give me back the money. Like, well, here, your grass burned. There was a fire, and you don't have grass anymore. So I'm going to no. I paid him X amount of money for X amount of lawn care. My lawn just got destroyed. It's not his fault.
I'd like to take that even a step further. Like, if I hire someone to do a job and I don't need him to do the job, like, I'm not going to ask for my money back because I've hired him to do a job. And if it's my responsibility to tell that guy or get that guy to do the work, but if I don't tell that guy, oh, like, do this, do that, and they don't do this and that, and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Nepotism if Bob's your uncle.
And also all this, I've suspected all this for a long time, that a lot of these employees are just hired to have their name on the sheet, and it's possibly a tax write-off.
And real quick, before Retro Bro jumps in, I think this speaks to the mismanagement. Bro was saying it was highly mismanaged. I think this speaks to this mismanagement because I think normal companies would have put a contract like, hey, we're going to pay you X amount up until this date, and then when we start marketing, we'll give you another deposit, right? And like then if there was no marketing or if we need to cut the contract early, we pay a penalty and then you go away. Right? That's how normal people put contracts. But Tommy and them were so convinced that it was going to happen, they never gave themselves any out. They just here's a contract for 3 years. Here's some money. Don't worry.
I think you're giving them too much credit there, Tony.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it's a way of disappearing money.
I agree. I think Bob is right.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Hey, the retro bros here. What's up?
Bomb, you got in trouble, man.
Bro.
Yeah, Bomb, you got in trouble for being nice to me, man. I saw that. I'm sorry, bro.
I don't give a fuck, man.
You got to be careful, man. Some guys don't like. Some people don't like you guys being nice to me. It's funny.
Well,
yeah, I've already.
They can go sit on a spike.
I've already lost one sub since I started talking on this stream tonight. So we'll see how much more we can lose now.
That was fine.
These are people who are possibly nameless, like faceless commentators who I don't even know, who are just commenting in the comment section, who maybe know more than me about certain situations. But I'm not going to judge people on what they've done or their content or what they support. I'm going to judge someone on the character of who they are and if they're a good person or not.
Yeah, that's what liberals are for.
I love you, Carl.
So, do you have any insight on this whole Rob Johnson situation, bro?
Yeah, dude. I'm putting together my my bill of sale for them. No, I should just put like add up all the time I did and look up what an average CMO makes and just send them a bill just for shits.
I actually did have a question for you. Couldn't you take it off of your taxes?
No,
because I didn't spend any money.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair.
But,
just asking.
Like we just looked at Rob Johnson's LinkedIn, it appears that he was just the owner of a company that Intellivision hired, not necessarily an employee, right? He was an outside contractor they hired.
Yes.
Have you met Rob Johnson, bro?
No, I've never met him. I'm curious how they're not the articles of incorporation, but I forget the exact term of it. I wonder if he had him listed. I wonder if they had him listed as an employee on like their actual like books, so to speak. I mean, because they said he's the CMO, but
Yeah, but I think he was just like I said. I think he was a contractor they hired.
I mean,
And he just
regardless of
left.
if he was part of the company or not, he really didn't do a whole lot. I mean, I think that's
Yeah,
fair.
but there's a difference though. There's a difference between like we were discussing. Like if I hire you to clean my house, right? So I say, here, bro, here's $100,000. You're gonna come to my house every day and clean it, right? Then a tornado hits my house and there's no house to clean. You're not required to give me my money back, right?
Well, if the unless the contract's set up otherwise,
Right.
Maybe
but
he
if
had
the
a contract.
isn't set up that way. You're not
Yeah.
required to give
No,
money.
I agree with you, Tony. I think it's mismanagement.
Whereas
I don't think
the
they're.
difference is, but here's the difference. Like, let's say you're my employee, right? And one of your jobs is to clean my house, and my house gets blown down. So then I could tell you, well, there's no house, but you know what? I have a car that you could wash because you're still my employee. I'm paying you by the hour, by the week, or whatever. That's the difference.
Retro, do you realize you could have worked for Tony to clean his house and burn it down at the same time, and you've been able to gone away with his money?
That's
I don't
not
know,
how it
man.
works, Carl.
I think the commute would have been a little too far. It wouldn't have been worth it.
Plus, if you burn my house down, then you'd be responsible for paying back for the house if you burn it down. That's arson, Carl. Yeah. I think, in my opinion, from everything we've seen from the company, I think that they were calling contractors, they were implying they were employees, they were slapping titles on people that were actually not technically employed by Intellivision, rather hired by Intellivision to do jobs. You know what I mean? So,
Rob Johnson.
Sounds like a porn star.
I was gonna say. I think it was Carl who said it sounds like a porn name. 100%.
But it should be Rob. It should
There's
be
no way.
Rob.
Is that his real name, Rob Johnson?
It sounds like a porn star.
One Inch Bicep says, I know Rob Johnson. He works at the soup kitchen serving the homeless every Thursday. Always on time. Super good dude. Can't doubt 1 Inch Biceps. He knows what he's talking about.
Coming to an internet browser near you.
It should be Rod
Amico
Johnson.
says, forensic audit is in order. But here's the thing. I think that a forensic audit is not going to come up with anything because it's going to turn out that people that we think are employees are actually just contractors. And that's why they didn't do anything, because they weren't required by contract to do anything. There's nothing to do. That's what I think.
I think the only way to get a forensic audit would be like through a class action lawsuit, and that would have to be done through the investors.
Yeah.
I don't know if that ever happens. They're not going to do it because like a few hundred pissed off retro gamers are mad at Intellivision.
No. So you're not going to, like I said, even if they did it, I don't think. I'm praying they're not incompetent enough to have paid him as a contractor and then try to claim him on their taxes as an employee.
Well, they were already investigated by the FTC like a year and a half ago when the whole shit with
Jay
Allard came up. They actually got investigated
Really?
over that. Yeah. Yeah,
Johnny.
they had to go through a pretty deep investigation because somebody reported all that stuff to because you can go to the FTC website and make a claim, and those claims like anybody can do it. They're 100% anonymous. So what happened was they essentially got audited and investigated for it, and they came up with nothing. So if anything would have been, I think Intellivision did a good job. If they did do anything shady, I think they did do a good job protecting themselves. Nick Richards has kind of been around the block for a while, and I don't know who said it before, but if anyone knows how to like cook books or protect themselves, it's probably him.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think the problem is what we consider shady and what the government considers shady are two different things, right? Like saying Jay Allard is the chief global muckety muck, right? We're like, oh, that's important. Sounds like he's an employee. And then the government's like, well, no, it says right here he's not an employee. He's a contractor. They've never claimed him as an employee, right? So that's the difference. And I think Rob Johnson falls in the same category. We're all thinking of him as an employee. Like, you're an employee. Why ain't you doing anything? And he's like, no, I'm a contractor who was contracted to do something that didn't need to be done. And so I wasn't required by law to do anything. I don't work for Intellivision. They hired me for a job that was no longer needed.
Yeah, and I also want to add, like, you don't have to be like a genius to cook books. Like, I did a college course, and one of the small modules was business studies, and they basically taught us how to cook the books, essentially in quotation marks. But these guys have got a lot more experience with this stuff, so they're going to be a lot better at doing it than someone who's never done it before.
Tommy Amico says, we knew they were getting investigated. That's part of my song. It's in the Neil Patel investors pitch. Yeah.
Did you ever get to
Tommy
did you ever
Amico
meet? Did you ever get to talk to Neil Patel, Retro Bro?
No, I have not. He's
So
just
who
an
did you
investor,
meet?
though, right?
Like Who did you meet from Intellivision?
Like personally, or just spoke with just anyone that it was public about. That's all. Phil, John, Nick, Tommy.
Didn't talk to Brittany?
No.
I was gonna tell you to hook me up. Brittany's kind of cute.
I mean, she's in California. Well, no, you're not in California. Never mind.
We have a
that's it,
thing called
really.
airplanes.
You're a hater, though, Tony. She wouldn't have nothing to do with you.
But that means I'm taboo. I'm off limits. Tommy's like, no,
Oh, yeah,
don't
maybe.
talk to him. He's a bad boy.
Maybe
Can I
she's got daddy issues.
Can I ask you guys a serious question? And I don't mean this to be condescending. I'm genuinely curious.
No, let's hear it.
So like what like I'm okay at this point. Like I think this whole thing fucking folds, it goes under, and we never hear from most of these guys again. So like what do you want to see happen? I guess if not like if this is it, like if this ends, like what do you guys want to see? Like if this is the last information we ever get, they file bankruptcy, they just go back to being Intellivision that licenses out their name. Like where do you go from there?
We'll go around the horn. Carl, what do you want to see? Start with you.
Oh, well, I would think it would make one hell of a disaster of the century episode. That's what I think.
There's a few things. I've got like a few things to say on this. If I'm not interrupting Carl.
No, go ahead. I'm making that point. Go ahead.
Like, I mean, before you said the bankruptcy, like I would still like to see the console come out so we've got something to review and like still debate. If it's bankruptcy,
well, I got some news for you. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah,
yeah, we know.
I'm sorry.
We wanted. I always wanted that. I always wanted it to come out just so that we could know something, like to see, like, is this thing viable? So we won't get that. So it's gonna be like the shitty ending.
Yeah, I'd like if it goes bankrupt and their name only and all that jazz. I think they need to be investigated and investors need to get their money back. Like, and I was like, at first I was wanting to warn consumers about the product, but now it's like got even further that like I'm concerned about the investors and I want them to get their money back.
Yeah, that would be the thing that I would like to see happen. Like, I would just for them to at least have a voice or like get some answers.
But unfortunately, what I actually believe is going to happen, I think they've done like they knew what they were doing from the start. They know what they're doing now. And I just think they're just going to get away with everything they've done, and they're going to walk away happy that they made a shitload of money.
Yeah, and as far as like what we can talk about, I mean, if it does end, I mean, it's like bankruptcy and then nothing goes on, then what the fuck are we going to talk about as far as Amico is concerned? We just transition into other stuff.
So I do want to go back to what Bomberny said. You said they made a shitload of money and walked away. If you look at the SEC filing, Tommy actually has lost money. Like if this thing doesn't come out, he's actually lost money. Like if you take what he's invested in, because he didn't get paid back because he opted out for profit shares or whatever it was. But Tommy actually lost money. The money he put into everything was more money than he got paid out. I know he's one example. I don't know about the other ones. He's one that's just like
But he's got loans. He loaned the company money. He didn't just give it to them as a charity.
Yeah, but he didn't get paid back on those loans. That's the thing. He never got paid back. And if they file Chapter 11, he won't get his money back.
I don't know about that.
Hold up, Jeremy. We have to remember that we don't have the 2021 filings. We only have the 2020. We don't know whether or not Tommy was paid back last year.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll concede that. I'm not trying to stick up for anyone here. I'm just trying to be
I just wanted to
counter-argument, bringing out facts. That's all.
This makes for good debate, though. Let's talk
And I
about
don't
it.
know everything about bankruptcy and businesses, or even really very clear on what Chapter 11 is. But
it's probably. I know it is probably a little different in each country.
But like, I don't know if Tommy might be considered a priority loan to be paid back, like when the company's assets are sold off. Like, he might have a clause that he's a priority investor, loaner, and that loan needs to be paid before other loans. We don't know the ins and outs of the loan agreement.
Well, that's in the SEC filing, though, I believe.
Well, not all the details of what the stipulations were that he lent the money to them.
That's correct. That's correct.
Plus,
yeah,
again,
I don't know. Anyways,
after 2020. We don't know if he paid himself back, made new loans. We don't know what happened prior in the original seed rounds. We don't know if he gave money there. Tommy might not have no money, right? We might end up seeing Tommy bankrupt, living in Bro's basement for a couple of weeks. We don't know.
And like, to go the conspiracy theory route, like, unless we actually see the bank transfer, do we even know if Tommy gave that money or even actually loaned that money? And is it just a book cook, so that Tommy can be like, oh, I've lost this much money, I'm going to write it off in taxes or whatever they do.
Bro knows something. He don't want to tell us though.
It's all right.
Tommy's already living in his basement. Tommy's shouting from the basement. Stop talking, bro.
Yo.
We need to get Retro Bro drunk.
I got a bottle of whiskey sitting right next to me.
Oh, Gatoroos is in the house, and he says worst case loss is 152K. Best case, he makes a profit of 140K.
Yeah, but again, we don't know if Tommy put in money before, because there was like 3 or 4 seed rounds and stuff. We don't know what was put in there. Not that I'm sticking up for him. I know you guys are always calling me a fence rider. I'm just stating facts, and we don't know what happened in 2021. I know I'm a fucking pussy. But we gotta have the facts.
Yeah, we want the truth. Truth.
Did
King of All Buttocks? What do you think? What do you want to see happen when it's all said and done, King of All Buttocks?
Yeah.
You there?
What do you want to see?
I said King of All Buttocks, not Carl.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Buttocks passed out.
All right. CM Retro says, I want to see them at least make a statement on their YouTube channel apologizing to the investors and supporters. I don't want to hear excuses, just an I'm sorry. Potion Sword Run.
I don't think that'll happen, unfortunately. I think that's what they should do, but I don't think that'll happen.
You don't think they will ever apologize?
No, because based on the conversations I've had with Phil earlier, I don't think he cares what most people think. I think as long as I think as long as he's protected legally, I don't think he gives a fuck.
Wow, all those people that just loved Amico, though, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he told me, I wanted to come out, and he has family that wants it to come out. I don't know. I think that obviously, if they make more money if this thing comes out and succeeds, as if they just end where they're at now. But I just think it's been mismanaged too far into the ground that they're just fucked at this point. They can't get anybody to give them money to go to manufacturing, and that's exactly what they need. Like I said in my stream, their own fucking board of directors won't give them money.
That's crazy.
The ones who have invested all this money previously said no fucking more at this point.
E King has a good point there.
Hold up. We got to get through these comments. Ahead. You guys got me.
Now go. Go ahead. I'm taking over.
Says, I want to see these people get exposed publicly and never work in the industry again. Ninja Kitty says, I want to see Ben Silverpong and Retro Bro become amigos when it's all over.
Yeah, I love when Ben comes on here and yells at me. It's so funny.
Apparently, Slopes is in the house.
I didn't see Slopes. I was looking. I didn't see him.
1 Inch Bicep says, I want to own Tommy Ferrari.
I understand DJC kind of reacted to your comment, Richard, bro. How are you two doing?
I talked to him earlier.
What is up with the 134-day countdown?
I asked him about that. He says he's trolling. I was like, maybe not do that because it looks like you gave a release date. Like that's what it looked like. You're literally the only positive Amico channel left, and you essentially gave a release date when Intellivision's not saying anything. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. I thought it was a bad look.
Who's that?
DJC posted a video with 134 days till release of Amico countdown.
Yeah,
That's
I don't think
terrible.
you should have done that. That I don't know.
And he posted all this stuff on the Intellivision Facebook group, giving them guys false hope.
The thing with Chuck is Chuck doesn't talk to anybody at Intellivision, so he's really just I think he's willfully ignorant at this point. He's just such a fanboy for it, like he just refuses to let go.
It is sad. I mean, it from watching it from our side. I mean, I know I came in yelling and I still get mad at certain things, but it's been pretty sad watching this whole thing fall apart for everybody that was excited about this, how they've just been shit on. And like now like you said, they won't even get an apology. They won't even get and that's really the story at this point is it's like the people that were so pro and the investors, it's just just left in the dark to fuck off later.
I can't believe
I do want to say one thing, and I'll make a public statement, and I will say I apologize to No Swear Gamer because when he said that he compared it to the Coleco Chameleon, I thought he was crazy because I think at that point, I still thought there was a very good chance that this thing could still come out when him and I talked on my show. But now, if this thing doesn't come out, it will be 10 times worse than the Coleco Chameleon will.
Oh yeah,
we could have even ever dreamed of.
10 times, it's like 120% worse. They actually made the money.
It's 10x. It's 10x. So I will publicly apologize to No Swear Gamer and say, listen, if this doesn't come out, he's 100% right.
So I'm curious, Retro Bro, what was were you kind of wavering on your for a while, or was it just one mega thing that just got you?
No, it was really since last October. So a lot of people don't remember the live stream I did where I was very critical of everything that had happened in the delay, and I was done at that point because I had said previously, I'm listen, this thing has to fucking come out this year or you're fucked. I've said before, I'm I don't see how they could even find me. I would have never thought they could have gone even this long, and I honestly don't think they are. And I said I don't think they make it past April of 2022. How do they do that with no more money coming in? So it's kind of just been, a snowball effect probably since the last official delay from Intellivision. Because I really do believe at one point they had the money to release the console to a degree. Maybe it wasn't the whole Founders, but maybe it was half the Founders edition, or at least send out beta YouTubers overpay, but that money that you pay in the long run is going to pay off when you're sending these things out to YouTubers. That's why Paulie Mega was able to hold on so long, because they gave units to these big YouTubers, and you could actually go on YouTube and watch people play these things. I think if Intellivision would have done that, it would have fared much better for them. And they didn't, because they're oh, well, we have to make a profit on the fucking hardware. It has to be, this much, because our fucking, we find out later it's because their debt's so fucked up, and they owe all these people ridiculous amounts of money.
Was Tommy making the decisions on some of those? Are you able to say that? Did he make that Sudesh deal? Was that him?
I think Tommy, unfortunately, was behind some of the bad deals, but that is just his lack of business knowledge.
Right.
He's just not a business guy,
600 years of experience. What are you talking about, bro?
Right, but at the end of the day, the guy makes video game music. He doesn't cut fucking backroom deals with.
Well, you say that. If you actually look into if you deep dive into his history, his music comes from Tommy Tallarico Studios Inc. So he's got experience of setting up businesses and running businesses in the past.
Yeah, and
no,
the Terminator
that's true.
soundtrack
Yeah.
is High School Music that he just repurposed.
Yeah, but that's good music, man. I don't know. You guys are crazy for it. I love that soundtrack. I love that soundtrack before I even know Tommy was behind that soundtrack.
It is good music. I will say that much. I kind of liked what I listened to.
Elvis the King says musicians are typically not known for their smart business sense.
He's right.
He's not wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it was desperation. Desperation to prove the haters wrong, so he took a bad deal.
I
Thinking
think
that it
so
would work out in
too.
the end.
No, you're right about that, Tony. I think he really was obsessed with the fucking haters, and I'm like, I really do believe that he made decisions like based on like, oh, I'm gonna stick it up Tony's ass with this deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he
I'm
should
going
have
to show him a
never thought
lesson.
that
I just
way.
paid a
Yeah.
whole bunch of money to the MLB. Like, Tommy, why did you do that? We didn't need that.
When I heard that you said that he even talked about me, I was like, holy shit. Like, I would never even have thought that he would have even bothered watching one of my videos. Like, I was like,
No,
wow,
he
man.
watched it. I mean, they, I should say they, because it's not just Tommy. It's literally everybody over there watched everyone shit, man.
Were they watching them together? Were they watching them together in groups?
Oh, I don't know that. I mean, maybe.
You know they did. There's a conference room. They put down the projector. They're like, here's our enemies. They're watching.
Hey, so, all right,
I
so
could just
I got a
imagine
question.
that.
Which
I'll
one
tell
of
you
us
what
did
happened.
you
I'll
like
tell
the
you what.
most?
I'll tell you, Tommy Amico. I'll tell you what happened with the Finnegan Fox thing. I know exactly what happened. That whole shit with Pat and Ian.
Go ahead.
So
You have the
because
floor.
I can say this shit now because it was almost a fucking year ago. But what happened is John Alvarado's left-handed, right? So he was playing it differently, and there was a bug in the game. So when you went to switch the controls back, it would bug out, and it wouldn't adjust right away. So when they recorded it, the bug happened, and it didn't switch the controller, so it didn't go from left to right-handed. And they were gonna fix it. And Tommy goes, no, I'll leave it in and I'll, just to mess with Pat and Ian. That's exactly what happened. So it was a bug. He didn't purposely invert it. There was a bug in the controller.
Wow.
So,
So-
which one of us did they like the most?
I have no idea.
They didn't give
You,
a fuck
Carl.
about
I
any
don't
of
think
them.
they liked any of you guys.
I
That's
don't know.
crazy.
Even if it was a bug, and they're like, "Well, fuck it, just leave it in there," right? It still was an official video. I mean, like,
Well, Tommy,
How
the
did that
game,
work?
That's how
the
he
game.
was.
I don't think the game was said to be finished though. Like to be fair, I don't think they said the game had been finished at that point.
yeah, but it would be the same thing. It would be the equivalent of, let's say, Tommy spilled coffee on his shirt. He was like, "I'm gonna leave it there to fuck with Pat and Ian because they're gonna call me out on having coffee on my shirt." But I know that I did it on purpose. Like, Tommy, it's still an official video.
No, he didn't.
For
No, he
television.
didn't. Yeah, but he didn't do it on purpose. It was a bug. They should have edited
Yeah, but
it
once
out.
you figured out there was a bug, you
Yeah.
stop, reshoot it.
Exactly.
Well, you would, but that was the
that's what they
thing.
should have
He
done.
was
But
so.
he was so
like,
exactly dazed. Exactly. I know where you're going. You're exactly right.
That's what.
yeah, he was consumed by the haters and
Right. That's someone who's intelligent. You don't leave something that's a bad look in there for investors and other people to go, "What the fuck?" That's dumb.
he got too caught up in it, man. That's crazy.
Hey, what's up? What's up, bro? We can just let bygones be bygones, and we can just chill out. And I'm not gonna try to get in a fight or anything. Just come on real quick, because that's really exciting that you said that like they watch their videos and stuff. Like, can you tell us anything else about like? Do you know if they listen to the record or more about Tommy or just our videos in general?
Listen, man, I don't hold grudges. By the way, where the fuck is your icon? I don't even see you on here. It's like, oh shit, you know what? I'm on the wrong screen. That's my fault. Hold on. There we go. I was looking at the YouTube feed. I'm like, where the fuck is he? I'm still like seeing this shit with Gen X Gamer up here.
It's so exciting because they never acknowledged me. So
No. Dude, he did not fucking like you. He told me one day he got mad at me one time because this was the one stream I did where I was trying to make amends with you, and I think this is what pissed me off. Was I was actually gonna reach out to you, and you're like, "Fuck that dude, he's a fucking dork." I'm like, "Whatever, dude." And the next day I was talking to Tommy, and I was like, he's like, it pissed me off that you said he's a good musician. He's a terrible musician.
But I partially just did like really bad edits and sloppy shit because I knew like if he heard it as like a producer and a musician, he'd be like, "Oh, this is," It's like because like
excellent music controlling.
I have a little bit of education in it, just junior college. I worked in a recording studio a little bit, and so like I know what you're supposed to do, and I didn't really do it right, so I would just kind of tick him off.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Dude, I don't fucking hold grudges. I don't care. At the end of the day, this is all, and I know people disagree with me. Like this is all just YouTube and video game shit. I don't take it seriously. I know some people apparently do, but I don't.
Well, yeah, I mean it's serious when it gets outside of here. When it's not us. It's like the people who are mad at Neil Patel or whatever, and Tommy's just like the bridge between it. He's a bridge between us and those people. So.
Well, yeah, and we're all here just kind of commentating on everything and just looking at it and watching.
Yeah, we're just like I see it as like we're like the fans of the teams. Like I'm not a baseball person, but it's like the Dodgers and the Giants people. But then like Neil Patel and Tommy and the big investors and other people like that, they're more players. But then like I don't know, you guys got up close and personal, so maybe you're like the Bat Boys or something. I don't know. You're almost like somewhere.
Let me tell you, I live in
We're the
Cincinnati.
replacements, right?
Yeah.
I live in the Cincinnati area, and they're kind of running the Reds like it's in television. So,
well, that's all I got. I'm just cleaning up the house and busy with stuff, but I'm still listening. So,
all right, so
have a good night, everybody.
Later,
E.T.
Tommy.
wants to know how hard is it to double jump in Finnegan Fox with no face button, bro?
It's not easy. I actually didn't like it. I was like, well, maybe because I didn't get too much time to play it. I'm like, maybe this is if I sit down and play it for 20, 30 minutes, I might get used to it. I don't know if I will. So, but like right off the bat, no, it was not like jumping was fine. Like I didn't mind jumping, but when you double jumped, it didn't work well for me.
It looked rough when DJC was playing it, and we made videos about that. Like either DJC sucks at video games or that the controls are terrible.
Where it does work well is on like and honestly I don't even know why we're talking about this because this fucking thing ain't gonna come out anyways. But on like the shooters, like on Flying Tigers, just to tap the screen, that actually did feel a little bit faster than like pressing a button.
Really?
Yeah.
But
that's not like the only thing.
It's not going to come out, man. But we're still interested because we've been kept in the dark on so much of this stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, we'll eventually get tired of talking about it, but
will we
anything?
Though?
Yes, it's going to get old. I mean, it's already. I mean, little things that come out, we're still talking about it because we're interested and we're nerds. But
part of it is part of it there's nothing going on right now.
I think it was like my third video. I was already like tired of talking about it.
I mean, I make way less videos about it now, but we talk about it when we're in here on live streams because you run out of other things to talk about, and it's like, we'll just talk a few little Amico tidbits. And now that you're here, we're like, ooh, yes. What will you tell us? What can we know without you being, going too far or whatever?
It just sucks you in.
Yeah,
People
it sucked me in.
Stop talking about this, guys. You know that.
Yeah, they will. They stop talking about the.
They eventually stopped talking about the chameleon as well. I mean, so at some point it will end. But the longer they drag it on, we'll see.
Well, that's the thing is they're not telling anybody anything, and it's like it's still just like up in the air. Like we're in a quiet period, and so that's kind of there on them too. Like it's just that's what's crazy about it. Like Jesus Christ, like how long is this going to just keep going before finally somebody just admits that we're done? Fuck this. That's even more crazy to me right now. Like than everything else that's happened. It's like, wow. Like just say that you're done so that we can all move on.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Oh.
No one talk. E King says, I still want my Amico because I have these 8 fake games that piss me off every time I look at it.
That's
I still think, like, despite what people say, I still think there's so much to talk about this project. Like, and I think when it's over, like one way or the other, like whichever way they go, there's still going to be so much to dissect and look at. And people who think that there isn't, like, I don't think they really realize like how much of an impact this has had on so many people. Because we're going to have investors coming, like we haven't even had the backlash from the investors yet when they lose all their money.
That will be interesting. Like any legal stuff, it's just gonna stir this right back up into a hornet's nest.
But how much of that that's going through Republic is like is kind of Intellivision off the hook for? You know what I mean? Because that's kind of like
probably a lot, because you're investing in Republic, you're not actually investing in Intellivision.
Yeah, that would be
but I'm sure there's stipulations like in Indiegogo, for example, or Kickstarter, like, hey, this thing might not come out, and if that happens, you don't get your money back type thing.
Yeah, there is.
You know.
CM Retro says he only made Amico videos when there was something important. I used to think the same thing, CM. I used to be like, hey, I'm only going to make videos when something important happens. And then something would happen like every single day. Like Jay Allard would happen, and then someone else would leave, and then Tommy would say some crazy shit, and it was like, I couldn't get a break. I didn't want to make a
Tommy
video.
would pass gas. Tommy would look at him.
No, Carl. See, I'm tired of shit like that, okay? I'm tired of people saying shit like that. We've never sat here and be like, Tommy wore a red shirt. Let's handle. No, we actually talked about shit that was kind of important. I think every single video I've made, if you look at it, it's kind of important. The fact that it was happening so quick to each other is not my fault, right? I would always be like, hey, making a video hopefully is the last one for the week. And then just some other shit would happen.
I think
if I didn't make a video covering it, someone else would, right?
I think quickly we should catch Mike Hawk's comment. I think that's a really good comment he made.
Yeah, I did want to address that.
This
It was
one?
good.
Yeah.
So, well, here's the thing with that. So, one, that would require them to have money for manufacturing. Two, they kind of already did that. Like, they've already taken money from pre-orders and still didn't release a console. And then they spent the money, by the way, and they can't fucking give people their $100 deposits back.
That's what, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's shitty.
How many people still have pre-orders out there?
Well, I will say that
there's people queuing to put their pre-orders on the original founders.
I honestly
putting money down.
I honestly believe at this point there's probably less than 500 total pre-orders. If I had to put a number on it,
the true diehards.
Yeah, because I like, and I know diehards are like, fuck this, I'm out. Like, you guys know. Well, I don't know if you know, but Cyrus like deleted social media again, but he asked for a refund and he still hasn't gotten it.
Again? Didn't he just come back to Twitter?
Yeah, I don't know. I talked to him. He messaged me the night after my stream and he's like, nah, dude, I'm not fucking doing this anymore. I'm like,
he's so emotional.
Yeah, but I don't know. Some people are just not made for social media, I guess, you know. Like there's just not, you know. Tommy's one of those people. Cyrus is one of those people.
Yeah, we said that about Cyrus. I think like 3 or 4 flip-flops ago, where he was gone and came back, gone and came. We're like, you know, maybe he's not cut out.
But as much as shit as everyone gives Cyrus, he is so out. He fucking canceled his pre-order. He's like, he emailed them. He's like, dude, I still haven't gotten my fucking money back. I'm just done. He goes, I don't care if this fucking thing comes out at this point. Like, I'm just done. Like, I
will tell you this point. I did talk to Cyrus before. And I think I want to say like 6 months ago, maybe even longer. He was like, dude, I don't think they're fucking coming out. I don't think.
Yeah, he's felt like that for a while. The thing that bothered him, and it really, like the stream I did the other night, I think the thing that bothers him is he takes everything as like he takes it personally. You know what I mean? And some things I get, like there's a troll in here with a cry is smart and shit like that. Like some things like I get, you know what I mean? But like when you guys compare it to the Calico Chameleon, like when No Swear Gamer did, like I thought he was wrong, but I didn't get offended by it. You know what I mean? I didn't get upset like Cyrus did. So
yeah, I was there with Tony, and Cyrus definitely expressed doubts about the Amico's success or something along those lines.
Well, he's felt like that for a while.
I never really told him because he asked us not to tell anyone. So,
and you got to have an incredibly thick skin for social media because you're going to get critics and haters no matter what.
That you are. I mean, I get haters. I'm like the nicest guy you know.
No.
Big nose haters. By the way, who pointed out fucking Canadian Gamer's giant nose? I can't unsee that shit now, by the way.
That was Ninja Kitty.
Good
Ninja
God.
Kitty.
It's like, holy fuck, that thing
He
is
does
huge.
have quite the honker.
Yeah. Now he's gonna clip this. Now you're all on the fucking list. You're on the list now, bro. He's coming after you again.
I don't care. He's a
what
loser.
you gotta do is then look at all the girls in the Home Shopping Network channels and notice their noses. Those women have the biggest noses in the world.
I'm not looking at the Home Shopping Network girls' noses, Carl.
No, I mean look at them and look at just general big noses, and then don't laugh. We're trying.
I think Carl wants to play Smash or Pass. Is that what you're telling me, Carl?
I don't have a list, dude. Sorry.
But I might have a list. I have a list of the 41 hottest YouTubers.
Is Carl on that list?
Smash. Smash.
Smash, Carl, smash.
Though someone did say I look like Wolverine, so.
With the you need some claws.
I don't know. But I mean, if you want to play Smash,
Ninja Kitty.
Ninja
Hey guys,
Kitty.
like my nose?
Hi. Oh, hi there. That's a sexy nose.
Sorry for making fun of your new friend, Carl.
Oh,
You know what I
mean,
found?
more acquaintances, dude.
Speaking of Carl's new friend, what kind of shit is it to say, hey, these losers got nothing better to do than talk about Amico? And then they go on the
And then
stream
do Amico?
and talk about Amico.
And then making and then make a 8-minute video, Miko video.
I mean,
it's like,
I'm just trying not to be less. I'm just trying not to be less angry at people. That's all. I can't handle that. I
you're
can't
trying to be
handle.
less angry, or you're not trying to be less angry?
I'm trying not to be that angry at people anymore. It doesn't work for me.
So, can you pull up Mike Hawk's comment real quick? He says, if there are really less than 500 pre-orders, producing each console by hand is honestly doable. Start with a dozen of these. The problem with that is if you only order enough parts for 500 consoles, your cost goes up to like $600 a console. Like that's the problem.
true.
You're losing so much money. It's not even worth it at that point.
They should just raffle off the prototypes or something. Or just
they need to just license the games out and put them on fucking Steam and put them on wherever else. It's honestly what they need to do. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if they have something in their contracts that says they can't do that or what. It doesn't make sense that they haven't done that already.
There's one issue with that,
they're
though.
probably-
There's one big issue, Tony.
Issue. No one's gonna buy them.
No, the issue is that you can only play it with that special controller.
Oh,
I was told that.
no.
Remember,
Ninja
I saw many videos of this.
I mean, it would be
really
it would not be the quote unquote
hold on.
same experience, but all the devs are used to the devs who remember when they showed off Space Strikers, they were using Xbox.
I was being sarcastic.
I know.
Ninja Kitty
here's
is
the thing.
sarcastic.
Here's the thing. If you look at the Space Strikers people who are also putting the game out as Graviators, Finnegan Fox is already out as Fox and Forest. The Bomberman clone with Dynablasters is coming out on all
Dynablaster.
platforms. I do think that all the games are contracted only for Intellivision Amico, and that Intellivision actually doesn't own the IP or nothing, so they can't put them out on any other platforms. If it would go out on another platform, it would be the developer, and they would get the money, so it wouldn't help Intellivision at all. That's just from the outside looking in.
Well, they put that Moon Patrol game out to play on the app.
But that's
Not
on the
just
app.
do something.
It's not on.
Yeah,
Did you not just do that though? Put the dang games on the app. Charge.
Or just
little-
sell the
Yeah,
games
pretty much
individually. But no, you could
something.
You
'Cause
could get it.
You could
could
still
do
play it with the
Breakout.
phone. I mean, even if there is like a special experience with the controller, I mean, at least the phone was still intended to be one way to play it.
No, you got to
Who's-
spam. You got a spammer.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
man.
Mega Dan.
Dazed. You get dazed. You can't put Moon Patrol out. Nintendo will sue them. It's got Star Fox stuff in it.
Oh.
But remember, playing it on the phone isn't what it's supposed to. It's not supposed to be played on the phone.
It is much. It is.
but at
It
least
is
it's
much
better than nothing.
It is. It is 1,000 times better with the controller than it is on the phone. I hated it on the phone, and I was like, I didn't even think I was even going to like the game until I played
That was
it. And I'm
one
like,
thing
oh,
I.
this is kind of fun.
That was one thing that I was critical of, like people that, like if you had a family or whatever, and like the kids would be arguing over who got the controller. Like, no, you got the phone. Deal with it. I kept saying, like, kids are gonna
Why is
get pissed
Canadian Gamer coming in here with a bunch of accounts telling us Saggy's a liar?
because we were making fun of his nose.
Oh.
Yeah, the timing is sus, bro.
Just like the timing of that new Saggy versus 2.
Ooh, they made a video about you, Dazed.
Oh, you gotta play it. You gotta please play it.
Who made the video?
Days,
How
why do you
long
get
is it
so
be-
much
how
shit,
long-
man? I don't
how long
understand why
is it
Days
be-
gets so much shit.
How long is it? Because I got to get to bed soon because I got early
Hold on, who
Mother's
made
Day
the video?
plans.
What's a Canadian Gamer?
It's a Canadian Gamer.
I told
video.
him
It's
if he
13
came
minutes.
if he came too hard at me, I've got a video. I'm ready to go, or
His
not ready to go. I'm
last
going to make
video
one.
with the one with the bear. I don't
Yeah.
think he talks about you. He
Yeah,
talks
the one
about
that says Dazed and Confused.
Yeah,
Carl,
that one. He
that
doesn't
one?
really talk about him. He talks about me at the end, which was what inspired me to make my last
Carl, we're watching the video. We're watching the video, Carl. Carl, we're watching the video.
It looks like it's going to
You're
have
free to leave.
You're
look
going to
at
have
the
to
thumbs down.
You're going to have to skip it. It's the part when it's me.
It's out of the way at the end.
It's a 13-minute video. We can make it through the whole thing.
I must be
Jesus
good
Christ.
clickbait, I guess.
You have the sex
All right.
appeal. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm playing it. Let's go.
Just fast
Do
forward to
this.
the Days part. I don't care about his fucking tech toy trash.
No.
In that case, that's
Yeah, but
about-
here's the thing.
Here's what Canadian
Here's the
Gamer
thing.
does, man. No one
Shut
gives
up.
a shit about his fucking reviews or his other stupid topics that he does. So he works them into like this drama shit. And I'm watching like a video about Saggy, and he's like, "Oh, I picked up this game for Master System." I'm like, "Don't try and work your shitty fucking pickup videos into some drama." I'll just click off.
Yeah, well, he does that, but also he'll put in a couple of snide comments in the middle here, and then pick up, and then a little snide.
Yeah, and
comment,
usually
pick
by the
up.
third laugh track, I'm fucking done. I can't take any more of that shit.
Now he's
Look,
transitioned to
someone's
say,
spamming
look, now he's
anti-Canadian Gamer
transitioned.
stuff.
He's transitioned to make fun of Canadian Gamer now to say, look, it's not me, it's somebody else.
Somebody,
I gotta tell you guys for all but the last 10 or 10 minutes of the video, he talks about everything else but what you're looking for.
Carl, we're gonna watch the whole video. Stop trying to convince us not to.
All right, play it because I got to get to bed soon.
One of the mods, take care of the spammer.
How's it going, guys? Cameron here with Canadian Gamer. We're the only ones out on the trail today, so yeah, let's see what we
Hope he gets mauled by a fucking bear.
He's stalking Smash JT. That's what it is.
God.
He's like, "Where's Smash JT's trail? I want to find him."
Yeah.
If there's anything out here. Any wild animals?
I gotta tell you, this music is definitely not appropriate for an outdoors video.
Oh man, it's beautiful out today. Just the right temperature. A little bit of a crisp breeze. It's not too hot.
Why does he sound so fucking out of breath?
Yeah, you would think with a nose like that, he'd be able to get sufficient oxygen.
He's like, it's a beautiful day.
Yeah, when he sniffs his own,
come on.
he sniffs his own farts, so he can't breathe.
I doubt this is even his outdoor trail video.
You don't think so? You think it's someone else's?
Nah.
It's
No,
just-
it is.
He
It's
does
his.
a lot of these. Walking.
You falling asleep?
Mm.
You are? Yeah.
Press play.
Wake up.
I'm wearing a sweater. And yeah, you know.
I like how he has to
Mother's
show that
Day
he's wearing a
weekend,
sweater, like no one believes
you know,
he's wearing a
it's a big
sweater.
family, a big get-together. That's fine. Some of us don't have big families.
Yeah, no shit.
Some of us don't have any families at all. So
What's up,
you
Rambling
know,
Man?
for some people, it's a joyous occasion, and for others, you know, it might be kind of a depressing weekend. And I'm not saying I fall into that category. I'm just aware that there's other people out there in this world.
He just admitted that he's in that category.
Yeah, his mom
Maybe
beat
they
him as a
have a
child
family,
for having
but
such a ridiculous nose.
don't live close to them. Maybe they live in another
Oh,
country, another
God.
state.
It's not his fault. He has a no.
No, it's his fault, Carl. Don't give him a pass. It's his fault.
How's his fault? He has a big nose.
In case you didn't know, Retro Bro, Carl is friends with Canadian Gamer now. So
When did this
I'm
happen?
trying to be easy on the guy.
Today.
I just,
It happened earlier today.
You can be easy on him and still not like him. He's still a dickhead.
Look, Carl, if his mother birthed that big nose, she was in so much pain, she probably took it out on Canadian Gamer. That's all I'm saying. All right. Could you imagine that shit passing through?
Oh my god, that's brutal.
Tore her vagina.
Okay, hey, Tony.
Another province, another city. So, you know, if you're one of those people, the worst thing you can do is mope around in your apartment or your house. It is good to sort of get out, get some fresh air. And I find this trail's closed over here. I find getting out, it is good for the mind, you know. You're looking at different things out in the wild here, or I am at least, or even if you're walking around in the city. It's really good for the mind, body, and soul. I do appreciate.
Can you pause it for a sec?
Anyone who stopped by
Tony?
Our live stream last night. Again, if you're not aware.
He's giving this life advice after making 30 videos in 10 days, and his eyes are all black, and him spending hours scouring all of Saggy's clips just to try to pin stuff on her. I find that kind of funny. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's.
Are you calling him a hypocrite?
A massive hypocrite. The dude is consumed by it, spending every single minute on YouTube, and he's giving this advice. I find that funny.
I will say one thing. He genuinely believes Saggy is what he says she is.
Yeah, but he's also
No, he
fucking
doesn't, Carl. Shut up. He does not fucking believe that Saggy is Saggy verse. It's bullshit he came up with.
You, he does believe.
I don't care what he told you, Carl. He lied to you. He lied to you.
He's not going to lie to someone as insignificant as me. There'd be no point.
Yes, he is, because now you're on here talking his shit.
He lied to you, Carl. It's pretty obvious.
Well, whatever the case may be.
He's also incredibly dumb. So even if you did believe it, it's not out of the plausibility because he is probably the dumbest guy on YouTube that I've ever seen.
After you.
Not after me.
I didn't mention that obsessing over whether the whole thing about Saggy is pointless, that no one will care.
Who's this Saggy chick?
Saggy's the girl that rejected Canadian Gamer and made him cry.
Made her
started everything. No, she made him cry, and that's why he's hurting so badly because she does not like him.
I think you'd like Saggy Melon's channel, Buttocks.
I think Buttocks is saying you're misgendering. Stop misgendering Canadian.
I mentioned to the guy that obsessing over Saggy being whether or not she is where he says he's. I told him it's pointless. No one will care.
Everybody cares, Carl. Give me a second. I'm not going to play the video. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm trying to set up the damn thing to block these fucking bots that Canadian gamers bringing into the chat.
Just
he doesn't want
turn
to talk.
subscribers mode only on to it.
Yeah, I got to go to the studio.
Is that?
Ugh. Fellas, I'm gonna have to go to bed. So
Okay.
I know I gotta be up first thing in the morning to go to this Mother's Day breakfast thing. So
Yeah, you too.
Later, bro.
See you later.
later, guys. Y'all have fun. I want to talk to you some more retro, bro. Though whenever whenever you
Yeah,
want
send
to.
me up on Discord, man. You can. I'm usually on there.
Yeah, we talk on there too. But like, if you want to, I talk like on a stream or something, or if you ever want to like come on my stream or something, if you want to talk and.
Yeah, I'm down. Usually stream during the week when I'm working, but I'll try and jump on.
I can make it whenever, like another time. So, all right.
Later, bro.
Later, everybody.
Later.
Later. Where
Double
the
speed.
hell is
Double speed.
Hold on. Where did I put this? All right, here we go. Subscribers, what are we talking? 2 weeks?
Nah, that's too harsh.
I would do like
2
I would do
days.
it. I would do a day. You could do a day because I doubt any of these are within the last day.
All right. Now subscriber only. You said put it 2-speed? Bro can't listen at 2 speeds. Too fast for him.
1.25 at least. Come
One,
on.
yeah, 1.25 is fine. We maybe 1.5. He's a slow talker.
Yeah, I put on 1.5. All right. 2-day club. If you're not here for 2 days, sorry. I'm doing a Darius, but we got a troll.
Where myself and YouTuber Master System Marceau, we're running a live stream every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern time when we're able to. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. We talk about different topics. Now, last night when we started the stream, she's windy. Last night when we started the stream, we were talking about the controversial topic, Roe versus Wade, with regards to the abortion laws in the United States. And I get it. You know, predominantly we're running YouTube channels, but you know, it is something that he's really passionate about. And while I'm not, I'm the one that actually suggested, do you want to talk about this on the channel? Because it's something that he's really passionate about. He posted a video about it on his channel. He's been talking about it to me. He's been tweeting about it. And I think it's only fair, you know, to give
I'm glad I'm fucking blocked by
the
him.
conversation a little bit more.
Yeah, Master System Marceau is really, really excited and very passionate about killing babies. So if he didn't have me blocked before, he definitely would have had me blocked after this shit.
What is he, pro-abortion?
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody
He's like super
rigid.
Makes sense to me.
He called abortion a human right.
Yeah, so's life.
It wasn't Master System Marceau a coat hanger salesman?
Oh, dog.
Boosh. I knew I didn't like that fucking weirdo for a reason.
Potion Sword Run says both of these fools are Canadian, right? What the fuck? Canadians have no right.
He's not Canadian, Potion Sword. He lives in the States.
No, he's
Canadian gamer.
Immigrated.
Oh wait, does Master System Marceau live in the States?
Yes,
He's French Canadian apparently.
No, he was born in Europe. He was born in Europe.
Canadian. He's your responsibility by default.
1 Inch Bicep says, I think Ian was all pissy about it too. Yeah, I've heard. Now, obviously, I'm pro-life, but I'm not going to push it on anybody, right? We're a gaming channel. We're not a fucking political channel.
It doesn't jive with Master System Sega game streams.
Yeah. If I were pro-abortion, I would say that we should abort Amico, but I'm not. I'm pro-life. I want to see it come out.
My opinion on it is we're men. We don't really have a say in it.
No, men can have babies now, bro. Come on.
My opinion
biologically.
Hold on. To go off of Bob's comment, if I have no say in it, right, then I should have no financial responsibility either. If I can't decide to keep my kid because she doesn't want it, then she can't decide to keep it if I don't want it and make me pay for it.
Right on.
I mean, I can't.
Either it's an equal decision, it's an equal partnership, or it's her decision and I have nothing to do with it. So leave me the financially fuck out of it.
I'm not touching this topic with a barge pole because I'm a gaming channel.
Yeah, same.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to me as a
if you want,
if you want my
opinions. Yeah, if you want my opinion, I put a little bit of it on Twitter here and there, and that's about as far as I go with it.
I want to talk about abortion.
The comments by Tony are not reflective of the other members of the panel. I speak for myself and myself only.
I don't want to talk about abortion.
We watch the rest of the video.
Yeah. Days
is really glad he left.
Abortion is bad. All right. But see, here's the difference. We could laugh about it and none of us are trying to kill each other over it.
Yeah.
Just remember that.
That's true.
We're not in a street fucking screaming at each other with our vaginas hanging out.
Exposure. Not that I have a huge channel, but I wanted Tim to be able to talk about it because it is something that is important to him. And again, just because we run YouTube channels, it doesn't mean that we're not allowed to talk about other topics. It's just unfortunate because we have these gaming channels that we sort of pigeonhole ourselves, where there's just an expectation for from our audience. And I get it, but at the end of the day, and he said the same thing. You know, if we're going to lose a couple subscribers because they don't like, a certain topic that we're talking about, they're probably not the right people for our channels to begin with. We're going to talk about gaming-related topics 99.99999% of the time, but that other 0.9% of the time, or 0.1%, or whatever it is, yeah, we're going to step out of our comfort zone and talk about something else. So, yeah.
This is fucking boring.
Yeah, this is insanely boring.
You should get out of this comfort
days part.
Sorry, you should get out of the comfort zone and talk about dating.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hate this music. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, I don't know where the days part starts. That's the problem. Carl didn't give us a timestamp. He just said the last.
I said
end of
about
it.
5 or 10 minutes towards the
That's
end.
not a timestamp. About 5 or 10. That's the pretty big fucking difference.
I'm a
Carl,
boomer.
it's a 13-minute video. About 5 or 10 is like 1/3 to fucking 2/3 of the video.
Tony, stop screaming.
Dude, you need to calm down.
I'm calm. I'm actually very calm.
No, you're not calm. I'm
calm.
Play the video. Play the video. Play the video.
Play the video.
I don't know if this is bear shit or not, but that kind of freaks me out. I think it's dog shit, but I don't see why someone would let their dog shit here and leave it because bear shit really stinks. But yeah,
That's more than dog shit.
Yeah, check this out here.
That's the channel right there.
I can't believe he's critiquing fecal matter.
I can. It's Canadian Gamer, Carl.
Oh man,
This is your buddy, bro. This is your guy right here.
I'm just trying to get along with the guy. That's all I'm trying to do.
Earlier today, I posted a video showcasing a Sega Master System phone console from Brazil from the company Tectoy. And after posting that video, I went back and watched John Riggs' video on the console. I had seen it before, I forgot about it. And his newfound buddy, Felipe from Brazil, ships that console to John Riggs. So he gave me a little shout out. So there's a couple of things to mention with regards to that clone console. So hear me out. So the first thing is it's my understanding Tectoy, as part of their licensing agreement with Sega, prohibits them from being able to ship that console outside of the red and yellow cables to a Vista. It is a cool conversation piece, but unless you live in Brazil, check out the old house, the homestead.
Oh, that's where he was born, right there, right in that little hole. His little fucking troll that he is.
How do you hate him so much?
Dude, what is with that? That music. Jeez. heat. He's doing a nature video and he's using.
I want to talk about the game Death Stranding. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Kojima. Not a huge fan.
Does he even talk about Days Gaming, or did he just fucking
Metal
use his
Gear
name for
Solid
clout?
games. I'm not a huge fan.
He doesn't talk about
so the
him
game
at
Death
all.
Stranding, I noticed it's
Why the fuck
basically
is his
being cleared
name
out
in the
at
goddamn?
It's $20. And
Clickbait.
I'm not saying I wouldn't like it. It looks interesting enough. You know, some people are like, oh, it's a
Talks
walking
about me
simulator.
at the very
I don't know.
end.
I've heard that it's a good
Oh, he
game.
talks about you.
Some people say
Okay.
Carl, you can't hear the video to see what he's talking about when you're talking over the video.
Talking about anything important. He's talking about the stupid
Let us
fake
be
master
let us be the judges of that, Carl. Let us be the judges. I know he's your friend, but let us judge the video.
Somehow how stupid the Master System minions.
Come on, Tony, stop.
Dude, you need to calm
I don't like it.
down. Are you
Others say it's the greatest
sure
thing
you're
since sliced bread.
not on
So
drugs?
yeah, let me know in the comments below. Should I pick up Death Stranding for the PS4?
Agreed.
Is it worth it? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below.
PS4.
Get hit by a truck.
Wetlands viewing area. And the other thing I wanted to mention too, it's kind of funny. I've been reaching out to that fake Twitter account there, Saggy's Melons, Saggy's with an S, daily, and I've been tweeting out to them, like, hey, everything okay? Are you there? Are you having a good weekend? Why aren't you responding to me? You getting concerned? And I'm not getting a response. So somebody needs to log back into their account and respond to me. I got to make sure they're okay. All right, so we'll end this vlog here. I do want to say, Carl, one of the members of the community,
Yes,
he reached out to me and apologized recently for some of his past, I guess you would say,
Which I was
regressions,
wrong
is that the
for.
word?
To be fair.
And he feels like he's been disrespected in the current community that he's involved in, and he goes on to certain live streams and he's not getting, I guess, the appropriate recognition for what he's contributing. So yeah, I appreciate you apologizing, and I'm sorry that you feel like you're being disrespected. I could have told you that a while ago, buddy, but you didn't want to listen to me. But it's good, better late than never. And yeah, I'm glad that you've finally woken up and smelled the roses. Now you just need to talk to your buddy Days Gaming.
Now.
And you need to wake that guy up too, because he's lost his mind.
Okay,
Anyways, guys,
Can you pause it for a sec, Tony?
Beautiful day, beautiful day. Tony.
Yeah, because I never got to see.
Hang on a sec, Carl. This is the same guy who did a voiceover of Carl going, "I'm cool," and he has the gall to say that.
You know,
this guy's an asshole.
My only criticism of that is he did a poor impersonation.
You'd rather him do an impersonation of you being mentally handicapped?
Carl, have I ever done an impersonation of you, Carl? You get pissed when Dean impersonates your voice, and this motherfucker did it, and you're like, "Oh, it's no big deal, guys."
In a much more disrespectful manner.
Because I generally, if people are going to do attack videos of me, I'd rather do them right. They do them right.
Tony, explain why is Carl simping to the Canadian gamer? I don't understand.
Okay, first of all,
I don't understand it either.
I'm just trying to get along with the guy. Second of all, I don't care that.
Carl, you don't have to
much
get
about-
along with someone who treats you like shit, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, man. Like,
You're trying to get along with Tony.
Not to. I'm just trying not to be, because what I've been doing in the last year isn't working. I'm just trying not to be as focused on.
Just be yourself. We all like you. We do.
What do you mean? When you say like it's not working? Like, so what do you mean by that?
I mean, the anger, okay? The anger isn't working for me. It's
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
it's
You'd
it's
rather just
like
not
a
have
job.
bad. Well, let me put it this way, Carl. You can like have. You can have the way you feel about him. You can be kind of.
I'm just trying to be fair to people.
Well, you can be fair, but at the same time, like you don't have to be fucking best friends with the guy either.
I'm not
You know
trying
what
to
I
be
mean?
his best friend. I'm just trying to get along with people.
Carl,
You know,
real quick. First off, Potion Sword Run says he did it with ill intent.
Yeah,
Carl.
he's right.
Secondly, Carl, do you think Canadian Gamer would be talking to you with any sort of respect, quote unquote, if you weren't one of our friends? If he didn't think that this would piss me off?
dude, people don't care about me. That's the way it is. You
Carl,
know,
we
that's
care
just-
about you. We had a fucking birthday stream for you, Carl.
Dude,
Okay?
you bullshitted me out of Gabbing with Geeks. You said I
No one
can't
bullshit-
do
Carl,
big panels.
no
And
one
no,
bullshitted
no,
you.
no, you're gonna listen to me. You bullshitted me. You didn't listen to me before. And every time it feels like you kept the stream longer and longer, knowing that I can't be involved in the last half of it.
Carl,
I have to accept that,
Carl,
and that's fine.
Carl, stop making shit up in your brain. We kept the stream longer because people were having fun and it was a good time. And not all of us have to go home. We don't all have the same bedtime, Carl. Some of us get to stay up late.
Do what you want. It's your channel. It's fine. But
You can't go do what you want in one breath, and why are you making a long stream in the next breath?
That's
Carl?
fine.
Pick one.
Dude, do what you want.
Red pill or blue pill? I like you, Carl, but you drive me nuts. Okay?
I drive everyone nuts.
You don't
We
drive
made
me
the
nuts,
stream
Carl.
long because people were enjoying the stream. You had to go. We didn't want you to go, but you had to go. You chose, right? I told you that we did the streams on Saturday. You knew that Sunday you go to church. Okay? Like Days Gaming is not going to be pissed. Is Days going to be pissed that we let the stream go longer because he had to go, because he has to go in the morning with his wife for Mother's Day? No, he's going to be like, you guys kept going to stream because you were having a good time.
Like I said, do what you want.
No, but you're putting ill intent on me. You're saying that I did it on purpose, and I didn't do it on purpose to hurt you, Carl. I did it because we were having a good time that day. You said I have to go, and we said, okay, Carl, we don't have to end the stream because you have to leave. The only person that can end the stream because they left is me, because it's on my channel. And technically, if Blinded's here, it doesn't have to end because Blinded can keep it going.
There's also the fact that you spoke for me when I asked you not to.
Carl, I made a joke by telling Vito you said hi. Jesus
I don't
fucking
like
Christ.
that. I don't like it when people speak for me. Dean, I get Dean. He has no intention of ever getting along with me.
Carl, Vito doesn't even hate you. Vito likes you.
Dean's crazy. In a good way.
Getting back to the ill intent, do we need to replay that video? He spoke for Carl in a very poor manner.
I don't care if people make videos about me. It doesn't matter.
Do you care,
People
or
can
do
make
you
as many as they
want people to make videos? Like, you shouldn't want the bad ones.
I don't care. I can't tell them to not make them.
You do care, though, Carl, because remember when Volpe was making videos?
But I had
So-
no choice. But I have to accept it.
Okay.
That's the way things are.
Hey, Ninja, how you doing?
Swell, I just ate nachos. It's so good.
That sounds amazing. I'm making enchiladas tomorrow.
Who's playing Mortal Kombat?
Should have
I'm playing like right now.
Or like 5 minutes ago.
No, I'm playing Skullfang.
Oh, maybe that's what I heard. Because the video, Kitty and Gamer's video is so boring. I was like, can someone put the whatever they're playing on screen? He's literally showing shit.
I could.
Look at Chappie says it's clear CG is manipulating you, Carl.
I don't, whatever happens, happens. I don't care.
Okay.
Just
Carl,
to put my
just take. Oh, I was just gonna say, Tony, because I left the YouTube comment. I said, "Don't burn your bridges," because eventually.
I'm not burning any bridges.
Well, you have been harsh on Tony, and he's been very nice to you over the last, what has it been, 9 months? So I would try not to burn those bridges for someone who's actually defended you and reached out and helped, has been nice and kind to you. You know how many times people have said, Tony, kick Carl off the show? Nearly every show. And he's told them F off. So I wouldn't burn that bridge.
That's true. People
I'm
tell
in the show. So there you go.
people tell Tony to kick Ninja Kitty off, and he doesn't kick him off. I tell him that all.
I don't think Carl had ill intentions. I think he was trying to provide some constructive criticisms, and also, like, Canadian Gamer is going to be on YouTube regardless of what we do, and at some point we're probably going to deal with him again in the future, like once he gets off this tirade. Whether we like to or not, we're going to have to deal with him in some way.
No, just ignore him.
I just war on him. So.
Ocean Sword says, "Let Carl learn. He'll know where we're at when he needs us." Yeah, that's all that's gonna happen, Carl. You're gonna You're gonna get hurt by Canadian Gamer. We don't want to see you get
I'm
hurt
not
by
going
somebody.
to do much where Canadian Gamer's concerned.
G10
I
says ban
ascertain
Ninja
where my position is, and I move accordingly. That's all.
And Carl has stated that he's just seeing how it goes. He's saying he's giving him a chance. He just wants to get along. So can't we just leave it at that for now?
Fair enough.
I agree, but I also don't think he should be going on Twitter shitting on Tony, then
I'm not
going on
shitting
Tony's show. Yes, you are. I could pull up the
Well,
tweets. Not saying you're being as bad as Canadian Gamer, but when you're saying Tony's a bad guy and how he betrayed you, but you're on the show right now. So if Tony's such a bad guy, I don't.
No, this is the after party. This isn't the show.
But
and all I'm saying is
you're
I don't
attacking
like
his character.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I don't get.
Anyways.
I don't get that. I don't get as being involved whenever people say this kind
In
of
case
stuff
Potion
about
Sword
me.
Run isn't familiar, and same with Bob, it's kind of a pattern. So Tony knows a bit more. Probably Retro Bro knows more and stuff. We're just trying to break Carl out of this pattern because it always goes back to the same way.
I have been doing fine lately. Okay? I've been doing very good.
Tony.
I'm trying not to say anything that I'm going to regret.
Okay, don't say anything at all.
Yeah, don't do that.
Talk about something else.
We'll talk about Bob on his retro writing. I gave you retro writing advice. It might help.
Talk about Bob.
Awesome.
Is there anything else that we need to cover? Any other interesting topics going on in the retro community?
Well, I'm kind of interested if anyone cares. Like you say, if you don't care, you don't care. What about this new Saggy Versus 2 account, which has popped up all of a sudden? I don't know if you guys have seen it.
I've seen it. I blocked it.
Yeah, I've blocked it.
Yeah, they came to they came to my channel and left some stupid comment. My exact response was "Shut up, Meg."
I think personally, call me crazy, but I'm pretty convinced it's Canadian Gamer.
The new one, I don't know. It has tendencies of some other troll accounts I've seen in the past, so I'm not sure. It could be anybody.
My response, as I said before, nobody's going to care about it. You know, that's how it is.
Trying to find a topic.
Well, look it. I'm going to go with Canadian Gamer Logic.
If it is,
here we go. I'm going with Canadian Gamer has admitted in the past. Shut up, Carl. He's admitted in the past that he's trolled people. This account is trolling people. Therefore, it's Canadian Gamer.
Oh, we've all
exposed.
trolled people, dude. It's not that big of a deal. It's not exactly a big of a.
I haven't used alt accounts ever.
Carl.
Ninja.
Listen real closely. Hold on. The man accused me of false flagging his video. That is very serious. That's not something the YouTube community takes lightly.
Yeah, that's kind of the that's like the that's what you don't do type thing.
Yeah. You can make a video shitting.
You can lose a channel.
Everybody.
Yeah, like you don't
No
want to
one
be
cares.
known as a false flagger. That's
sort of like being.
People say lots of different stuff about me. I don't let it bother me.
yeah, but it's different if you're accusing someone as false flagging.
False flagging is a big problem. Like you can lose your channel doing it.
Yeah.
And like
That's
you can lose a lot
that's
of
what
respect
cowards
and-
do.
Yeah.
A coward would do that.
The only time I've ever copyright struck a channel was they were directly re-uploading videos with zero commentary. I mean, you can strike those because that's not fair use. Like even all the shit that has been said about me and the fucking clips that have been taken, like I never even once thought to even strike that shit because it's just not. It's fair use. Just because it hurt, just because it's not what I like, doesn't mean I can fucking false strike it. That's not how this shit works. Yeah, it's freedom of speech. It's fair use. Like if you're falling under the guidelines of commentary, regardless of if you don't like it, You know.
I mean, it's just the way I see it. Just people say lots of nasty stuff about me. I don't worry about it.
Yeah, but they're not accusing you.
I think you do worry about it though, Carl.
flagger.
I think it does
off-
bother you to a degree.
First
It
off,
does
there's certain
bother me to a
things-
degree, but I try not to deal with it. Just try to move on.
Carl, there's certain things you don't say about people. Like, you can call me an asshole. I'm not going to give a shit. But if you were like, Tony's a pedo, I'm like, dude, you don't say that shit, right? Don't even joke that way. You say I'm a false flagger? Whoa, don't fuck with my YouTube shit.
Like how Tony just said, it's worse to false flag than call him a pedophile.
No, I said
In
that
a weird way, it kind of
you're
is.
canceled for either one. It's basically like those are like you get called those things and that's it. Like even if you're not, like that'll follow you forever, right? There'll always be a fucking doubt.
Yeah.
Call someone those things. So don't do it. You don't do that shit just willy-nilly.
I don't do it.
No, but Canadian Gamer did. That's the fucking point, Carl.
Well,
he blamed you and Saggy for false flagging him.
On YouTube, there's not much worse of an accusation you can do regarding someone's like viability on a channel.
Yeah, that shit almost like buried John Hancock, man. I remember when he flagged the I don't know if you guys are aware of that, when he flagged that Dave guy from D-Dave, and then he flagged Smash JT, and it wasn't even he flagged them because they used his fucking thumbnail, dude. It was insane.
Yeah, but isn't John Hancock a thief though?
Yeah, he's a
Maybe.
scumbag.
Yeah.
Has anyone watched this deep dive into the shallow mind of Canadian Gamer video?
Not yet. I'm guessing we're gonna.
Who uploaded this video?
This was done by Dean from DA Talks. So let's watch this. It's a very
Saggy's
interesting
friend.
video.
Oh, is this for co-host?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Gamer, a YouTuber whose name is synonymous with both shame and mockery. To some, he is known as a drunk, and to others, he is known as YouTube's most incompetent detective. A Canadian Batman, so to speak. We set out to answer just who this YouTuber is, and why he has taken the mantle of Canada's biggest clown. To answer these questions, we must look back to a live stream dated April 7th, 2022. The channel hosting the live stream is none other than Dazed Gaming, known mostly for shitting on the Soulja Boy console and offering hammock tours to strange men who may want to also buy a hammock. On this seemingly normal stream, we see the never graceful Saggy Melons. Not Saggy Melons with an S, but Saggy Melons with a Z. Saggy is out of her element as she is a fan of the now canceled Soulja Boy console, and the other panelists, like most people that know about the console, rightfully shit all over it. Yet, Saggy seems to be making friends out of her enemies. The peacefulness of the stream was short-lived when Saggy, who is now known to be the second woman to ever break Canadian Gamer's heart, started yelling at Canadian Gamer, who was seen crying in the chat of the live stream. Canadian Gamer apparently didn't like that some of the panelists were cool with a YouTuber who allegedly has doxers in his chats as regulars, and those doxers had their sights fixed on our subject.
Sounds like a
According
potion
to
script.
Saggy, Canadian Gamer was cool with the doxers when they were going after people that he didn't like. The hypocrisy caused Saggy to snap at the man who always loved her from a distance. Let's take a listen.
Canadian Gamer, like, you literally were the biggest supporter of Volpe and Derrick's. I saw you in O'Clock One, who, by the way, is Volpe, when they were making videos about trying to fucking dox me. Gamer, come on the panel. Come on the panel. Say that shit to my fucking face, because you last time we were on stream together, you ain't had shit to say. You're a pussy. That's why I'm fucking saying you're a pussy, bro. Stop saying shit. You won't. You had a chance to say some shit to me, and you fucking sat there silent, rolling your eyes like a fucking schoolgirl who's too afraid. You afraid of me, bro? I'm 5'5", bitch.
Although Canadian Gamer couldn't be seen on screen, it is said that you can still hear his heartbreak late at night when driving along the Canadian border.
That's
awesome. That Saggy is the second woman to break Canadian Gamer's heart. Sitting here with me is the first and only girlfriend of Canadian Gamer. We have censored her.
Is it going too fast or is it not fast enough?
No, it's fine.
All right.
Her image and masked her voice to protect her identity, as was her request, so that she didn't, quote, die of embarrassment.
I know what you're thinking. How could I have dated him? I was an alcoholic for 6 years. I started heavily drinking towards the end of my senior year in high school. Things only went downhill from there for the next 5 years. I met him at a bar. I remember my friends begging me not to let this guy take me home, but I did. And we both were so drunk, we passed out as soon as we got to my place. We started seeing each other regularly. Every night I'd try to get him to have sex with me, but he always made excuses. Looking back on it, I should have seen the red flags. I've never once seen him go to the bathroom. The constant excuses as to why we couldn't have sex.
Just what are you getting at?
The man has no dick.
Oh, so, like, he's a girl?
It's worse than that. He's completely smooth down there. I'll never forget the day I saw him with smooth nether regions. It was the same day I quit drinking and started going to AA. I'm now 12 years sober.
Wow, truly awful. I wish I hadn't have heard that story. As we move along, Canadian Gamer couldn't handle Saggy Melons yelling at him in front of a live audience. What he did next would cause most men to die of shame afterwards, but as I'm sure you're starting to realize, Canadian Gamer isn't most men and lacks any sense of shame. Canadian Gamer decided to respond to Saggy by crying in a response video. Let's take a quick watch.
It's not right. It's not right for her to yell at me like that on a live stream. And it's not right for Days Gaming to sit there with the rest of his crew on the live stream with a big fucking grin on their face like it's a big fucking joke. It's not. You know, it can be a bit intimidating when a woman is yelling at you, as crazy as that sounds. You have no right to yell at me and scream at me like that.
Yes, Canadian Gamer really thought that releasing this video, where he is obviously fighting back tears because a woman yelled at him, was somehow a good idea. He also thought that adding a laugh track and applause track were also good ideas. But to be fair, this may have been the first time he had ever heard someone laugh at one of his jokes, even if it was only because he edited the video that way. After this video, Canadian Gamer was seen as a hero for taking Saggy Melons down a few pegs. That's what Canadian Gamer wishes would have happened. Instead, he was mocked relentlessly. Several streams and videos were made laughing at Canadian Gamer, including some that I, your host, took part in. I'd like to tell you that this is where the story ends, and that our subject decided to take the L and move on. However, on April 17th, Canadian Gamer falsely copyright struck a video that made fun of him by a channel that went by Saggy Melons Verse. Saggy Melons Verse was a parody account that had previously dedicated the channel to causing trouble for Saggy Melons by pretending to be her in YouTube chats and starting drama. Shortly after being struck by Canadian Gamer, the owner of Saggy Melons Verse deleted the channel. The owner DM'd Saggy, giving her praise for taking the trolling in stride, and informing her that Canadian Gamer would now be their new target forever, because unlike Saggy, Canadian Gamer couldn't handle the light bit of trolling they threw his way. Shortly after being called out for being a bitch who false struck a channel for making fun of him, Canadian Gamer had his own video falsely struck. The video, 9 months old, and according to the claim that Canadian Gamer shared, it was claimed by a company called IFPI. Canadian Gamer, instead of taking any time to look into who IFPI was, decided to blame Saggy and another YouTuber named Tony. Had the Canadian detective of taken the time to look into who IFPI was, he quickly would have found dozens upon dozens of other YouTubers, as well as countless Reddit posts from people complaining about false copyright strikes from, you guessed it, a company called IFPI. Instead, Canadian Columbo did this embarrassing video in which he takes the form of a human polygrapher and deduces that Saggy Melons was her own parody account because she paused in a sentence when asked if she was that account. Wow, a regular Sherlock Holmes. He then points to Saggy and Tony's attempt to clear their name and find out who IFPI was after Canadian Gamer had accused them of creating an account called IFPI just to flag his video with no evidence to support his claim as evidence to support his claim. Yes, Gamer used the fact that Saggy and Tony tried to clear their name after being falsely accused of striking Canadian Gamer's video down as proof that they struck his video down, despite never having any evidence to suggest that they had done so. And, as I had previously mentioned, had Canadian Gamer have taken the 2 minutes it took him to shit out this trash heap he calls a deep dive to look into who IFPI was, he would have seen that there were countless other YouTubers who had experienced the same false copyright strike that he had experienced. Saggy Melons and I had recently done a reaction stream to Canadian Gamer's sad conspiracy video, and I may have gotten a little heated.
Where's my
What
fucking
apology?
apology?
You didn't prove anything, you stupid! Stop demanding apologies from other men. It's a fucking bitch move. Nobody owes you a fucking apology.
Facts.
Oh, you need to apologize to me. You sound like a fucking woman.
You
fucking Jesus Christ.
What happened?
Tony, what'd you do?
This video is pretty funny. The guy's voice is weird, but the content is pretty gold. Tony.
He has himself muted.
Hey, everyone's got to make a bowel movement every once in a while.
Yeah, he is muted.
In
I wonder if he
sync.
stepped away for a moment.
Maybe
So
it's
was
his-
this guy? This guy wasn't on stream with Canadian
Your
Gamer,
mom should
was
have
it?
fucking swallowed you.
No.
Shortly after reacting to Canadian
That'd be
Gamer's
fucking
conspiracy
great.
video, I was contacted by a woman claiming to be Canadian Gamer's mother. We quickly verified her identity. To be honest, the shame in her voice would have been enough verification for most people. As per her request, we have censored her image and masked her voice so she wouldn't, quote, die of shame.
I just knew I had to contact you after seeing that live stream. I keep a close eye on my son to make sure he doesn't cause too much trouble for anyone. Ever since he was birthed, I've had to live with the shame of being his mother. You were right. I should have swallowed. The fact that I didn't has been the biggest regret of my life, and I carry that regret with me every single day.
How can Canadian Gamer put his mom through so much shame and regret just by existing? Truly an awful piece of shit. That's going to be it for this one. Please share this video, leave a like, and subscribe. We'll see you all in the next one.
It's Batman.
Canadian Batman. So I think that's it. I don't think we have anything else to cover tonight.
All right. I'm going to talk about food.
Where's Gary?
What's that? I don't know where Gary. We've been waiting. It's already 12:15. 1.5, but nice to see this cast featured. Added to IMDb, Tony. Yeah. I did not get hit by the train. I will not lose my cool. G10 doesn't like the video. He didn't like the video. He thought it was tedious.
It was.
Of course you didn't like it, Carl.
I thought it was funny.
I was cracking up.
Carl, I thought that was well edited. Also, he had voiceover.
The only thing that just amazes me is how much fucking attention Canadian Gamer has gotten over the last, like, I don't know, what is it, like 4 weeks or whatever it's been now.
My problem was it's too overdone. It should have been a bit simpler.
Yeah.
No. The problem is, bro, no one gave Canadian Gamer attention. He made like 4 or 5 videos that no one paid attention to. He was just going to keep making videos regardless if we responded or not.
I think he's jealous of you, Tony.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
He's deeply jealous.
I don't think he cares about Darius Truxton that much.
Well, he's mad at Darius because Darius makes fun of him and burns him so badly.
Well, this isn't the first falling out that those two have had, is it?
No. It's a cycle.
Same thing with Turbo
There's a
Joe.
long history there.
It's a love.
When I met Turbo Joe, he was telling me about Canadian Gamer. Pretty much told me, he's like, "Yeah, man, I don't know, there's something's not right with that guy." Like,
Well, he made a whole video on him, bro. He made a whole video shitting on Canadian Gamer, how he's a snake and never trust him. And he
yeah, it wasn't that long ago, was it?
It was like 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's
Aren't
nuts.
they talking?
They're talking now, apparently.
There he
Well,
is.
like, that's the cycle of Canadian Gamer.
Yo, Gary.
Were you guys just talking about me before I came on?
No, but I am playing some Sega Saturn right now.
Yeah, we was like, as soon as Gary comes on, we're ending the stream.
Well, Gary, have you watched the show at all? Have you been listening in?
Yeah, I heard Sega took it.
Sega lost.
Yeah, I think Sega
Dude.
won.
It's because your subscribers are stupid, Tony. That's why.
I'm doing a video tomorrow on SNES versus Mega Drive, and it's going to bury this subject forever.
This will never end. When I voted, it was 50-50, and I'm like, yeah, the bit wars fucking live on 30 years later.
When we called it,
could you imagine if
we're
the
gonna
internet was
we're gonna go
around
ahead
in
and
like
call it.
1993? Holy shit, people would have killed each other, man.
Yeah.
But we called it. We said, "Hey, this is it. We're calling that. We're going to go ahead and show the results." Super Nintendo won. Then suddenly, Sega got a bunch of votes after the polls were closed. Polls were closed, baby.
Because the people who were would have voted for Sega were too busy playing Sega games. They didn't know the poll was there. They had to fucking go vote quick.
You know who voted? It was already decided when Sega went out of the console business and Nintendo still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're both great.
Listen, bro, Sega fucking got Nintendo so butthurt they took him to court. They took him to fucking Congress, man. They were so upset at him.
Here's the thing: they made a lot of bad choices, and Nintendo
They
could have.
did.
I mean, Nintendo's made bad choices too. You got Virtual Boy, which I love, but it was a mistake. The Wii U didn't do so hot. I mean, they've had their mistakes. It's just Sega had
The
them
thing
back
with
to
the
back
Wii
to back
U,
to back.
the thing with the Wii U was it was a mistake when it really didn't matter. Like Nintendo was able to they could afford to make that mistake at the time. Like
Question.
Nintendo made mistakes when they couldn't really or Sega made mistakes when they couldn't afford to make those mistakes.
Question: the Nintendo's console at the time of the Dreamcast was the 64, right?
It was after the 64.
The GameCube was a
Yeah,
Dreamcast.
it was like
It was not the GameCube as the time of the Dream. That was when Sega was still making. That was when Sega became a publisher. It was the game. It was the 64.
correct. Well, it was
But,
after that.
It gets a bit skewed because Sega put out so many consoles like in a row, and that kind of killed them.
Yeah, that was the problem. I mean, the 32X killed them. The Sega CD, I mean, wasn't as popular as it should have been. Saturn had a bad launch.
Did have a higher concentration of quality games in the library than.
Well, the Saturn has amazing games and an amazing
Phenomenal
library.
games.
The problem is they were all released in Japan.
Japan,
None of them
right?
fucking
You know?
went to the Western market, dude. It's insane. Like
And-
I
and
have a
also-
fucking. It's absurd. It really.
And
is.
also, the architecture for the Sega Saturn was way overcomplicated for developers.
Exactly. It was easier for them to develop for the PlayStation. It was so much easier. They could do so much more. It was cheaper. Yeah. You would have think like Sega would have learned too, because they made the same fucking stupid mistake with the Dreamcast using that stupid GD-ROM when they should have used a DVD-ROM, but they did it.
I was just about
for
to say.
protection.
That's what killed the Dreamcast as well. When the PlayStation 2 came out with a DVD player,
Mhm.
people just bought PlayStation 2s as a DVD player.
Yeah. It was the
what
cheapest
I did.
DVD player on the market, man.
Mm.
By like but not by like $20, by like fucking $200.
Yeah.
DVD players were like $400 at the time, man.
Mm.
A PlayStation was what, $299?
Yeah,
like
$300. It was an
man.
added
It was
bonus.
crazy.
Right, it was a no-brainer.
But I'm sick of these Sega revisionists trying to say the Mega Drive was better than the SNES. It wasn't.
They were both wonderful.
They were both good.
They were.
But you know what I liked about that generation of games was like both consoles were so fucking different. Like today, you don't know what console you're playing the game on. It's the same experience. Back then, everything was different about the games, from the music, the gameplay.
Yeah.
It was just a totally different
Hardware,
experience.
technology.
Yeah.
Color palette.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to do a review. Well, I'm planning to do a review on Xbox Series X versus PlayStation 5. And it's like, what am I actually going to talk about? What is actually the difference? The UI?
Yeah, Game Pass. That's it. That's the only difference.
Yeah, and we've got PlayStation Premium coming soon.
Yeah.
So I'm holding out till June to do my PS5 versus Series X to see what the premium
But you got the
is gonna
exclusive
be
games, Bob.
There aren't that many exclusives, though.
There is that argument, but that's kind of a non-issue. Well, it is an issue, but yeah, Sony's got the exclusives, but
really, what exclusive do they have other than Horizon?
Right now. Returnal.
Spider-Man, and that's about it. But it's like, dude, Xbox killed itself. I mean, Gears is not as popular as it was.
No.
That's what sucks about that. But other than that, I mean, Halo will always be Halo.
Don't forget Forza.
Yeah.
Forza is the best
racing
game.
Games.
It's great.
Yeah. And also, like, I don't know if this is true, but like, I think like the Xbox Series X is gaining or even surpassing the PS5 in sales at the moment.
Yeah, I think part of that is because they're able to manufacture them and actually get them in the stores.
Yeah.
Bob, you're in the UK. There was a system called the Turbo Graphics. Was that ever released in the UK?
I think it was. I think it was called the PC Engine over
PC
here.
Engine, yeah.
But like, it was so expensive, no one got one.
Yeah, great game.
No one I knew.
I love that.
Yeah. I want to get the Turbo Graphics Mini or PC Engine Mini at some point.
Get it.
I remember seeing a Turbo Graphics at, like, I think it was like Circuit City or a Media Play the first time I ever seen it.
Yeah.
And it was in I was like, what the hell is this thing? And just before I got to play it, there was like a kid playing, like, I think they used to demo it with Legendary Axe. I think that was the game they used to get demoed with it. And like just before I could play it, I was like, wow, I was interested in it. But just before I could play it, my parents were like, okay, time to go. So I never got to play it. So it was one of those things where it was like, I'll never know. And I knew a guy who had one, but never really played it. So when the Mini came out, I was like, oh, I got to get myself a Mini, because I don't have, I even rarely find them up on, Facebook Marketplace or anything to buy. So, and the games are so expensive now that it's just, it's ridiculous.
Either way, Super Nintendo outsold the Genesis by a big margin. Outsold in every region. So fucking Sega sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The SNES beats the Mega Drive on so many different metrics and statistics and even hardware. It's foolish to call the Mega Drive better.
Yeah, but the Mega Drives, some of the more demanding games ran better than the
Maddie's gonna win this argument.
NHL games ran better on a Sega than it did on a Super Nintendo because the Sega had a faster chip.
Well, hold on. What did you say, Bob? Or King of Buttocks? You said what ran better?
Well, sports games are really big. And the EA...
But here's the thing. You say sports games are really big, but apparently they weren't big enough to carry Sega above Super Nintendo in sales.
But that's because it's sports games.
Yeah,
So
sports
they
games
weren't
never
really big.
carry a system. But it's a big market, though,
That's what I'm
Tony.
saying.
Like
That's what I'm saying. It
before,
doesn't matter.
but you have to realize though, before Genesis, like the sports games were just kind of meh. Like
But what I'm
Sega
saying,
pretty much
okay,
put
listen,
sports games on the
listen,
map,
listen,
man.
listen clearly.
You can't discredit that.
The sports games might have been better. I'm giving you that. But if there were only so many sales of sports games, like no one really gave a shit about sports games, then it doesn't really matter if they were better. You could be like, the coloring games were better on Genesis. They
No.
only sold like one coloring game, but who the fuck cares, right? So
Gary-
what if the sports games were better?
What's Gary think?
I think there was a significant amount of people back then that went with Genesis because of the fucking sports games and that more of a more mature feel.
Yes.
The best-selling game on the Genesis that was not the pack-in Sonic was Sonic 2. Not a sports game.
I mean,
Well,
it's
I'm not
their
saying it was
mascot.
the
I mean,
best. Yeah, I'm not saying it's their. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
Tony,
not,
you suck.
I'm not saying that a sports game was their best-selling game. That wasn't my argument.
So what I'm saying is it's
Tony,
insignificant if the
Tony.
sports game was good on Sega.
Tony.
It doesn't- the sales aren't there, right?
Tony,
What?
Retro Bro was right. He says each system was different, and that's what made it good. One had good games, that was the SNES, and one had shitty games, as the Genesis. So in the end, they were different.
Okay, all right. What did you play on the Nintendo? Bobby Super Dream House? Color Dinosaur?
Color Dinosaur.
The game's fucking expensive, by the way. If you try and buy it on like eBay, man, it's absurd.
How much is it now? I
haven't
like
even looked.
at
It's
the
been a
time.
while.
At the time, I told this story. At the time, I didn't know when I was doing my flea market stuff. This guy had a bunch of Nintendo games, and there was a bunch of dudes piled around it So I looked really quick because I just didn't want to get into the middle of what they were grabbing at. And this was probably like 2015. At the time, the game, I think Color of Dinosaur was like $40 loose. And I was like, screw that. I actually picked it up, and I didn't know what it was at the time. And I put it back, and I was like, I'll go over to like the X. I'll see what he's got over on this other table. And while everybody was filtering through the Nintendo games, I was looking through the Xbox stuff, and that's how I got my copy of Futurama for Xbox.
Nice.
For $2 at the time.
I quickly want to address a comment by 1 Inch Biceps on the Dreamcast. Check out Genovi's video on why the Dreamcast fails, and that'll enlighten you to even more details why the Dreamcast failed. And it wasn't actually the piracy, little spoiler.
Was it?
Yeah, no, that's a misconception, man. People really didn't burn games back in like 1999, man. Or they didn't.
Oh, my best friend did. He had a stack of them.
Yeah, but that was the exception. That
it was
wasn't
uncommon.
The rule. It's not like it was.
Yeah,
today.
it was uncommon.
Yeah,
but
Genovi was right. Genovi was 100% right. You know what else has a good video is Geeks with Cash. He did one on the Saturn as well. He does some decent gaming documentaries. If you guys check him out, he's got some really good ones on his channel.
You mean Sega torturing its employees didn't hurt it?
Potion Sword Run says sports games were big just because you didn't like them, Tony. Yeah, I didn't like them. Actually, sports games are on the list of best-selling Genesis games. So,
but the funny thing,
there you go, Hager.
But okay, here's like what I'm saying: Street Fighter 2 Special Championship Edition on the Genesis, listed as one of the best-selling games.
Yeah.
It sold 1.665 million copies.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Okay.
How much did Street Fighter 2 Turbo do?
Street Fighter 2 The World Warriors, just the regular version, 6 million copies. Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting, 4 million copies on the Super Nintendo. Super Street Fighter 2, 2 million copies.
Did Mortal Kombat sell better on Sega Genesis?
Mortal Kombat sold more than 3.25 million. Yeah, Mortal Kombat did sell better.
Thank you.
I remember getting that.
Well, it was a better game on the Genesis.
It had blood.
Yeah,
it was faster.
It felt more like it was a better port.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Mortal Kombat 3 sold 1.02 million on the Genesis. Mortal Kombat 3 sold 1.2 million on the SNES.
I think that was the turning. Well, I think that was the turning point. Was 3 for Super Nintendo, because I remember having Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 for Genesis, but then when 3 came around, yeah, we had that. I remember. Well, we didn't have it, but I remember renting it for Super Nintendo. We for some reason were. I think that's because I broke my Sega, like our Sega back in the day. But
the only game that ever made me want to get a Super Nintendo back in the day was Donkey Kong Country. That game looked so phenomenal.
I was don't know why people love
that game looked, man. For me, it was just the graphics, dude. That game was like just graphically, it was a beautiful game.
Well, they demoed that too when they did Super Nintendo. Didn't they demo that quite often?
What's that?
Yeah.
I don't remember it being demoed. I just remember my cousin having a Super Nintendo and me going over there and fucking playing it like crazy.
Well, Donkey Kong Country was bundled in with the SNES at one point.
Yeah.
Later in the life, yeah.
9 million units sold.
Games like Vector Man, which were amazing on the Genesis, in the late stages of the Genesis. Vector Man, great game.
I was never a big Vector Man fan.
Don't worry, Gary. Aladdin on the Genesis sold 4 million copies. So
yeah.
Well, how many did it sell on the SNES?
I don't think there's no contest with Aladdin. I just love it. Aladdin Genesis is way. They're different though. There's something to love about each version, but I still stand by the Genesis version is
I can't even
better.
play
I think
the
all
Genesis version.
I think all the Disney games are better on.
Bomb, did you grow up with a Super Nintendo or a Genesis?
I had a Mega Drive first, and then we got a Super Nintendo.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's fair. That's fair.
Because what you see a lot of back in the day was like, I don't know about you guys, but generally I had one console from a generation.
Yeah, it was one or the other.
Yeah, I went Nintendo, I went NES, I went Genesis, and then I went PlayStation as a kid. So you always kind of put your allegiance just to the one that you had. And it's just kind of how the cards fell.
Don't get twisted.
Go ahead.
But
go ahead,
from
Bob.
I will say this. I will concede this fact. The people I know that had both generally tended to go more like Super Nintendo if they had to pick a favorite.
Yeah,
will
I
say
wasn't.
that.
I wasn't spoiled by far. We was quite poor, but it was just because, like in Europe, the release times were kind of a lot different. Like, I don't think we got the Nintendo Entertainment System till like '88, and that was my first console. But we had generally had one from every console. But we did have a Saturn and a PlayStation at one point. But like the times when we had them, there was like a big gap between when we got them.
I remember I had a Saturn because I had a rich friend who got a Saturn when it came out, and then he hated it, and then he got a PlayStation when that came out. And he's like, "I'll sell you my Saturn," and he sold it to me for like $50. It was like the console and like a shit ton of games that he had, and I put it in my bedroom. And then I think by then though I had already had a PlayStation, but back then I thought the Saturn was just kind of shit because there was no games for it really, but I still liked it, man.
We need to have a talk about the Saturn Retro Bro at some point. We need to
Oh,
schedule
dude, I
that.
would love to just do a Saturn stream one night, man.
Heck yeah.
The real bummer now is that like we should be at the point where we could find these games for cheap for like PlayStation and Saturn. And those games are like worse than Nintendo games, worse than Sega Genesis games. There's no way you can collect for those two systems now.
So what I do, Gary, is I have a cartridge with pseudo Saturn Kai on it, which allows you to play burn games on the
Right.
Saturn. So I have
I have one of those. Yeah, I have one of those.
Games.
I just don't have any burned games. Yeah, my buddy did all that back in the PlayStation day. They did. There was a booth that would do the turning the PlayStation. For like, what was it? Like it was $100 back in the day, and they would mod it for you.
You had to do the fucking. It was with the Game Shark, but you had to swap the.
But you had to open up. Yeah, you had to open it up. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
Well, here's how we'll settle it once and for all. Okay, we'll settle it once and for all. On the list of best-selling Genesis games, the 10th game is Altered Beast at 1.4 million copies. Right. On the list of best-selling Super Nintendo games,
but I wonder if they're counting that because that was a pack-in for a while, Tony.
Hold on. Dragon Quest 3 sold 1.4 million. It is the 35th best-selling SNES game. Super Nintendo games were selling way better than Genesis games.
Let me tell you something, Cupcake. You know that the Sega Genesis did shit in Japan while the Super Nintendo was massive in Japan. So that's a big chunk right there. Super
And why would the SNES do better in Japan than the Sega Genesis?
Because I don't know why, or maybe because
it's a better system.
Not just
politics.
About this, Sega didn't have Mario. Sega didn't have Mario, and Mario.
You busted, Retro Bro. Take off.
Yeah, I'm going to be leaving soon. It's almost fucking.
Well, like the Mega Drive was huge in Europe as well, so like that should compensate for the Japan a bit.
I always wanted to play. I think it's an expensive game now. The Addams Family Values that didn't come over here for Mega Drive. That game looks awesome.
I was collecting for Genesis for a while, man. The fucking games have just gone. It's ridiculous. Genesis games right now, man. I remember fucking 4 years ago. You could buy Genesis. No one gave a fucking shit about Genesis games 4 years ago, man. They were so cheap.
That's not entirely true. It was. You could see the trend was going up. That's why I started to buy some of my loose games that I had. I was like, dude, I need to get these cases quick because the prices are going to go up. And like I said, I bought the Punisher case for like I paid $40, and I remember my buddy telling me, "You paid $40 for a case?" I said, "Yeah, but wait, watch." And I didn't get the manual with it. It kind of sucks, but it was, that was something that was hard to find. I was like, dude, I need to get the Splatterhouse cases. I need to get these, these cases for these games that are like, that I have loose that I know are going to be, they're just going to skyrocket. And then I'm like, dude, the work that I put in for like not the last couple years, but like from like 2015 to like 2019, I put in a lot of work to get those, the hidden gems that people didn't really know about for Nintendo, Sega. Super Nintendo was really still kind of hard to to get stuff because for some reason Super Nintendo stuff was kind of pricey at that time. So I really filled out my NES and my Sega stuff, but I'm glad I did because a lot of the stuff that I put in is just insane now. Like the Alicia Dragoon, it's crazy. I mean, it was $80 when I picked it up, and I traded for it. I traded some games for it, and now that game's these games are insane prices. They're nuts.
Yeah, I've got to share this story while we're talking about it. Oh, unless you've got something else to say, Gary.
No, go ahead.
I had my childhood collection of Mega Drive games, and like at one point, my neighbor just gave me a box full of Mega Drive games, and I had like 50 Mega Drive games, and they were like all like fantastic titles. Like, and one week, I think it was in, I want to say maybe 2015, 1 month, I was just thinking about these 50 Mega Drive games. I weren't playing them. I was in a bad spot, and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to sell them. I think I sold them for like £100, and I got £100 cash, and I also got a bunch of signed Star Trek pictures. And like, I don't know what was going on in my head. I don't know why I stole them.
Well, we all have that story, man, where you like get rid of some shit you shouldn't have.
Months and weeks and years later, I massively regret it because valuing that 50 game collection, I should have kept it for a few more years. I could have easily got like 5 times as much as what I sold it for.
Don't
easily.
do it yourself, man. You can always go back. Hindsight's always 20/20. At the time, you don't know this shit, you know.
I did it with Super Nintendo stuff. I sold when the DS Lite came out, and because I was such a big handheld guy, I was like, dude, I want a DS Lite really bad. And at the time, I wasn't working. I was like, well, what do I got that I can kind of sell? And even though I loved my Super Nintendo stuff, I was like itching to like finally play a DS Lite. Like that, you know, it was the first time that like you could play a handheld and it didn't really suck, right? Because the DS was like, it was hard to see, and it was like, wow, there's great games on here, but you can't see it. So when the DS Lite came out, it was like a first for playing a game on a handheld that had such a like superior, just lucid image. You know, it was beautiful to look at the first time you played a DS Lite. So I sold my Super Nintendo, Mega Man 7, Chrono Trigger, my Lufia 2, my Zelda, my Mega Man X, my Mega Man X2. I mean, I got rid of an all-star like little collection that was about like 20 games in the Super Nintendo, and I got maybe like $500-600, and we're talking like, you know, Mega Man 7's like a $200 game now. Chrono Trigger's like insane. Those games that were, you know, sold, or you just can't get that back. So we all made those mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sold a bunch of PlayStation Suikoden games.
Oh, yeah, those too. I mean, but PlayStation's nuts now, though. You go in and you actually see what, like, a complete copy of, like, Tales of Destiny or the Jackie Chan game. All these games that I played growing up on PlayStation are just insane. Tamba and
Dude, Symphony of the Night is a fucking $90 game. That is a common ass. That game is so fucking common, man.
Very common. I actually got lucky in after I had sold the last little bit of I had loose games. After I sold those to GameStop, because I was like, fuck it, I don't want loose games. I found one in a lot. The guy had PlayStation 2 and had some stuff. He wanted like $40 for a PlayStation 2, like 10 games and a few PlayStation games, and one of them was granted it's a greatest hits version, but I was like, fuck it, you know, I'd rather have it than not have it. So it was like mint. And I was like, if any game I want for the PlayStation, that one's awesome, because, you know, I have every other Castlevania, you know, need that one too. So
I have nostalgia for the greatest hits, man, because that's the ones my parents would always buy, because they were only $20 and they were brand new games.
Yep. Well, see, we were lucky, like back when I think it was about like 4 years after the PlayStation release, we got Meijer here in you know, Michigan. In the Midwest, we have Meijer, and Meijer kind of originated in Michigan. They would always put their like PlayStation games, they would always have them on sale. Games that were usually around like $20 to $30 would always go on sale at Meijer for like $9.99. So anytime they would go on sale for $9.99, my mom would like grab a couple of them, because it was just cheap, right? So that was how I got my Breath of Fire 3, my so many games. Like Grandia at the time was like $10, and just a whole bunch of games. And I miss
Hey,
those
real
days.
quick, look, we made a Canadian Gamer change his logo, his thumbnail.
Which one did he change?
The bear shit in the woods.
Oh, living rent free inside
so I
the
was-
Geek Getaway's
I was-
head.
Selfie?
That dude
I
is
was
upset.
He wishes.
man.
He
So
wishes.
funny.
He keeps bringing us up, and then like he's like, "Oh look, he brings us up." We respond, and he's like, "Oh, they're living."
I thought it was funny. You guys
Yeah,
were like,
it's
"We're
more interesting too. He apparently wants me to choose him over you. Well, that's not going to happen. I made that clear.
When did he say this? When did he ask you? Just now?
Yeah. I told him. I said I've never said I'm going to choose you over them.
Little girl.
I made it abundantly clear. I'm not losing anyone.
And that's like a little girl in a playground kind of thing, saying, when'd you be?
Yeah, my fucking my 6-year-old daughter does that in kindergarten, man.
I won't.
Everything.
I made it very clear. I'm not going to leave people behind. I'm not doing it. I refuse.
Carl's like the Marines. You don't leave anybody behind. No man.
Carl,
left
if you
behind.
if you stay on our side, I'll give you my chocolate milk at lunchtime."
No. I try to be reasonable with the guy. If he wants to play like a little girl, then so be it.
Potion Sword Ron's right. You don't have to choose anybody, Carl. That's fake friendship.
Exactly.
Yeah, if someone's trying to make you choose between me or them, fuck
This
it.
guy,
We're friends.
he
Now,
said,
real quick.
I didn't tell you what he said.
Oh, you don't have to tell us what he said. It's between
I
you
don't
two,
mind.
innit?
Let him tell us.
Just let me find it, okay? He said, "You want to participate in this shit? Go fuck yourself."
What? Fuck him.
Yeah.
We're drinking
I
another
told
fucking
him,
Paps
what the-
Canadian Gamer.
Oh, my lady.
Shitty fucking
What are
beer.
you talking about? I said I made it very clear. I'm not leaving people behind.
Carl, just
It's
time to
not-
go drink another Paps. That's
It's
all
so
you gotta do.
fucking schoolyard. You don't. It's 2022. We're adults. Like this whole like, oh, you can't be associated with this guy if you're associated with me. It's BS.
What a
Real quick,
freak is.
Movie Madness Entertainment wants that Master System plug and play. We have some Brazilian followers here, so I think Bowles. Where's Bowles G from? He's from like Czech.
The
No, we got some other
Balkans?
people. There's some people. I forget who the hell they are. Talk to one of
Hey,
them.
really quick, I was going to ask either Retro Bro or Bob, are you guys interested at all in the A500 Mini? You guys interested in that at all?
The
Not
what?
really.
The Amiga.
No.
I do
'Cause
have
I
a
looked
little
it
bit of
over.
nostalgia, but I think it's way overpriced in it.
Yeah, I think if it was more along the lines of like $100,
Gary,
um,
you do know
can you hear me?
Guys,
Yeah, I can hear you.
yeah, hold on. This is what he put up on his community page. 6 faceless avatars dissecting my video. This is pushing web traffic to my channel. Winning. It's winning, guys. He got 2 thumbs
It's
up.
funny
He's
that he was
fucking-
watching it, man.
I hope he,
Six
being
faces, bro.
dissected. What did
Every
we say
fucking
about
video
that?
I have, I'm showing my face. Shut the fuck up, you loser. Put
Well,
another
there's 7
fucking fake
people
mustache. Canadian Gamer, draw another fucking fake mustache on your face and make another stupid video because you can't grow a real facial hair like a man, you fucking bitch. Go cry because fucking Saggy made fun of you. God forbid.
Here's the thing: we don't sit there and watch his fucking Master System Masturbator Marceau live stream, right? He's sitting here watching our live stream. He must have been watching this the whole time because we did it. It was like a last minute,
do you think
gamer thing.
he this video or not?
What's up?
Do you think he watched us watching my last video when I just made about
Yeah,
it?
he probably watched all of it.
Probably.
He's probably been here the whole time.
I guarantee it. He was watching. I'll put
Why,
money.
why do
on
you think we started getting trolls? King of all buttocks?
Any any comments in my video about him from him, but whatever.
I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna cut it off because it's almost 1 o'clock. I gotta watch Doctor Strange tomorrow and take my mom out.
Ooh, you're gonna have a fun time.
I think I'm getting a lot of mixed reviews from people I've talked to that have seen it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised after seeing it.
I'm gonna wait for it to come out on rental service. I have a projector in my basement and surround sound, so I just watch the shit down here.
Yeah.
But how are you gonna watch it with Tommy snoring in the corner? You're like, Tommy, you gotta go upstairs. We're really
Yeah, put him in the bathroom.
And I took down the last 2 videos I put up today.
Yeah.
Why are you taking videos down, Carl? Oh, because they were about fucking Canadian Gamer.
Yeah. It's nothing important.
Carl gave him a chance, and Canadian Gamer just turned into a dickhead again.
Carl, you enjoying that GBA?
Yeah, I am actually. The battery life show, the I have it at the highest brightness setting, and it kills the battery life. But you know what? That just makes me want another one for another.
What are you playing on it, Carl?
You know, I only have the Mega Man Battle Network collection at the moment, but I have a Pokemon Emerald coming in.
What do you got? A GBA?
GBA SP with the
dude. I need to get one of those. I had one of those when I was deployed, when I was in the military, and that thing literally fucking kept me sane. That's my favorite handheld ever.
Carl's is modded, you know.
I got one that's modded.
The
I got an AGS 1.1. Huh?
I said you got the souped up version. I got a regular one, but I don't have the.
How did you mod it, Carl?
Plug.
Oh, I didn't
modded.
You can put ROMs on it or what?
No, I bought the a screen upgrade one.
Oh, okay.
Well, you can get it ever.
Yeah, I might get one and get an Evercade because
I have the AGS 101 graphite black, and I have the second one was my newest one with an IPS replacement, shell replacement, button replacement. The motherboard's been clean.
I mean, Retro Bro, do you know how to? I mean, do you have tools to go and mod it yourself?
No, I would just buy the one with the good backlight. That's all I need. I can't remember which one I had back in the day, but I guess.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. Like the SP101s now are like running 130. If you can if you can find a GBA for like really cheap, and it just needs to be fixed up, you just find a guy that you can send it to. And I mean, unfortunately, even the kits, like I had to spend. Luckily, I got my shell with the one that I used to mod was like in really good shape, so I used that, and it was basically free after I sold what I sold out of the lot. But the kit alone, the screen kit alone, is going to run you like $60. I bought the amp mod to make the GBA louder because the GBAs are just like very low. They're the volume on them's kind of terrible. So I went with that. And there's a few other mods that you can do. You can do like the lithium battery mod or whatever and all that. I opted not to do that because I just use rechargeable batteries and I didn't want to screw with all that. Essentially, you have to cut a hole in if you use an original case, original shell, you're going to have to cut a hole for that battery to charge it. But that's why I opted out of that.
Doesn't it make more sense just to buy a DS and just play Game Boy Advance games in that, or is that using emulation?
No, well, the problem is you have to get an old, like a fat DS, so the original ones, and the screens on those are awful.
No, the DS lights. Some of the DS lights have.
Oh yeah, you can. Okay, yeah, you can, but the screens is like smaller. It looks good on those, but there's like the mod. There's nothing like the mod. Like I'll get rid of my 101 all day for what I did to my.
And that's for the regular old school Game Boy Advance. That's
yeah,
what the mod's
I did.
For? Wow.
Yeah, well, you can do both. You can mod both.
I'm going to give you some advice. This is going to sound really strange. If you're going to get a DS Lite, get the girliest one there is because girls take better care of
pink.
No, I have a
Yeah,
coral pink one
that's
floating
true.
around somewhere.
That's
I have
true.
to find it.
All right,
They
real
always
quick.
had them in cases and stuff.
Real quick. Retro Bro, Rabbit Dude wants to know if you ever had a disagreement with a pro Amico person.
Like as far as what?
I don't know. It's just quite
As far as like
probably
Amico
about
games?
the Amico.
I think that's pretty obvious,
yeah,
right?
He has. Yeah, he has. Yeah.
All right.
I am gonna get going because it's fucking late. It's almost 2 a.m. Gary, it was good talking Sega with you. Bomb, same, everyone.
Yep.
I do need to do some more retro streams, and we can get you guys all on here and just talk retro shit for like fucking a solid 2 hours.
Oh yeah, man! Hit me up on Twitter or something. We got to arrange a Saturn stream for sure.
I'd love that.
Me too.
All right,
I love
fellas.
Saturn.
Tony, thanks for having me. Carl,
No problem.
Ninja
Hit me
Kitty,
up if you
Spitrini,
talk
Cannibal
modern
Peanut
games,
Butter.
no good games.
Well,
Bro, listen, there's a reason why I play retro games. It's because there's maybe 1 or 2 good modern games a year. That's it.
you know why I play retro games more these days? Because I have color. Because I have color wash on my vision, so it really hurts when I try. It really sucks that I can't play 3D games like I could and like I used to. That's when I started playing retro systems.
Jesus
All right,
Christ.
it's been fun, gentlemen. Take it easy.
Take
All
it
right,
easy.
see you
later.
See you.
I mostly
we got
play
a question
modding.
for Carl, real quick. Do you have an analog pocket, Carl?
You know, I considered getting one, but then Gary told me a bit about it. And I said, "Hell no."
Someone else
Yeah,
said, do you have a fleshlight, Carl?
I know what flashlight is. Those don't work for me.
I just wanted to say I mostly play modding games these days because, like, I have a history of modding consoles and loading them with retro ROMs. I've played so much retro gaming, I'm just burnt out from it.
Do you do MAME?
Yeah, I've just got MAME on my PS4, and I'm actually just starting to get into it. I love MAME. MAME's brilliant. I had it on my Xbox original.
You know, I like
first time.
Play the MAME version, and then I like try the Sega, the Nintendo version afterwards to compare them.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that could be a good idea for a video series.
Yeah.
I actually kind of missed something I've also meant to ask him too. Like, can he I wouldn't mind give me an example when he's actually disagreed with any of the pro side, but I should have, yeah.
Well, he's attacked Smash JT that one time. So.
Oh, really? He has? Oh, wow.
Well, I know the.
He slapped him around.
No, what happened is when Smash JT was about to flip to the anti-Amico cult, they were having a conversation, and Retro Bro was like, dude, like at this point, it's like not really a good look. Chat with us about it. Hold off on your opinion. And then Smash JT, like he usually does, was like just like completely deaf to his friend's advice and just did his own thing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we're gonna go ahead and wind it down. We're gonna end it. Thank you all for being on the panel. Sorry, Rabbit Dude, you jumped in right at the end.
I know, that's fine. I had stuff going on anyway.
It's cool. It's good to have a life. We're all faceless, lifeless losers.
Yep.
Well, not me.
We can't all be as handsome as you, Rabbit Dude.
Yeah.
Thanks.
30 people are still here. Thank you all for being here, for spending some time with us. We enjoy your company. I know you enjoy ours because we are the hottest podcast / live stream on YouTube. Geek Getaway, the cult, the crew, Kermit's crew, whatever you want to call us, the boys. We're always going to be here for you every Saturday. So make sure you come on back. Subscribe, like the video.
After party going to be?
What's that, Gary?
I said, where's the after party going to be?
The after. I got to go see a movie tomorrow, and I got shit to do, or else I'd still be here. But for now, love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.